Chapter 1. I am Loki Odinson. When Li Feng discovered that his name was Loki Odinson, he began to feel a hint of the extraordinary. As an ordinary individual living in the 21st century, having grown up under the red flag and in a new society, Li Feng certainly could not be oblivious to what the name Loki Odinson represented. Although he would not classify himself as a die-hard fan of Marvel, he had indeed watched blockbuster films such as Iron Man, Thor, and The Avengers, which had achieved both critical acclaim and box office success. Not long before his unexpected journey, when Avengers: Infinity War was released, everyone in his company had organized an outing to watch the 3D spectacle together. However, Li Feng could never have anticipated that such an inconceivable event as traversing dimensions would occur to him. Such grandiose occurrences seemed to belong solely to the realms of fiction, especially for someone like him, barely scraping by in life. The thought of becoming Loki from Norse mythology, was he the mad one, or was the world itself in a state of madness? Certainly, Li Feng had indulged in daydreams on Qi, imagining that one day he would transcend to another realm, become a savior, and marry a wealthy beauty. Yet, these were mere fantasies. He had never truly expected to find himself in such a situation. Li Feng pondered whether he had inadvertently offended some deity, or if a divine being had played a prank on him by casting him into this realm. Nevertheless, amidst his bewilderment, a flicker of delight stirred within him. After all, traversing dimensions was a cherished dream for every aspirant on Qi. Considering that he had already crossed over, he accepted this new reality. He had never heard of a traveler returning to their original world. As a famous saying goes, life is akin to an uninvited assault one cannot resist, but must learn to endure it quietly. Regardless, he had transitioned from being a lowly individual in his past life to becoming a prince in this realm, a prince in the domain of the gods. What was there to lament? Reflecting on his previous life, he recalled that he had been preparing to return home after several years, intending to pay respects to his deceased parents. Unmarried, Li Feng was genuinely a solitary soul. It was not that he had shunned marriage, rather, circumstances had conspired against him. Simply put, he lacked financial means. His late parents had left him no inheritance, and in this era, as a person devoid of assets, no house, no car, no savings, who would marry a man unable to provide even the most basic material comforts. Regardless of affection, a foundation of material stability was essential. Otherwise, how could a lady sustain herself in such a partnership? In this respect, Li Feng had come to terms with reality that as he boarded the bus back to his hometown, he reflected on the 5 or 6 years he had spent away from his roots, reminiscing about his deceased parents and contemplating visits to relatives upon his return. However, fate is akin to a wild stallion, unpredictable and unrestrained, leading one in unforeseen directions. After a brief slumber on the bus, Li Feng awoke to the horrifying sight of a dump truck hurtling toward him. In an instant, darkness enveloped him, and he lost all consciousness. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself transformed into an infant, lying upon a cold stone, whereupon he beheld an old man with a single EYT. That moment, he was unaware that this venerable figure was Odin, the father of the gods in Norse mythology. Due to a language barrier, he could not comprehend the incessant prattle of the old man. Ultimately, he learned that Odin had removed his cloak and wrapped him within it, bringing him back to Asgard. Thus, he became the legendary goddess, the second princess of Asgard. In his previous life, while watching films, he found the character of Loki to be particularly tragic. Abandoned by his biological father, the frost giant Laufey, for being deemed a malformed child, Loki's fate could have ended abruptly had Odin not fortuitously discovered him and brought him to Asgard. As he matured, Loki felt that Odin's affection paled in comparison to that bestowed upon Thor. Consequently, he behaved like a mischievous child, instigating trouble and scheming against Thor, merely to prove to Odin that he could surpass Thor in merit. His ambition to claim the throne of Asgard stemmed from a desire to demonstrate his worthiness to the people of Asgard. Upon learning of his true heritage, he suffered anguish and devised a plan against the frost giants of Jotunheim, seeking to eradicate them for the safety of Asgard. Yet, Laufey discerned his intentions and exploited them, nearly leading to the downfall of Asgard and the death of his mother, Frigga. In his desperation to wield the power of Thanos to become the ruler of Earth, he was vanquished by the Avengers, defeated by his sister Hela, and cast away to Sakaar. After aiding his brother's escape from Sakaar, he returned to find his homeland enslaved by Hela. In a moment of despair, he unleashed the fire giant Surt, resulting in the destruction of Asgard. Ultimately, in a futile attempt to save the people of Asgard, He attempted to assassinate Thanos, but met his end at Thanos' hand, concluding a life marked by struggle and unfulfilled aspirations. All his endeavors were merely attempts to prove himself to his father and the people of Asgard, yet he continually fell short. From that moment forth, Lifone, or rather Loki, would henceforth be known solely as Loki, leaving the name Lifone behind. When Loki discovered that he had traversed into the realm of Loki himself, he was elated for several days, only to be subsequently engulfed by fear. His exhilaration stemmed from the realization that he resided in a world teeming with grandeur, and he was none other than the legendary Loki, the second prince of Asgard, son of Odin. However, the dread arose from the memories of his past life, which revealed a realm overflowing with formidable beings, where individuals possessed the strength to shatter planets with a mere punch. There existed entities, such as the Celestials, who transcended the very fabric of rules, leading Loki to comprehend that in this world, all that is not bolstered by immense power is but an illusion. Without formidable strength, he could easily meet an untimely demise. Contemplating the predatory adversaries of Asgard lurking outside, he realized that while defeating Odin might prove a challenging feat, eliminating a prince like himself would likely bring Odin considerable anguish, and such foes would hardly regard him as Odin's adopted son. If captured, his fate would be sealed. Thus, to avoid the pitfalls depicted in cinematic portrayals and to ensure his own safety, Loki resolved to strive diligently. While he did not aspire to become the strongest being in this world, he recognized the necessity of possessing sufficient power. He could not allow mere mortals to trample upon him, nor could he afford to be toyed with by beasts like the Hulk or have his life extinguished by Thanos with a mere flick of the wrist. Only the powerful can safeguard themselves and their cherished ones. As for the throne, he would leave that to fate attaining it would be splendid. Yet Loki harbored a strong desire to ascend as the God King. In his previous life, as an underachiever, he believed that being a God King surpassed that of a mere monarch. Furthermore, Odin, as one of the most formidable beings in the cosmos, would undoubtedly command respect even from the Celestials. If he could not grasp the throne, it mattered not as long as he was powerful and remarkable. He could carve out a reputation in the universe akin to Thanos, the last Titan, who, after obliterating the eternal race, became a tyrant feared by all life across the cosmos. This illustrated that with immense strength, one could attain whatever they desired. Moreover, as a prince of Asgard, even if Thor inherited the throne, he would still be regarded as a noble by ancient Chinese standards. Loki silently vowed to become a formidable force, for in this universe, the powerful dictate their fate, while the weak submit to it. Chapter 2. Asgard. Asgard, the realm of the gods, is said to lie between the sun and moon in the heavens, atop the world tree, where eternal spring reigns in breathtaking splendor that boasts towering walls crafted by giants, and the deities reside within palaces of gold, revered as both the realm of the gods and the eternal kingdom. Seated upon Asgard's golden throne is Odin, the All-Father, ruling over the 9 realms. Beneath him are the deities of the Aesir and Vanir, together safeguarding Odin's dominion. Loki, let us venture to the Beast Mountain for a hunt. A golden-haired youth exclaimed breathlessly before a dark-haired boy. I shan't go. If you wish to, you may proceed on your own, Loki uttered, seated upon the golden steps, his gaze wandering over the throngs below, lost in thought. However, it was evident that Loki's refusal did not deter the blonde youth from his intentions. He approached, reaching out to grasp Loki's arm, entirely disregarding the latter's denial. Why can't you learn from past experiences? Have you become addicted to confinement? Loki regarded the young blonde with a mild exasperation. This boy was none other than Thor, the fabled god of thunder, Thor Odinson. Loki had resided in this realm for a decade. Both he and Thor were 10 years of age. Odin publicly proclaimed Loki and Thor to be twins, concealing the truth of Loki's origins as an abandoned child, and sealing away Loki's frost giant traits with divine power. Yet, Loki found it impossible to reconcile the figure before him with the legendary Thor, feeling an insurmountable disparity. How did the god of thunder appear in the memories of the future? Rugged features, a robust physique, a thick beard, wielding the mighty hammer Mjolnir, summoning thunder wherever he roamed, proclaiming, I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods. Pardon me, I digress. In contrast, the boy before him was strikingly different. With a delicate visage, short golden locks, and large, expressive eyes, one could not help but exclaim kawaii. Of course, this world lacks such a term, but the sentiment was akin that if evaluated by future generations, The word that would emerge is simply adorable. Loki mused, the process of growing up is a ruthless transformation. Such a charming young lad was destined to become a burly, bearded brute, a tragic waste of potential. As for Loki, though still a youth himself and possessing decent looks, he felt there remained a considerable distance between himself and Thor. Loki reflected on his previous life, where jealousy towards Thor stemmed, perhaps partially, from their contrasting appearances in childhood. Moreover, as a reincarnated adult, Loki believed he need not feign cuteness or play the charming role, which rendered him somewhat serious and morose. This demeanor, of course, paled in comparison to Thor's more appealing countenance. Nevertheless, Loki felt content with his current situation. Odin and Frigga treated him as one of their own. All provisions and comforts afforded to him were equal to those of Thor, and while Odin was stern, this was quite normal for a father, was it not? With this perspective, he found little to warrant grievance. Loki had once perceived Asgard as a mere dream, believing that upon awakening, he would return to a mundane existence, clocking in daily, merely to scrape together a down payment, to marry and live a simple life. Yet as time passed, Loki began to ponder that perhaps his previous life was the dream. A decade had blurred the memories of yesteryear, and here he found himself surrounded by family, while in his former life he had been utterly alone. Now, as a prince, he contemplated that perhaps it was preferable to regard his past as a mere fantasy. The lifespan of the inhabitants of Asgard is measured in millennia, and All-Father Odin is said to have lived for over 1,000,000 years. For Loki, however, having lived merely over 30 years across his past and present lives, the concept of 1,000,000 years is profoundly incomprehensible. The ancient Chinese civilization, rich and enduring, spans only 5,000 years. 1,000,000 years ago, humanity had yet to emerge. Loki muses that perhaps even Odin himself is oblivious to the true extent of his age. For him, time has long ceased to hold any significance. Based on films from his previous life, he estimates that there are still over 1,500 years until the narrative begins. When Loki reaches the age of 1,500, the saga will commence, and he believes that no one understands the meaning of the long road ahead better than he does. According to Asgardian tradition, Loki is still 300 years away from adulthood. Indeed, just as humans on Earth become adults at 18, Asgardians attain adulthood at 300. Those under 300 are still considered minors. The thought of 300 years induces a throbbing headache for Loki. How do the Asgardians ensure their sanity during such an interminable passage of time? Loki, what are you thinking? Are you coming or not? Thor, in his impatience, interjects that, I do not wish to go. If father finds out, he will confine us. Loki replies calmly. Moreover, what if we encounter a Fenris wolf? If we fail to hunt and instead become prey, where would we go to weep? I refuse to go, and you shan't go either. Amused by Thor's conflicted expression, Loki can't help but chuckle. This Thor is vastly different from the one in his memories. Sometimes, Loki wonders what transpired to transform a delicate youth into a brutish giant. It is without doubt a waste of resources. Come on, Loki. We won't encounter any Fenris wolves. We are merely venturing to the outskirts. They do not venture that far. Besides, I will protect you, my dear brother. Goodness, is he truly pouting? Does he think his family would indulge such behavior and protect me? Does he even realize he is but a 10-year-old child? Admittedly, I concede that Asgard differs from Earth at the very least. Loki can lift and hurl boulders taller than himself hundreds of meters away, while Thor is but slightly stronger. Very well, I shall accompany you. Loki concedes with resignation. But let us agree to remain at the outskirts. Furthermore, if father inquires, you know what to say, correct? Loki understands that had he refused to accompany Thor today, his brother would have undoubtedly sneaked off alone. By joining him, he can keep a watchful eye. Not a problem. Rest assured, if father asks, I will claim I forced you to accompany me. That's correct, isn't it? Thor replies cheerfully. Loki glances at Thor, contemplating that the scapegoat might serve him well, though he feels a twinge of guilt for overusing it. Let us hurry. Sif has invited me to her home today, Thor urges. Would you like to join? Indeed, the notion of conscience appears to be non-existent. You may as well continue to bear the blame. I shan't go. Young girls are the most troublesome. Loki recalled the last time he was compelled to play house, officiating the wedding of Thor and Sif. It inflicted 1,000 points of anguish upon Loki, a 30-year-old singleton. Before him stood an individual who, with mere good looks, was able to charm even the most innocent of young maidens. Loki bitterly reflected that, despite his own appealing appearance, he had yet to attract any young girl to his doorstep. He completely overlooked how out of place he was among his peers, solely fixating on how Thor was more handsome than he. Thus, it is evident that there are reasons for his perpetual singleness. Yet, truth be told, possessing good looks can indeed grant one a certain latitude in life. Chapter 3. The Summer Mountains. The Summer Mountains do not refer to a solitary peak, but rather a vast expanse of interconnected ranges, including a sprawling perimeter of grasslands. This realm starkly contrasts with the peaceful and harmonious domain of the Aesir. Here, it is known to the Asgardians as the Beast Mountain, perhaps due to the peculiarities of Asgard's environment, or perhaps influenced by the cosmic will of the universe. A myriad of magical beasts inhabit this land. Much like the special effects in cinema, these magical creatures differ vastly from ordinary animals, having evolved over time through the process of natural selection. The beasts that reside here possess extraordinary powers. For instance, there are mighty bulls adorned with grand horns, impervious to blades and bullets. Winged magical tigers that strike like the wind, vicious and relentless. Cheetahs that command the elements of wind and thunder, darting at unfathomable speeds. And colossal dragons that breathe fire, unmatched in combat prowess. The list is virtually endless. One could assert that in this realm, the only limitations are those of imagination, whether soaring through the skies, swimming in the waters, or running across the land. Both the weak and the powerful coexist in abundance. Loki has often marveled at the wonders of life. Due to the scarcity of entertainment options among the Asgardians, drinking and hunting have become indispensable forms of recreation. Moreover, the Asgardians are known for their fierce demeanor and valor, making the act of battling formidable beasts an integral aspect of their existence. Individuals may come here for various reasons, yet their actions remain consistent. To hunt or capture magical beasts, some visit purely for amusement, as the thrill of the hunt itself is a source of joy. Each year, Asgardians host hunting competitions here, aiming to slay powerful beasts, earn prestigious accolades, and bask in the admiration of their peers. Others come to train and hone their skills, believing that only through continuous combat with the strong can one attain great power. The Asgardian military even regards this place as a training ground, where soldiers, whether alone or in teams, engage in battles against formidable magical beasts to enhance their combat efficacy. Some individuals venture here to capture formidable magical beasts, forging contracts to tame them as their battle companions, thereby augmenting their own prowess. Among the ranks of Asgard's army exists a legion composed entirely of these beasts, instilling terror within the hearts of their adversaries on the battlefield. Moreover, the meat consumed by the Asgardians predominantly originates from these very mountains. Hunters frequently traverse this terrain, slaying magical creatures to sell in distant taverns and restaurants, thus providing a source of income for themselves. The Asgardians regard this place as their personal garden, a sanctuary where they procure strength, sustenance, and amusement. Today, however, this locale has been graced by the presence of two extraordinary guests, the esteemed princes of Asgard, Thor and Loki. I must inquire, Thor, from whom did you acquire this sword? TSK. This is a standard weapon of the Asgardian army. Surely, you haven't pilfered it? I recall our father forbidding us from handling weapons. I suspect that this time, father might very well break your legs. Loki remarked, scrutinizing the sword in Thor's hand. Indeed, the visitors are none other than the Grand Prince Thor and the Second Prince Loki. The sword in question was provided by Thor for their hunting expedition, a standard armament of the Asgardian forces. While deemed ordinary among the Asgardians, these weapons are typically crafted by the skilled dwarven artisans of Nidavellir, imbued with mysterious powers and profound knowledge. They are, without a doubt, the most illustrious armaments in the cosmos, capable of producing legendary artifacts, such as the Hammer of Thor, the Destroyer, and the Infinity Gauntlet. Thus, even this seemingly mundane weapon, from the perspective of the Asgardians, would be regarded as an extraordinary artifact were it to fall into the hands of earthlings. Do not be so quick to judge, dear brother, Thor replied nonchalantly. These weapons have remained and used in the armory. Is it not entirely reasonable for us to employ them for a brief moment? Besides, we can always return them after use. We cannot embark on a hunt empty-handed, can we? Such a plethora of excuses merely serves to mask the truth of his thievery. How unfortunate for Odin to have such a son, Loki thought to himself. After all, it was Thor who took it. Even if father were to discover the truth, he would only punish Thor, so what does it matter? Loki completely overlooked the fact that he, too, was a son of Odin. Indeed, with two such unfortunate sons, Odin's fortune seems rather grim. Casting a glance at the vast mountains, Loki addressed Thor. Let us agree to hunt only a single jumping sheep at the periphery before returning, that we must not venture deeper. Do not forget that the beasts residing within the heart of the mountains are beyond our current capabilities to hunt. If we are not cautious, it may very well be us who become the hunted." He continued, "Exercise restraint and do not be impulsive. If you cannot resist the allure of the deeper mountains, then you must accompany me back, where Father will surely confine you." "Very well, I understand. We shall hunt but one jumping sheep and then return," Thor replied, displaying impatience. "One day, I will capture the most powerful beast in these mountains to show you." "Very well, I understand, and I do believe that day will come for you, but certainly not now. You must recognize your true self. You are merely a 10-year-old child. Do not forget that." Moreover, Thor would eventually become the illustrious god of thunder, and slaying a few magical beasts would be akin to child's play. Thus, Loki felt justified in not misleading Thor. The creature they referred to as the bouncing sheep is, as the name suggests, a type of sheep-like magical beast found on the periphery of the Summer Mountains, colloquially known as the bouncing beast. It occupies one of the lowest tiers of the food chain in this mountainous region, roughly the size of an antelope, and is herbivorous by nature. With well-developed hind leg muscles, its primary mode of locomotion is leaping. An adult bouncing sheep can jump distances of up to 50 meters. However, its timid disposition renders it non-aggressive, though it possesses a curious nature that compels it to approach unfamiliar objects. This propensity for risk has made it one of the most easily hunted beasts in the mountains. At present, the bouncing sheep is one of the few prey available to the two 10-year-old boys, Thor and Loki, for one cannot realistically expect children of such tender age to venture deep into the mountains to hunt formidable beasts. Although children from Asgard may possess strength surpassing that of the strongest adults on Earth, they remain children nonetheless. Their lack of systematic combat training and the nature of their quarry, which is not akin to common terrestrial animals, further limit their capabilities. "Look, a bouncing sheep." Loki looked quickly. Thor, with keen eyes, had already spotted their quarry. Loki turned his gaze to see clusters of bouncing sheep basking in the sun along the banks of the river at the mountain's edge, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Chapter 4. The Hunt. "How shall we hunt this bouncing sheep, Loki?" Thor, lying in the grass, inquired. "These sheep are far too swift. We cannot catch them. Despite their lack of offensive capabilities, the bouncing sheep are difficult to capture due to their inherent timidity, remarkable speed, and long jumping abilities. Should they sense even the slightest hint of danger, two children would be unable to pursue them effectively. Thus, while Thor may be somewhat reckless, he is still cognizant of his limitations at this stage and refrains from brandishing his sword and charging forward with a battle cry. This realization caused Loki to reflect the current youthful Thor is rather endearing. The future god of thunder, however, would likely approach with Mjolnir in hand, ready to unleash a flurry of strikes without hesitation. Of course, it is unlikely that the mature Thor would ever consider hunting a bouncing sheep. So, you came here without a specific plan for the hunt? Shall we return? Loki squinted at the bouncing sheep in the distance, addressing Thor beside him. Before Loki could finish his thought, Thor was already preparing to charge ahead with his sword. "Hey, I was merely suggesting don't be impulsive. You'll certainly have your chance to strike one today, but if you rush in like that, they'll scatter and you won't catch anything. Rest assured, I have devised a plan. Let us prepare first." Why must this boy be so reckless? Loki thought as he gently restrained Thor. Loki slowly led Thor away from the area. He remarked, "Thor, go gather some grass while I prepare a disguise for you." After some contemplation, Loki decided to send Thor to collect a handful of grass, intending to craft a camouflage outfit for him. Indeed, Loki envisioned creating a ghillie suit for Thor out of the grass. In his previous life, as a reclusive gamer, he could not resist the allure of classic FPS games like PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Inspired by this popular game and the surrounding environment, he deemed it essential to blend into the verdant landscape with a green ghillie suit adapting to the circumstances at hand. Although Loki feigned reluctance about hunting with Thor, deep down, he was quite eager. After all, he had symbolically declined Thor's invitation only to follow him shortly thereafter. In his past life on Earth, such opportunities were scarce. He had grown up in poverty and lacked joyful childhood memories. Even as an adult, hunting was typically an indulgence reserved for the affluent. The animals one might hunt were often domesticated within private clubs, and pursuing wild game, like antelopes, could lead to severe legal repercussions, prison sentences starting at 3 years, with the possibility of capital punishment. However, in this realm, the rules were different. One could hunt the local magical beasts at will, free from the constraints of animal rights activists or protective laws. Before long, Thor returned, clutching a hefty bundle of grass. Thus, Loki set to work on crafting the ghillie suit. After considerable effort from both of them, they managed to produce two reasonably presentable suits. Observing the result, Loki felt quite satisfied with his handiwork. Once Thor donned the suit and lay on the ground for a test, Loki's pride in his skills grew. If one did not know Thor was there, they would certainly be oblivious to his presence. Loki mused that if he had a system, or if this were a game, a notification would sound. Ding! Congratulations, you have unlocked the crafting master title and received a legendary survival ghillie suit. Shortly, we will draw them in. Remain still and do not act impulsively once they are in our midst. We shall launch our ambush. Do you understand? Loki instructed Thor meticulously. With preparations complete, the two donned their Asgardian ghillie suits and cautiously crawled back into the area where the bouncing sheep frolicked. Thanks to their stealth and the cover of the suits, the creatures remained blissfully unaware of their unexpected visitors. When Loki felt the moment was right, he signaled Thor to stay still. He then retrieved a pendant-like crystal from his pocket, pressed it gently, and it suddenly radiated a spectrum of colors. Loki carefully placed it a short distance in front of him. This moment. Loki had purchased a small device from an interstellar merchant in the trading district of Asgard for 10 star coins. Initially, his curiosity was piqued as he wished to explore the workings of the gadget. However, upon realizing that its technological complexity surpassed his understanding, he relinquished his research. Nonetheless, he found the trinket amusing, serving the dual purpose of a flashlight, and felt it would be a waste to discard it after spending money on it. Thus, he kept it on his person, and now it proved to be quite useful. Before long, several bouncing sheep noticed the situation, for such dazzling light was undeniably captivating. The sheep did not rush forward. Instead, they cautiously surveyed their surroundings for any potential danger. Meanwhile, Loki was gently reassuring a restless Thor who was growing impatient. After a brief, while a few of the curious sheep could no longer contain their intrigue and hopped closer to the glowing pendant. The distance was minimal, and with a few bounces, the sheep reached Loki and Thor, who lay still on the ground, careful not to startle them. Upon arriving, the sheep discovered the radiant pendant and curiously prodded it with their hooves, trying to ascertain how the stone emitted such colorful light. Loki discreetly winked at the impatient Thor, signaling that it was time to ACT. In unison, both sprang into action, lunging towards the sheep nearest to them. The startled sheep, taken aback by the sudden movement, sensed impending danger and attempted to flee. Yet, it was too late. With a swift thrust, Loki drove his sword into the neck of the closest sheep with tremendous force, relinquishing his grip after the strike. Those familiar with the process of slaughtering pigs know that such an act does not result in immediate death. The creature will struggle intensely for a time, requiring several strong men to restrain it. Loki, however, aimed to avoid staining his garments with blood, confident that the sheep would succumb to its wound, allowing him to retrieve the carcass later without further struggle, as an injured sheep could not escape far. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the sheep Loki had struck lay motionless on the ground. Now, let us shift our focus to Thor, whose approach was markedly different from Loki's. When Thor leaped, he exerted too much force and landed squarely on the back of a sheep. The startled creature jumped in surprise, and upon realizing there was a rider upon its back, it began to bound about, attempting to shake Thor off. In his exuberance, Thor had evidently forgotten about his sword, clinging tightly to the sheep's neck and tightening his grip, evidently intent on choking it. The sheep, realizing it could not rid itself of its rider and struggling to breathe, grew increasingly frantic, ultimately leaping towards the distant mountains. By the time Loki noticed, the sheep had already bounded far away with Thor on its back. Thor, release your grip, at once we cannot proceed. Loki, equally anxious, had not anticipated the current predicament despite all his meticulous planning. He swiftly drew his long sword and hastened to pursue. Chapter 5. Peril. As Loki rushed forward, the bouncy sheep carrying Thor had already succumbed to its fate. With immense strength, Thor had broken the creature's neck. The lifeless body of the sheep collapsed onto the ground, devoid of any signs of life. Meanwhile, Thor himself was not in the best condition. He lay on the nearby grass, panting heavily. Clearly, the exertion of hunting down the sheep had taken its toll on him, considering he was merely a boy in his early teens. Most notably, the camouflage suit he had donned was now nowhere to be seen, leaving only a few strands of grass tangled in his hair. Loki, you've arrived. Thor gasped, his voice brimming with pride as he boasted. Look, I have slain this bouncy sheep. Impressive, isn't it? Much like a child eager to showcase a perfect score to their parents. He wore a broad grin despite his exhaustion. However, Loki was not impressed. Indeed, you have managed to kill a sheep, Quite remarkable. But have you forgotten something? Loki questioned, his expression dark with dissatisfaction. Forgotten what? I don't recall anything. Thor replied innocently, blinking his large eyes and glancing around, evading Loki's gaze. Loki observed Thor's wide, watery eyes with a sense of resignation. Having grown up together, he was all too familiar with Thor's antics. Spare me your childish charm. I am not one of those Asgardian women who are so easily swayed by your antics. You think I spend my days idly, merely waiting to witness your adorable displays. You believe I know nothing of your nature simply because I am by your side? To put it bluntly, you are a troublesome little imp. Of course, such words could not be uttered aloud. Expressing such thoughts would only invite days of incessant apologies from the mischievous boy, which would be utterly exhausting. Since you seem to have forgotten, allow me, your dutiful younger brother, to remind the illustrious prince of Asgard. Before we set out, we agreed that during the hunt, you would heed my counsel, no rash actions, no recklessness, and certainly no venturing deep into the mountains. So, dear Prince Thor, does that ring a bell? Loki said, regarding Thor with a bemused expression. All right, I understand. Must you be so tedious? I was merely anxious. What if the sheep had escaped? Our efforts would have been in vain. Besides, I didn't venture too far. This is still the outskirts of the grasslands, is it not? Thor replied, exasperated by Loki's questioning. Very well, let us return. We shall bring this sheep along to Uncle Beard's tavern, where he can prepare a feast of roasted lamb. By the way, Loki, did you catch a sheep as well? Now you think of me, do you not feel a twinge of guilt? We are quite close to the mountains. This is not where we ought to be. All right, I did slay one too. Unlike you, who wields a sword yet knows not how to use it, I killed mine with the sword. Speaking of which, where is your sword? Suddenly, Loki remarked to Thor that he had noticed, during his leap, that Thor had not drawn his sword but was instead riding atop a jumping sheep. He initially presumed that Thor had fallen prone on the grass, only to discover, while pursuing him, that he was mistaken. Reluctantly, he had to extract his sword from the very sheep he had hunted to chase after Thor. It seems I might have left it in the grass while collecting materials for clothing, Thor responded, tilting his head in uncertainty. After all, he was merely a 10-year-old child. Even the son of the king of the gods was still a child, and it was unreasonable to hold him to excessive standards. However, the habit of misplacing tools was indeed troublesome. Wait a moment. I think I understand why Mjolnir could return to Thor's hand when thrown. I had once thought that ability was quite impressive, but now I realize its origin. It must be that Odin, aware of Thor's propensity to misplace items, feared he might inadvertently lose the hammer as well. Mjolnir is a sacred artifact of Asgard, and its loss would be dire. Even Odin would mourn such a loss. Thus, he bestowed upon Mjolnir the enchantment to automatically return to its master, regardless of the circumstances. My, how I seem to have uncovered a most significant secret. This is indeed a dark chapter in the history of the Norse gods. With this thought, Loki's gaze toward Thor shifted, revealing a newfound perspective. Thor, feeling somewhat uneasy under Loki's playful scrutiny, inquired, "What's wrong, Loki? Is something amiss?" "I merely misplaced a sword. I will retrieve it shortly, right where I was gathering grass. I'm certain I can find it." Loki observed Thor for a moment before responding, "It's nothing. A sword is of little consequence. Do not dwell on it. Let us return." He resolved that he must not alter Thor's habit of misplacing things. If Thor were to abandon this tendency, it could potentially affect Mjolnir's automatic return feature in the future, marking Loki as a historical villain. No, I cannot bear that burden. Absolutely not. With that thought firmly in mind, Loki's demeanor appeared strangely altered to Thor, who found himself bewildered by the abrupt change in his brother's disposition. He could not fathom why Loki's attitude had shifted so dramatically or what thoughts occupied his mind. Yet, it mattered little to him. As long as Loki did not blame him, everything else was trivial. Not understanding the situation, Thor adopted his usual pragmatic approach and suggested, "Let us hasten back. If father finds out, we shall face dire consequences." "Very well, let us depart. We are too close to the monster mountains, and I have an unsettling feeling about this place. Remember, it is you who shall face the brunt of father's wrath, not us. If he learns of our escapade, you must say it was you who compelled me to come, and that you stole the sword. Do you comprehend? Otherwise, I shall not accompany you next time. And I shall inform mother of your mischief." Loki corrected Thor, secretly reveling in his role as the protector of his younger brother, the thunderous hero Thor. "All right, I understand. You are truly cunning, Loki." Upon hearing Loki's threat, Thor helplessly remarked that for him, being unable to play and facing the reproach of their mother was the most dreadful experience in life. Cunningness and taking the blame could hardly be termed as cleverness. A brother should not be burdened by his siblings' transgressions. Such thoughts lingered in Loki's mind, though he knew better than to voice them. He turned to Thor and said, "Well, let us hasten our return. If we linger too long, father and mother will surely discover our absence." Suddenly, Thor's terrified voice pierced the air. "Loki, there is a wolf, a spider-eyed demon wolf." Loki spun around to find a turquoise-winged wolf, the size of a husky, fixated on them with a glint of menace in its eyes, clearly perceiving them as its next meal. A chill ran down Loki's spine as he sighed inwardly. We're doomed. Chapter 6. Peril. The spider-eyed demon wolf is a wolf-like magical beast that inhabits the grasslands at the periphery of the Summer Mountains. Its attack power is not particularly formidable, and its speed is rather unimpressive. In fact, it could not even outpace a leaping sheep. However, it is still regarded as one of the most dangerous creatures in the Beast Mountain range. As its name suggests, it possesses spider-like eyes, granting it excellent vision to detect prey from great distances. Its nature is fierce and combative, often roaming in packs led by a wolf king, coordinating their hunts. Their fearless and vengeful disposition makes even larger magical beasts wary of provoking them, causing hunters to steer clear. Thus, when Loki laid eyes on this spider-eyed demon wolf, he realized he was in grave trouble. A solitary spider-eyed demon wolf posed little threat. Loki could easily dispatch it alone, or at the very least, escape, as their speed was not remarkable. However, these beasts never hunt alone, and their presence signified the existence of a pack nearby. The first to appear would likely be the Wolf King. When the Wolf King manifests before its prey, it indicates that the encirclement by the spider-eyed demon wolves has commenced. Indeed, no sooner had the Wolf King appeared than a horde of spider-eyed demon wolves began to encircle them. In terms of numbers, this pack was relatively small, consisting of approximately 30 individuals, categorizing it as a minor group within the spider-eyed demon wolf species. Thor, who had never before encountered such danger, was visibly terrified and trembling. In a panic, he grasped Loki's hand and stammered, "Loki, what should we do with so many spider-eyed demon wolves?" At this moment, Thor was still a child, and it was entirely natural for him to feel fear in such a situation. It would have been abnormal for a child to remain calm. Loki, too, had never faced such peril, yet despite his appearance as a 10-year-old, he bore the spirit of an adult, having once experienced death. He suppressed the terror within him, gripping tightly onto his longsword, as if that solitary weapon could offer him any semblance of safety in this dire moment. Loki, maintaining his composure, reassured Thor, urging him not to worry, assuring him that there would be a way out. "Stand behind me. Do not run. We shall escape, and Father will find us." At this moment, Loki could only hope that Odin would sense their peril and arrive in time. Deep down, Loki felt utterly unprepared. He had never before faced the experience of being encircled by a pack of wolves. It was only when one truly confronted such a scenario that the suffocating despair could be truly comprehended. Thus, Loki resolved to protect himself and Thor as best as he could before Odin or anyone else could arrive, refusing to falter in his duty to safeguard his younger brother. Despite the fact that this child was, in truth, his elder sibling, Loki recalled the words of the old hunter, who had described how the spider-eyed demon wolves would encircle their prey before launching a calculated attack. They would not rush in recklessly but would test the waters first, with the Wolf King orchestrating the hunt based on the prey's reactions. In the past, Loki had found the nature of the spider-eyed demon wolves amusing. How could they not simply overwhelm their foes with sheer numbers? Yet now, this very trait had become the sole lifeline he could grasp. He realized that the difference between a frenzied assault and a more measured approach by a few wolves was negligible in the face of such peril. The Wolf King observed for a moment, seemingly detecting nothing extraordinary about these two prey, and grew impatient, snorting in annoyance. Suddenly, two demon wolves emerged from the pack, and Loki gripped his sword tightly, his palms slick with sweat, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching beasts. In an instant, the two wolves lunged at him in perfect synchrony, one from the front and one from the back, one from the left and one from the right. The demon wolves sensed the danger emanating from Loki, for the sunlight glimmered ominously off his sword, casting a chilling light. As the wolves closed in, Loki swung his sword forward just as they were about 2 or 3 meters away. The left wolf leapt at his head, while the right wolf darted low, aiming to bite at Loki's legs, their teamwork impeccable. Loki raised his sword to stab at the wolf leaping towards him, while simultaneously bending his knee to collide with the approaching creature. This was the best strategy he could devise. Sustaining an injury to his leg was preferable to one to his head. The airborne wolf, deprived of leverage, had to awkwardly shift its head aside, yet its body, propelled by inertia, continued its charge toward Loki. In a flash, the sharp blade of Loki's sword gleamed as it pierced through the side of the wolf's neck. Meanwhile, the wolf charging at his legs, having swiftly altered its course, surged towards him from the side, rendering Loki's defensive maneuver futile. The wolf was now perilously close, and there was no time to withdraw the sword embedded in the other beast. Loki, in a moment of desperation, relinquished his long sword, twisting his body and delivering a powerful punch. As the magical wolf sank its teeth into his leg, his fist struck the creature's neck. Although wolves are known for their formidable resilience, the cervical region remains a critical vulnerability. With a resounding crack, Loki's fist shattered the wolf's vertebrae. Yet the beast continued to cling to his calf, its jaws slackly hanging from him. While remaining vigilant of the other wolves, Loki shook his leg to dislodge the creature, blood trickling down from the wound and soon staining his trousers crimson. "Loki, you're injured. You're bleeding," Thor exclaimed in terror, evidently shaken by the earlier events. Loki glanced at his trousers and attempted to move backward. Aside from a twinge of pain, his mobility was unaffected. He reassured Thor, "It's nothing, merely a trivial wound. Do not fear, Father will surely come to our aid." Loki cast a glance at the wolf he had previously injured, observing that it had not succumbed to its wounds, though it would not survive much longer. However, retrieving his sword was no longer an option, as the creature retreated into the pack, leaving Loki to confront the wolves unarmed. The recent setback did not deter the other magical wolves. Instead, it seemed to incite their ferocious instincts. The pack surrounded the two brothers, emitting low, ominous growls that sent shivers down the spine. From within the throng, 3 wolves emerged, lunging towards Loki, one on his left, another on his right, and a third leaping ferociously, aiming for his neck. Loki found himself unable to retreat, for Thor stood directly behind him. Any backward movement would expose Thor to the oncoming assault, endangering them both. Loki first raised his fist against the wolf targeting his neck, striking it with enough force to send it reeling back into the pack. He then swiftly thrust his right leg, delivering a kick to a wolf merely a step away, causing it to yelp and collapse to the ground. Yet, a wolf remained on his right side, and Loki had no time to react as he watched it prepare to sink its teeth into his waist. In that critical moment, just as Loki braced for the worst, a fist shot out from behind him, striking the wolf squarely on the head and sending it flying. The impact was significantly more effective than Loki's earlier blows. While the 2 wolves he had previously struck were merely injured, one incapacitated and the other still active, this latest punch had shattered the skull of the magical wolf, causing its grotesque eyes to bulge outwards. As Loki regained his senses, he glanced back at Thor. Moments ago, in a perilous situation, Thor had leaped forward from behind Loki, delivering a powerful blow that sent the ravenous wolf flying, thus saving Loki's life. "Are you not afraid?" Loki inquired, astonished. He too was drenched in sweat, having narrowly escaped a dire fate. Had the wolf's formidable jaws clamped down on him, he would have met his end. Consequently, Loki felt a profound gratitude towards Thor. "I am your brother. You are my brother. You defended me just now, and it is my duty to protect you in return. I will not allow you to come to harm," Thor declared, his countenance imbued with unwavering resolve, evidently having conquered his earlier trepidation. Indeed, what reason does a brother need to safeguard his sibling? Loki suddenly comprehended Thor's sentiments. "Well done, brother. Let us face this together, side by side, and see what these wolves can do to us," Loki remarked, meeting Thor's steadfast gaze. Now, with their backs pressed together, Loki and Thor surveyed the surrounding wolves, which had momentarily paused, bewildered by their prey's sudden surge in ferocity. However, the wolves quickly regained their composure, evidently having exhausted their patience. 10 of them surged forth from either side, intent on subduing the brothers. Witnessing this dire turn of events, Loki felt a pang of despair. Had there been 3 or 4 wolves, the brothers might have managed, but facing 10 was an insurmountable challenge. They were but mortals, without any divine means of escape, and hope for survival dwindled. As the wolves lunged at them, Loki and Thor exchanged desperate glances. Thor managed to send one wolf flying with a punch and kicked another away, yet 2 others clamped down on his calf and arm. Meanwhile, Loki fared no better, as a wolf seized his shoulder and forearm, leaving him unable to break free. Filled with despair, Loki thought to himself, "It seems I must face death once more." Regret flooded his mind. Had he known this would transpire, he would never have consented to join Thor on this venture. Chapter 7. Odin. Thor's explosive efforts proved insufficient, and the brothers could not withstand the onslaught of the spider's eye wolves. After testing their defenses, the wolves, having depleted their patience, unleashed 10 of their number to besiege the brothers. The wolves' numerical superiority was evident. The brothers were no match for the pack. After dispatching 3 or 4 wolves, the horde breached their defenses. With the relentless bites of the wolves, both brothers sustained injuries, and the perilous situation continued to escalate. At this juncture, Loki was engulfed in despair. His garments, ravaged by the wolves' attacks, had been reduced to mere rags, his body marred by ghastly wounds. Thor was not in a better predicament. His combat style was straightforward and brutal, relying solely on the force of his fists. Yet Thor's speed was lacking, and as he struck one wolf, he would often be assailed by others, rendering his situation even more dire than Loki's. As the two young warriors fought back to back, each guarded against potential attacks from behind, their backs became the only unscathed part of their bodies, surrounded by a horde of monstrous, spider-eyed wolves. These adolescents valiantly repelled the relentless onslaught, often thwarting one beast's assault only to be bitten by another on their arms or legs. After a grueling struggle to break free, they were immediately confronted with yet another wave of ferocious attacks, rendering the scene utterly harrowing and fraught with peril. For two mere teenagers, this scenario embodied despair itself, leaving no glimmer of hope for survival. Yet, Loki and Thor's resilience to withstand such dire circumstances was a testament to the unique constitution of the Asgardians, coupled with their extraordinary talents. Just as the brothers found themselves steeped in desperation, poised to surrender, a radiant beam of golden light suddenly descended from the direction of the Golden Palace of Asgard. In a realm devoid of day and night, where the brightness was akin to perpetual daylight, the emergence of such a light in the sky would typically go unnoticed. However, when this golden illumination appeared, it seemed as though all existence was eclipsed by its brilliance. The speed of the light was unparalleled, creating a shimmering golden thread in the sky, one end tethered to the distant palace of Asgard, the other arriving at the feet of Loki and Thor. As the golden light touched the ground, it transformed into a commanding figure clad in golden armor, crowned with a golden helm. Draped in a cloak reminiscent of the evening sky, and wielding a long spear, a one-eyed elder radiating authority. The moment this venerable figure manifested, it felt as though the light of the entire world dimmed, leaving only his presence aglow, as he became the very epicenter of existence, exuding boundless majesty and wisdom that evoked instinctive reverence. This illustrious being was none other than Odin, the sovereign of Asgard, the All-Father of the Aesir, ruler of the 9 realms, and father to Loki and Thor. The spear he bore was Gungnir, a legendary artifact forged from the trunk of the World Tree, imbued with precious materials by masterful dwarven artisans. Odin cast a glance at Loki and Thor, who were battered and bloodied from the wolf attacks, and his fury ignited. Centered in the heavens, a tempest erupted around him, forming a swirling cloud vortex directly above. Its intensity felt throughout the entire Sumer mountain range. The oppressive atmosphere silenced the monstrous beasts of the mountain. With a slight elevation of Gungnir, Odin brought it crashing down with tremendous force. The resounding impact reverberated throughout the cosmos, becoming the singular sound that filled the expanse. In that moment, the spider-eyed wolves froze in place, including those that had been gnawing at Loki and Thor, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Only Loki and Thor remained unaffected, gazing in awe at the extraordinary spectacle before them. Then, a gust of wind swept through, akin to ethereal smoke, scattering the spider-eyed wolves into oblivion. Yes, they vanished entirely. It was as if he had never existed in this world, vanishing into nothingness under Odin's enigmatic power. Were it not for the bloodied wounds shared between himself and Thor, Loki might have believed that all that had transpired was mere illusion. This force surpassed Loki's comprehension. Even the films of his past life had failed to portray Odin's might. From mere fragments of conversation, Loki could envision Odin's formidable strength. He had presumed Odin to be immensely powerful, for how else could one reign supreme across the 9 realms? Yet, he realized he had underestimated him. Odin's power transcended any understanding he possessed. A mere expression of anger could invoke cataclysmic changes in the world, stirring tempests and upheaval. With a mere gesture of his spear, he rendered the formidable Fenris wolf powerless, scattering it like leaves in the wind. Loki had never fathomed that a single individual's power could reach such heights. He believed this strength to be beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals, elevating it to a realm that belonged to true divinity. Odin was genuinely enraged this time, for a moment of negligence nearly cost him both sons and jeopardized Asgard's future. Since the betrayal of his eldest daughter, Hela, Odin had regarded his remaining children with utmost importance. Despite Loki being adopted, even as the offspring of the enemy frost giants, Odin viewed him as part of Asgard's future, treating him and Thor equally. Odin understood the passage of time. He had lived long enough and was aware that his time was limited. Loki and Thor were his chosen heirs, the future of Asgard, and he could not allow any harm to come to them. Aware of the lurking threats from enemies eager to target his sons, Odin typically exercised great caution in their protection. Yet today, due to a moment's carelessness and the false sense of security within Asgard, he had neglected to provide them with guards. The two children ventured to the Beast Mountains on their own, encountering peril. Had he not intervened in time, they might have found themselves devoured by the wolf. Odin gazed at Thor, who bowed his head in shame, and Loki, who looked at him in astonishment. With a resigned wave of his hand, a radiant light enveloped both of them, and astonishingly, their wounds began to heal at an observable pace, akin to withered trees blossoming anew. In no time, not a trace of injury remained, their skin unblemished, devoid of scars or blood. Only their tattered garments bore witness to the reality that had unfolded, dispelling any notion of it being a dream. With another sweeping gesture, a golden light enveloped Thor and Loki, and together they vanished from sight. Chapter 8. My desire to learn magic. The architecture of Asgard was predominantly constructed of gold, and without the distinctions of day and night, it radiated with a luminous brilliance, exuding an air of grandeur and magnificence at every moment. In Asgard, there exists but a single palace worthy of the title Golden Palace, which is none other than Odin's own abode. This Golden Palace stands as the very heart of Asgard, where Odin, seated upon the exalted throne each day, attends to the affairs of the 9 realms, governing them with unparalleled authority. Loki, having frequented this splendid palace before, finds himself no stranger to its grandeur. Yet, each encounter with the Golden Palace, the exalted throne, and Odin himself ignites a profound sense of awe within him. The Golden Palace, the pinnacle of Asgardian architecture, towers majestically, resembling a colossal sword piercing the heavens, its tip lost among the clouds. At its apex resides Odin's exalted throne, from which he surveys the entirety of Asgard. Adorned with a helm of eagle feathers, clad in golden armor, and wielding the formidable spear Gungnir, Odin embodies absolute power. His ring, Draupnir, symbolizes boundless wealth, said to replicate itself every 9 days, yielding 8 identical rings, thus representing infinite riches within Norse mythology. The exalted throne itself epitomizes supreme authority, granting Odin the ability to gaze upon all 9 realms from its heights. In a previous life, Loki marveled at the grandeur of Egypt's pyramids, the Tower of Babel, and China's Great Wall and Forbidden City, pondering the illustrious histories of empires under the rule of Qin Shi Huang and Emperor Wu of Han. However, in this moment, he recognizes the narrowness of his past perspective, realizing that the splendors of Earth pale in comparison to the vastness of the universe, akin to a mere drop in the ocean, failing to stir the waters. When compared to Odin, there exists no true parallel. Odin himself is the embodiment of strength, wealth, and power, the king of the Aesir gods, his divine essence encompassing prophecy, sovereignty, wisdom, healing, magic, poetry, warfare, and death. He reigns over the 9 realms, commanding the most convenient cosmic passageway, the Bifrost, enabling him to instantaneously transport his armies to any location within the realms and launch an assault. Typically, perched upon Odin's shoulders are 2 ravens, while at his feet lie 2 wolves. The ravens, Hugin and Munin, embark daily from Asgard, traversing the realms to gather intelligence on the happenings within the 9 kingdoms, returning to report their findings to Odin, thereby facilitating his governance. These ravens serve as Odin's vigilant eyes, patrolling the realms. The wolves, Jerry and Freki, are said to exist for Odin's protection, having accompanied him in battle since his youth, their lifespans extending beyond reckoning. Yet, Loki contemplates the necessity of such formidable guardians for one as powerful as Odin. In this vast universe, few could rival Odin's might. Should any such entities seek to challenge him, the presence of 2 wolves would likely prove inconsequential. Loki surmised that the 2 wolves had been raised by Odin for an extended period. Odin had lived so long that few contemporaries remained, and these 2 wolves had accompanied him since their youth, forming a bond that led Odin to allow them to accompany him daily. However, today, both the ravens and the wolves were absent from the Golden Palace. The ravens might be out scouting the 9 realms for Odin, yet to return. As for Gilly and Kaliki, they were likely the targets of Odin's ire and had been sent away, especially after his sons had nearly fallen victim to the monstrous spider-eyed wolves. Loki perceived the situation similarly to a parent whose child had been bitten by a dog. Upon returning home, one might view their own dog with disdain, expressing their displeasure through a kick or 2. After all, love for one's home often equates to disdain for its faults. Odin observed his 2 children standing in the hall, one with his head bowed, unwilling to meet his gaze, and the other wearing an innocent expression while surreptitiously signaling to the goddess Frigg. He couldn't help but reflect on whether he had been too stern with them, leading to their reluctance to interact, perhaps even a tinge of fear. In contrast, they seemed to be more affectionate towards Frigg. Odin surveyed Loki's innocent countenance and Thor's fearful demeanor, feeling a sense of helplessness. He understood his children well enough to know that neither brought him peace of mind. One was charmingly delicate, yet lacked common sense, acting impulsively without regard for consequences. The other, though intelligent, was cunning. While he feigned obedience and understanding, his capacity for trouble was no less than that of his sibling. Though he often managed to evade punishment or shifted the blame onto others, Loki continued to signal to Frigg, hoping she would intercede on his behalf to spare him from retribution. Yet this time, Frigg was less accommodating than before, pointedly ignoring his furtive glances. Usually of a gentle disposition, Frigg was now irate. But more so, she was filled with trepidation. When Odin returned with Loki and Thor, their pitiful state stirred a pang of sorrow within her. However, upon learning of the events that transpired, her feelings shifted to fear and anxiety. According to Odin, had they delayed even slightly longer, the two children would have met a gruesome fate at the jaws of the wolves. Even as the All-Father, Odin could not resurrect life at whim. Doing so required an exorbitant price, even for two 10-year-olds. The implications of such a situation were too vast, and a single misstep could lead to unpredictable calamities for Asgard. Frigg never anticipated that the two children would venture into the mountains of Sumir on their own. Though Thor's reckless nature made it difficult for her to admonish him, she was alarmed to see Loki, who usually appeared so mature and composed, engaging in such folly, nearly falling prey to the spider-eyed wolves. How could she not be apprehensive, determined to impart a lesson to both, ensuring they would remember this incident? Thus, she chose to disregard Loki's incessant signals. Just as Loki pondered why Frigg was ignoring him, Odin's authoritative voice resonated throughout the hall, addressing the two below. Thor. Loki, why did you venture into the mountains of Sumir without permission? Upon hearing Odin's inquiry, Loki noticed that Frigga remained indifferent to the situation, prompting him to lower his gaze and discreetly tug at the silent Thor standing beside him. Thor promptly recalled the events, stepping forward to address Odin. Father, it was my desire to hunt in the Beast Mountains that led me to seek Loki's companionship. I insisted he accompany me, and so the events unfolded. Thor proceeded to recount the details, emphasizing that it was indeed he who had compelled Loki to join him, and that he had taken two long swords from the armory. There was no denying it. When Odin came to their rescue, he discovered the sword lodged in the wolf's neck. Ultimately, Thor admitted to disregarding advice and ventured deep into the grasslands. The crux of the matter was that it was Thor's actions that had brought them into this predicament, and Loki was merely a victim of his coercion, despite having urged Thor against the venture. Internally, Loki gave Thor a silent thumbs up, thinking to himself, what a true brother you are, boldly facing the multitude's scorn, yet willingly bearing the blame. Your selflessness in accepting the blame will make it difficult for me to tease you in the future, and I might feel guilty for it. Such reflections crossed Loki's mind on numerous occasions, yet he still found himself unable to resist the urge to prank, believing that the blame should rest where it rightfully belonged. He often lamented that he never intended for things to go this way. At that moment, the cosmic laws seemed to designate him as the trickster god of the Aesir. Indeed, there was a peculiar satisfaction in outsmarting the legendary Thor. These thoughts were fleeting, for once Thor had finished speaking, Loki stepped forward with alacrity, readily admitting his fault. He bowed his head to Odin, saying, I am sorry, father. I should not have accompanied my brother to the Sumir Mountains. It is entirely my fault for not dissuading him, and I ask that you do not blame him. Punish me instead. Accepting blame required not only the willingness of the one bearing it, but also the effort to acknowledge one's own errors. Allowing Odin to recognize that Loki was not at fault, he was merely coerced by his brother, thus ensuring that the burden of blame would be accepted with conviction. Odin gazed at Loki, who was admitting his fault, pondering whether his youngest son was perhaps a bit too shameless. However, he concluded that the future of Asgard could not be entrusted to one solely driven by muscle, nor to one consumed by cunning. These two must learn to collaborate to uphold Asgard's future. Odin understood that while the essence of the events was not entirely flawed, the narratives presented by both sons held discrepancies. Thor had indeed wished to hunt in the Sumir Mountains and informed Loki of his intentions. Loki, desiring to go as well but fearing retribution, had initially hesitated before ultimately joining. The subsequent events aligned closely with their accounts. Odin couldn't help but marvel at his youngest son, noting the cleverness in his calculations regarding potential punishment and the strategies he had prepared in advance, while his eldest son remained blissfully naive. After contemplating for a moment, Odin addressed the two. Thor, You have recklessly encouraged your brother to venture into the Sumer Mountains and face danger as a result. You are to be confined for 3 days to reflect on your actions. Do you have any objections? Solemnly, Thor addressed Odin. No problem, father. Loki, familiar with the confinement chamber, recalled having entered it himself, a room enclosed by walls on all sides, devoid of windows or doors. Indeed, there were no doors. Entry relied solely on magic. Loki found himself oblivious to the location of this so-called room for reflection. Once inside, one was met with silence and devoid of any means to pass the time. Thus, time became the most arduous aspect of the experience. It was a challenge that most individuals would find unbearable. Loki believed that if he were to remain there for 3 days, he would surely lose his sanity. Odin then turned to the seemingly innocent Loki and remarked, upon reflection, Loki, you have performed admirably this time. In the face of danger, you displayed courage and even thought of protecting your loved ones. You have done well. As such, I, your father, shall grant you a single request. What is it that you desire? Loki felt a sense of inevitability that he would be sent to the chamber of reflection, yet instead of punishment, he was met with an unexpected boon. Even though Odin was his father, it was uncommon for him to make demands, as Odin typically practiced a hands-off approach to parenting. After some contemplation, Loki earnestly replied, Father, I wish to learn magic. Chapter 9, The Temple of Enlightenment, Part 1. To the inhabitants of Earth, magic is an enigmatic force. Influenced by myriad films, many young individuals dream of encountering extraordinary adventures and acquiring magical abilities, envisioning themselves wielding powers such as time travel, fire manipulation, and flight. However, for the majority, this mysterious power remains out of reach. Of course, this holds true only for Earth. For the people of Asgard, magic is far from mysterious. The denizens of Asgard possess, to varying degrees, a familiarity with magic. Yet, Asgardians are not solely reliant on magic. Their technological advancements are equally remarkable. With a rich history and prolonged lifespans, Asgardians have continually honed their magical and martial skills to enhance their prowess. However, throughout the ages, they recognized that while magic and combat skills could augment individual abilities, they often encountered limitations. Thus, they began to explore various technologies to address their shortcomings, further amplifying their strength. Consequently, while Asgardians pursued the study of magic and martial arts, they simultaneously advanced their technological research. As a result, their technological prowess is equally formidable, placing them among the foremost in the universe. Upon reaching a certain age, all Asgardian children are required to enter an academy to study magic, martial arts, technology, universal languages, and a myriad of other subjects. Knowledge in Asgard is accessible, allowing anyone to partake in learning. To graduate from the academy, one must excel in at least one discipline, enabling them to pursue various roles, including military service. Those who cannot graduate from the academy are not permitted to join the military. There exists no distinction between nobility and commoners in Asgard, creating an environment where anyone with the desire to learn can acquire knowledge. It is precisely this facet that contributes to Asgard's burgeoning strength and the proliferation of talent, enabling the conquest of the 9 realms and facilitating Odin's effective governance of the 9 kingdoms. In the realm of the previous Life-S film, Loki pondered how a divine kingdom capable of conquering the 9 realms could possess merely a handful of felines. Aside from Odin's family and the presence of Hel, the rest were rather feeble. It was astonishing that a mere Hela nearly brought about the ruin of Asgard. Indeed, while Hela's might was formidable, Asgard surely possessed some resilience to withstand such a threat. In Loki's eyes, even in the absence of Odin, Asgard was not a place to be trifled with. Its depths were profound, a mystery that even Loki himself had yet to fully comprehend. From Odin's perspective, both the Aesir and Vanir clans belonged to Asgard, and despite the Vanir having relocated eons ago, they remained his children. The enhancement of their abilities was essential for the prosperity of their home. Thus, in Asgard, it was customary for children to enter the academy upon reaching a certain age. Similarly, the Vanir children, upon turning 16, were mandated to attend the Asgardian Academy, and only upon passing their assessments could they graduate. Graduating with distinction allowed them to join the military or engage in commerce, and the most exceptional among them could ascend to divine positions. For instance, the sun god Freyr and the god of war Tyr were distinguished graduates of Odin's academy, one emerging as the leader of the Vanir and the other as a general in the Asgardian army, having accrued countless accolades during the wars of the 9 realms. However, Loki and Thor were still too young to meet the age requirement for admission into Odin's academy. According to regulations, they would be eligible to enter the academy in 6 years, at the age of 16, and would continue their studies until graduation was acknowledged. Loki had long harbored a desire to master the arcane arts, captivated by the allure of such mystical power. Yet, due to his youth, he found himself unable to pursue formal education, leaving him bereft of opportunity. Initially, Loki was not particularly anxious, as he anticipated his admission to Odin's academy at 16, affording him ample time to learn magic and various other disciplines. Thus, although he yearned for strength, the protection offered by Odin rendered him untroubled. No one could harm him in Asgard. However, following the incident with the spider-eyed wolves, his composure faltered. Loki had never anticipated being wounded under the threat of such creatures, nearly losing his life in the process. In reflection, he realized that he had grown too complacent. A saying from his past echoed in his mind: "Weakness is indeed a sin." Had he possessed greater power or mastery of magic, he would not have suffered grievous injuries from a mere handful of wolves, effortlessly dispatching them instead. You may wonder why Loki chose not to hone martial skills. The answer is rather evident. He desired to appear impressive. The notion of conjuring a fireball with a mere flick of the wrist or opening a portal at will, permitting him to trample his foes while remaining untouched, was undeniably appealing. The ability to traverse to any desired location, warming himself with a fireball in the winter chill or enjoying a refreshing breeze in the summer heat, was an enchanting fantasy, albeit one that resided purely within Loki's imagination. However, if Loki were to wield a mighty hammer to strike others, he would feel that such an act does not align with his essence. In his previous life, while indulging in games, he had never favored such a role. He consistently opted for the warlock class, versatile in both offense and defense, adept at securing kills, and excelling in long-range control. To brandish a colossal hammer like a barbarian would be to ruin his character, wouldn't it? It lacks elegance. Moreover, he could not usurp his brother Thor's domain. If he were to swing a hammer akin to Thor's, there could not be two gods of hammers, could there? Odin would surely be troubled by such a notion. After much contemplation, Loki concluded that magic suited him best. He was destined to be a ranged warlock. At most, he would study some martial skills alongside his magical studies, provided he did not transform into a fragile melee fighter devoid of strength. While watching films in his previous life, Loki often found himself dissatisfied with certain portrayals. Why, when one possesses magic, would one choose to engage in combat? Take the Ancient One, the supreme sorceress of Earth, who preferred to strike her foes with a fan, exhibiting remarkable finesse with a folding fan. Doctor Strange, on the other hand, favored a whip. While Loki's portrayal was even more exaggerated, despite being hailed as the foremost sorcerer across the 9 realms, he was depicted as a dagger-wielding assassin. Such characters squandered their magical prowess in favor of physical confrontations, resulting in one being swiftly dispatched by the traitor Caecilius and his minions, while another frequently found himself battered and bruised from negotiating with foes. Were it not for the protagonist's aura, they would have perished countless times. As for Loki in the films, a fragile sorcerer attempting to assassinate Thanos only to fail miserably and be easily crushed by his overwhelming power. Thus, the greatest sorcerer of the 9 realms met an untimely demise. Loki realized he must never engage in such foolishness. Each profession carries its own responsibilities. A warlock must embody the essence of a warlock, absolutely refraining from physical confrontation with enemies, and employing his strengths to overcome their weaknesses is the rightful course of action. Of course, mastering some martial skills is still necessary. What if he encounters an adversary with high magic resistance who closes in on him? He cannot simply stand idly by. Thus, acquiring some martial skills remains essential, if only to ensure he does not fall prey to a being like Thanos. Odin scrutinized Loki, taken aback by the request he had made. He had not anticipated Loki would propose such a demand, momentarily rendered speechless. After granting Loki the opportunity to voice a request, Odin pondered what it might be. In his view, despite Loki's cleverness, he was still just a 10-year-old child. What could a 10-year-old possibly ask for? Perhaps a request to attend a play, or to acquire some toys, simple trifles. He recalled the last time Frigga took the 2 children to the trading district. Thor had purchased a toy sword for Loki, while Loki had gifted him a luminous crystal pendant. Such desires are typical for children, driven by playfulness and curiosity. Even if Loki were to ask for a spaceship, Odin would not find it peculiar. After all, he is but a child. However, Odin was taken aback by Loki's unexpected desire to learn magic. Wasn't it a common truth that children generally despise the rigors of education? After all, whether it be martial skills or the arcane arts, the process of learning was often tedious and uninviting. Had it not been for Odin's decree that these subjects were mandatory in the academy, how many children would willingly choose to study them? Moreover, By the time Loki reached the appropriate age, he would naturally enter the academy to acquire knowledge of magic and other subjects. Delaying this pursuit by a few years seemed entirely unnecessary. Odin's thoughts flitted through his mind as he glanced down at Loki, who was gazing up at him with eager anticipation. Curiously, he inquired, "Loki, what has sparked your sudden interest in magic? You must understand that the study of magic can be quite monotonous. Would you not prefer that your mother or I accompany you to the trading district to purchase your favorite toys?" At that moment, it was imperative for Loki to avoid claiming that he wished to learn magic merely to show off, lest he incur Odin's wrath. Thus, with a calm demeanor, Loki responded, "Father, my desire to learn magic is rooted in my wish to protect Asgard, to safeguard myself, and to shield those I hold dear. As a prince of Asgard, the son of Odin, I felt utterly powerless when confronted by the monstrous wolf spiders. This realization of my own inadequacy has compelled me to pursue the study of magic. As for the tedium, I believe I possess the fortitude to endure it." Odin regarded Loki with astonishment as he articulated his reasons, pondering the profound impact of the recent wolf spider incident. He realized that he had been remiss in paying sufficient attention to this younger son, failing to truly understand him. However, he resolved to be more observant in the future. In Odin's eyes, regardless of the circumstances, Loki's ambition was commendable and worthy of encouragement. After considering Loki's reasoning, Odin nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that he could not discourage his child's aspirations. "Very well, my son," Odin declared. "I shall grant your request. You may study magic alongside your mother, but you must not abandon your studies halfway. Since my child is so driven to protect Asgard, I, as your father, cannot be overly stingy. Therefore, 3 days hence, we shall open the Temple of Enlightenment." Chapter 10, The Temple of Enlightenment, Part 2, 3 days later. The Temple of Enlightenment was unveiled, and Loki and Thor entered to inherit divine power. Odin's authoritative voice reverberated throughout the vast hall. "Father, you mentioned that the temple would open in 3 days. Are you allowing us to enter?" Loki asked incredulously. Beside him, Thor and Queen Frigga wore equally astonished expressions. Their astonishment was well-founded, for the news Odin had just announced was nothing short of astounding. It was akin to presenting 2 10-year-old children with the choice of their preferred firearms. How could such a revelation not be shocking? The Asgardians were regarded as a divine race across the cosmos, not solely due to their might, but because they wielded the powers of various deities, thunder, fire, storms, and even the forces of harvest, illness, and hope. This mastery of divine power was what earned them the title of gods. The Asgardians' ability to command such powers was fundamentally linked to the Temple of Enlightenment. The Temple of Enlightenment and the Hall of Valor represented 2 facets of Asgard, one embodying its past, and the other symbolizing its future. The 2 most significant locations in all of Asgard are the Hall of Valhalla and the Hall of Genesis. Loki has never ventured into Valhalla, nor does Odin permit Loki and Thor to approach its sacred grounds. However, all Asgardians are aware of its existence. It is said that Valhalla serves as the grand hall where Odin receives the souls of the fallen, overseen by the Valkyries, his handmaidens and goddesses of fate, who report directly to Odin. When battle commences, the Valkyries transform into ethereal white swans, soaring across the battlefield in search of the noble spirits of slain Asgardian warriors, guiding them into Valhalla. There, they engage in combat drills by day and revelry by night, eagerly anticipating the moment they can once again emerge from Valhalla to fight for Asgard and Odin. To enter Valhalla is a mark of honor, a place every Asgardian warrior aspires to reach in death. The Hall of Genesis, however, is under the direct dominion of Odin. Entry requires Odin himself to unlock its gates. As it is the birthplace of the deities of Asgard, those chosen to enter receive Odin's blessing, gaining acknowledgement of the divine seed of power, a concept revered amongst Asgardians as divinity itself. Once recognized, they are deemed worthy of becoming gods. There exist 2 paths to become such a chosen individual. One may excel academically within the academy, achieving outstanding results to earn Odin's permission to enter the Hall of Genesis, exemplified by Frey, the sun god of the Vanir. Alternatively, one may accrue valor on the battlefield, demonstrating unwavering loyalty to Odin and Asgard, as exemplified by the god of war, Tyr. Only through these 2 avenues may one gain Odin's recognition and enter the Hall of Genesis. Yet, not all who enter the Hall of Genesis will obtain the divine seed of power. If one fails to resonate with the seed, they will not receive its acknowledgement, and thus lack the qualifications to ascend to divinity. Each denizen of the divine realm is granted but a single opportunity in their lifetime to enter the Hall of Genesis and attain divinity. However, even if they do not receive the divine seed's recognition, Asgardians remain unconcerned and devoid of jealousy towards those who do. In their eyes, there are myriad ways to strengthen oneself, be it through martial prowess or magic, both of which can be cultivated through diligent study. Even technological innovations, when wielded adeptly, can unleash formidable power. Should one reach a certain level of strength, they may attain godhood through their own merits, rivaling or even surpassing the might of ordinary deities. Thus, every Asgardian entering the Hall of Genesis harbors the hope of receiving the divine seed, yet understands that if they do not, they can still empower themselves through the mastery of magic or combat skills. A notable example is Guldveig, the Witch of the Vanir, who, through her dedication to magic, has become one of the most formidable beings among the pantheon, reputed to be immortal. Loki had never doubted his prospects of entering the Hall of Divinity. As the Prince of Asgard and the son of Odin. What? An adopted son? Nonsense. An adopted son is still a son. Odin would surely pave a way for him to gain entry. However, whether he could earn the recognition of the divine seed was something Loki felt uncertain about. He believed that due to the blood of frost giants coursing through his veins, it would be rather challenging to gain such acknowledgement. Nevertheless, despite this self-doubt, Loki harbored a deep yearning for the divine seed. He thought to himself, one must always have dreams. Who knows? They might just come true. Loki speculated that if he were indeed to obtain the divine seed, it would most likely manifest as the power of frost, given his lineage of frost giants. Yet, he recalled hearing in a past life that Loki was considered the god of fire, though that seemed implausible. Could events unfold in the manner Loki envisioned? He theorized that the so-called divinity, represented by the divine seed, resembled a genetic key. When a successor possesses certain unique genetic fragments, like Odin bequeathing the gene of thunder to Thor, this would resonate with the divine seed, allowing Thor to embody the power of the thunder god. It was not the divine seed that granted Thor this strength, but rather Thor's inherent affinity for thunder. The divine seed merely served as an unlocking key. Others, lacking such genetic attributes, could not resonate with the divine seed and, consequently, could not attain divine power. Of course, since my child desires to grow stronger and protect Asgard, as a father and the king of Asgard, how could I be stingy? Loki, do you think your father is difficult to approach and miserly? Odin jested with his usually solemn younger son, who looked puzzled. Certainly not, father. You are a great ruler and an even greater father, Loki quickly praised, acutely aware of the precious opportunity at hand. If Odin were to reconsider and deny his request, where would he find solace? In truth, Odin's agreement to allow Loki to study magic and to open the Hall of Divinity for both of them was merely a fraction of the reasons behind his decision. Odin had his own considerations. As the all-father of the gods and the king of Asgard, Odin's divine essence encompassed prophecy, kingship, wisdom, healing, magic, poetry, war, and death, all while possessing the all-seeing eye. With this eye, Odin had long foreseen Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, and his own demise. Yet, he was unperturbed, feeling that he had lived long enough, so long that he had lost count of the years. Death, to him, was a form of liberation. Moreover, he was not unprepared for Ragnarok. The Hall of Heroes he established was meant to confront that very day, where the resurrected warriors would once again fight for Asgard. Naturally, Odin had not disclosed the matter of Ragnarok to anyone. However, recently, Odin has suddenly sensed that the time of Ragnarok is drawing near. The all-seeing eye perceives with increasing clarity the rampant flames consuming the land of Asgard, while the legendary black dragon Nidhogg, a symbol of oblivion, soars through the skies of Asgard. He envisions his own demise amidst the inferno. Odin observes Thor wielding his mighty hammer, alongside Loki clad in robes of a sorcerer, as they valiantly resist the invading foes. Yet, the enemies are countless, overwhelming the duo in a relentless tide. Odin does not fear death, yet he is loath to witness the decline of Asgard. Thus, he believes it imperative to cultivate two formidable heirs. Although the all-seeing eye reveals Thor's strength, it remains insufficient to uphold the future of Asgard. Consequently, Odin feels the necessity for transformation. He must ensure that the heirs he has chosen grow powerful enough to confront Ragnarok. Despite the bleakness of hope, he recognizes that even a modicum of strength could alter the outcome when the twilight of the gods arrives. After much contemplation, Odin resolves to activate the Hall of Awakening, allowing them to merge with the seeds of divine power and embark on the path of divinity. Whether they will earn the seed's recognition is a thought Odin has never entertained. Should it come to pass, he could always employ his own power to forcibly aid their fusion, with the only cost being his descent into a prolonged slumber. Throughout the ages, Odin has often had to enter such a slumber to prevent his strength from waning. Thus, when Loki beseeches Odin to learn the arcane arts, Odin readily consents, permitting Loki to apprentice under the goddess Frigga, the most potent sorceress among the gods, second only to the witch Gullveig. Odin believes that as long as he can enhance the prowess of Loki and Thor, he will acquiesce to any of their requests. He understands that upon his death, enemies once intimidated by his authority will rise like carp leaping across a river, seeking vengeance upon Asgard. Therefore, for the sake of Asgard's future, his heirs must possess formidable strength. As the god-king of Asgard, he must consider the realm's future and ensure it does not spiral into ruin due to his demise. Now, return and prepare. We shall activate the Hall of Awakening in 3 days, Odin declared, concluding the discourse with finality. With a wave of his hand, Thor, who stood beside Loki, vanished, certainly to face his punishment. Even with the hall set to open in 3 days, Odin had no intention of rescinding the discipline. It was likely that Thor would emerge just in time for the activation. Odin cast a glance at the contemplative Loki and waved his hand, signaling Frigga to escort him away. This left Odin alone upon the exalted throne. Suddenly, the wolves, Jerry and Freki, emerged from some unknown corner, resuming their slumber at Odin's feet. After a moment of silence, Odin murmured, "Ragnarok, is it?" Chapter 11, The Hall of Awakening, Part 3. 3 days swiftly passed, and soon the day arrived when Odin had decided to open the Hall of Awakening. The punishment of Thor has concluded, and he has been released. Upon encountering Thor, Loki was momentarily taken aback by the appearance of his brother, who had just emerged from solitary confinement. Loki often referred to the confinement chamber as the White Room, for it was nothing but 4 stark white walls, devoid of windows, with entry facilitated solely by magical portals. This made Loki ponder the conveniences afforded by Asgardian magic and advanced technology, which ensured that the sealed environment would not suffocate or deprive its inhabitants of oxygen. Moreover, the Asgardians possessed a unique physiology. Had a mere earthling been confined within such a space for an extended period, they would likely succumb to snow blindness. However, the Asgardians never considered this issue, as biologically, they were a more evolved and robust race compared to humans. Loki himself had once been subjected to the White Room as a form of punishment, thus he understood the discomfort of such confinement. Within that stark space, there was nothing but a bed, no companionship, no means of distraction. Time became the most arduous aspect of existence. Prolonged isolation could truly drive one to madness, yet in Asgard, with its blend of technology and magic, even madness could be remedied. Thus, Odin never contemplated the implications of confining a child under 10 years of age. He believed that the White Room served to fortify a warrior's resolve and cultivate mental fortitude. Therefore, to be placed in the White Room could not merely be deemed punishment. It was more akin to training. Although Loki found this reasoning somewhat unconvincing, he recognized that Odin's authority was absolute. And as he had learned in his past life on Earth, those in power dictate the narrative. Nevertheless, upon seeing Thor once more, Loki was again taken aback. The once bright, wide eyes of his brother now appeared slightly bloodshot, and his dirty little face, coupled with a uniquely styled head of hair, spoke volumes of the suffering he had endured. This caused Loki to reflect. It seemed that confinement was not merely a peculiar practice of Earth, but a universal phenomenon. It was far more effective than on Earth, where prolonged confinement necessitated psychological counseling, while here, a mere enchantment could resolve all issues. From a distance, Thor spotted Loki and rushed towards him, embracing his brother's arm as if they were long-lost siblings. "Loki, we were supposed to face this together. Why did Father confine only me and not allow you to accompany me?" he lamented, displaying a remarkable sense of grievance for not being confined alongside Loki. Hearing Thor's audacious complaint, Loki immediately shook off his brother's embrace, thinking to himself, "Why should I have accompanied you? Aren't you aware of the reasons for your solitary confinement? How utterly deranged to wish for your brother to share in your downfall." Though these thoughts raced through his mind, he refrained from voicing them, knowing that this would lead to an endless quarrel. Instead, he responded, "Have you forgotten our prior agreement? Furthermore, your punishment was decreed by Father. Perhaps you should inquire why you alone were confined." Upon hearing that he should inquire with Odin, Thor grimaced and replied, "Perhaps it is best to forego that." Odin, known for his solemn demeanor and his formidable presence as the king of Asgard, instilled a sense of trepidation in both Thor and Loki. However, they shared a closer bond with the goddess Frigga. Thus, when Thor was advised to approach Odin, he immediately felt disheartened. After a moment of silence, he seemed to remember something and turned to Loki, saying, "Loki, let us venture once more to the Summer Mountains. We left behind those bouncing sheep the other day when Father summoned us. I promise this time, we shall only hunt two from the outskirts and not venture deeper." Upon hearing this, Loki took a couple of steps back, still haunted by the previous encounter with the wolf pack. You seek to endanger me again. Truly, you are a source of trouble. If you wish to go, do so alone. I shan't accompany you. Last time, you nearly got me killed and almost landed me in that White House. How can you not learn from your mistakes? At the mention of the White House, Loki's expression soured. Indeed, it was quite unbearable within those confines. I was nearly in tears. But Loki, you mustn't divulge this to anyone. Loki, amused, turned to tease Thor. Remember, Thor, do not let your current suffering in the White House torment you. For the tribulations you endure now are but preparation for even greater challenges ahead. Frigga, observing the playful banter between the two, was taken aback. Shouldn't you be offering me comfort instead? This is not what I expected, thought Thor, feeling perplexed. Loki glanced at Frigga, who was watching him with an expression of resigned amusement, evidently having overheard his previous remarks, and quickly lowered his gaze. Frigga then interrupted their exchange, directing them. Thor, you have just returned. Quickly change your attire and tidy yourself up. I shall take you both to your father shortly. Today, he will unveil the Hall of Awakening for you. And Loki, do wash your face as well. Realizing the significance of the day, Loki hastily complied, blaming Thor for distracting him with frivolities that nearly made him forget their important engagement. Truly unforgivable. Perhaps he deserves a little punishment, Loki mused to himself. After washing his face, Thor emerged to engage in light conversation with Frigga, just as Loki finished preparing. Once refreshed and attired, Thor had reverted to his adorable golden-haired youthfulness. Spotting Loki and Frigga in conversation, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he rushed over, seizing Loki's arm. Loki, resigned, allowed himself to be pulled along. What is it with this child? Why does he insist on grabbing my arm? Such behavior was never mentioned in any film from my past life. Thankfully, he is but 10 years old. I forgive him this time. Were he an adult with a scruffy beard, I would not hesitate to retaliate. My arms are meant for embracing lovely maidens, Loki thought, lost in his own whimsical reflections. Thor grasped Loki's arm and inquired, Loki, do you think we will gain the recognition of the divine power seeds? If we do, what attributes do you believe they might possess? Loki, at a loss for words, remained silent, while Thor continued to ramble. Loki, I hope to receive a seed of thunder or fire attributes. They would appear quite magnificent. Wouldn't you agree? However, I certainly do not wish for anything related to wind or water. Those sound rather unappealing, don't you think? What about you? What attributes do you desire? It's so bothersome. With a resigned tone, Loki replied, you will get what you wish for, trust me. Really? Loki asked, his voice tinged with excitement. As Freya noticed that Thor had completed his preparations, she stood up with the intention of escorting the two to Odin's golden palace. Loki observed as Freya casually inscribed a magical circle, opening a portal through which he could even glimpse Odin seated upon the supreme throne. The distance felt negligible. Witnessing Freya open the portal strengthened Loki's resolve to learn magic, as this ability was remarkably convenient. He contemplated to himself that upon their return from the Temple of Awakening, he would diligently study magic under the guidance of the goddess Freya. After all, in his previous life, the cinematic portrayal of Loki was known as the foremost sorcerer of the 9 realms. He certainly could not afford to be inferior to that. Gazing at Odin upon the supreme throne, Loki felt a surge of curiosity. Did Odin not find it uncomfortable to sit there every day? It was hard to fathom that he did not venture out for leisure. The supreme throne, forged of gold or some other metal, lacked even a cushion. Could one endure such a rigid seat for so long without suffering from ailments? Loki mused that if he were to become the king of Asgard, he would undoubtedly replace that throne with a sofa-style seat. Such an unforgiving arrangement seemed hardly bearable. Only Odin, having sat there for countless years, could remain oblivious to its discomfort. Loki, harboring a mischievous thought, knew better than to voice such musings aloud. Nor would he be foolish enough to inquire of Odin about the discomfort of his throne or the potential for hemorrhoids. Should he dare ask, he might find himself in a predicament, likely incurring Odin's wrath. As Freya stepped through the portal leading to the Golden Palace, Loki and Thor closely followed her into the majestic hall. Upon their arrival, Loki and Thor promptly approached Odin, bowing respectfully and addressing him as father. Odin glanced at his wife and 2 children, nodding in acknowledgement. Observing his offspring, Odin felt a sense of satisfaction. One was his biological son, brimming with reckless passion and embodying the quintessential Asgardian spirit, while the other, his adopted son, appeared mature and composed, yet harbored a fair share of jealousy. Odin believed that their contrasting personalities would complement each other and ultimately uphold the future of Asgard. However, he recognized that he could not entrust the kingdom to either of them alone. One was too impulsive and might lead to calamity. Another, overly cautious individual, and a king. Cannot be. Although his two children are a source of concern, Odin believes that mischievous children possess potential. The heir to the divine throne, if excessively virtuous, is of no use. Observing the eager expressions of Thor and Loki, Odin reflects on their youth, their joy unmistakably etched upon their faces. Gradually rising from the exalted throne, he grasped Gungnir and descended to stand before them. Ruffling their hair, he inquired, "Are you ready, Thor, Loki?" Thor and Loki promptly responded, "Father, we are prepared." Chapter 12. Thor the Thunder God. After exchanging a few words with Frigga, Odin gently raised Gungnir, its tip slicing through the air before him. In an instant, a rift tore through the void, gradually widening to form a stable portal. Witnessing Odin's remarkable feat, Loki could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, the king of gods possesses a unique finesse in creating spatial gateways." He mused, "Truly, to excel at one's craft, one must first hone one's tools. The ancients do not deceive me. Gungnir is extraordinarily effective. In terms of combat, it is Asgard's most formidable artifact. Once locked onto a target, no one can escape. The tip of the spear rends the void, opening a teleportation gate, though this may also be attributed to Odin's innate power. Yet, the audacity of this maneuver is undeniable. It is, without doubt, a divine artifact for both combat and travel. It far surpasses Thor's Mjolnir in prowess. Loki pondered whether he should acquire a more impressive artifact for himself. As for capabilities, that was secondary. It must possess a certain elegance, befitting his noble princely demeanor. The Infinity Gauntlet wielded by Thanos seemed rather appealing, but alas, its colors and design were too ostentatious, not aligning with his style. Perhaps he might commission a dwarven craftsman to create something bespoke? Nonetheless, he decided to postpone that thought, as his primary objective remained to locate a divine seed compatible with his attributes. Surely, he could find one, and upon obtaining and merging with it, his own divine power would be the foremost task. Odin led Thor and Loki through the portal, arriving at its opposite side. Turning to the two, he declared, "This is the Hall of the Gods in Asgard." Thor and Loki, visiting the hall for the first time, observed their surroundings with curiosity. The initial impression of this place was as though they had entered the vast cosmos, dark and profound, sprinkled with twinkling points of light. Yet, it was evident that they were not amidst celestial bodies. Both knew they remained in Asgard, for their breathing and sensations had not altered, and the luminous entities surrounding them were mere flickering points of light. Upon closer inspection, these points assumed various shapes. Some resembled lightning, others like snowflakes, and some even took the form of trees and flowers. Loki contemplated that these shimmering points of light were likely what one would refer to as divine power seeds. This place was indeed the sacred heritage of the Asgardian pantheon, a veritable reservoir of divine essence. Although Loki was not entirely certain of the specifics regarding this location's origins, he was aware of one crucial fact: it was undoubtedly under Odin's dominion. This signified that even if one were to obtain a divine power seed here and merge it with their being, Odin could still exert complete control over the divine energy within, much like in the films of his previous life, where Odin could effortlessly seal Thor's divine powers with a mere gesture, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary mortal, incapable of wielding Mjolnir or unleashing the thunderous might within. It was precisely this understanding that prompted Loki to pursue the arcane arts. His hesitation was not rooted in distrust of Odin. Rather, he believed that Odin would not arbitrarily suppress his abilities. However, if Odin held such power, what if others could seize control here? As the saying goes, it is not the fear of the impossible that troubles one, but the anxiety of the unlikely. It was akin to possessing a firearm without the security of keeping it in one's own hands. Thus, the pursuit of magic was not solely a quest for strength, but an additional layer of assurance. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, he would possess the capacity to confront them, avoiding the fate of becoming a mere victim. At that moment, Loki and his companions stood upon a suspended plaza, its perimeter adorned with myriad unique Asgardian motifs and illustrations chronicling the realm's history. Among these depictions were the towering giants aiding in the construction of Asgard's formidable walls, Asgardian warriors battling infernal demons, and the schism between the Aesir and Vanir deities. However, Loki found himself disinclined to immerse in Asgard's storied past, and Odin showed little interest in elucidating these tales to the two of them. For upon reaching the age of 16 and entering the academy, such history would become a compulsory subject. At the center of the plaza loomed a golden dais, and one could only wonder at the Asgardians' affinity for gold, utilizing it for palatial structures, flooring, and elevated platforms. Loki mused that if one were to gather all the gold used in Asgardian architecture into a singular sphere, it would likely surpass the volume of the Earth itself. Of course, gold is not a rare commodity in the cosmos. There exist planets entirely composed of gold. Thus, the Asgardians have never perceived any discord in their choices. In their minds, gold equates to a building material, much like steel and concrete on Earth. Nevertheless, Loki found the incessant, blinding radiance of the gold quite overwhelming. The golden dais was inscribed with magical runes, forming an intricate magical array. Though Loki had yet to study magic, was unfamiliar with the runes, and lacked understanding of the array, he could surmise its purpose. He believed that this magical formation was designed to assist the chosen ones in sensing or merging with divine power seeds, as its location here surmised a singular purpose. Indeed, upon observing Thor and Loki curiously examining the magical array on the ground, Odin addressed the two, stating, "This is the temple of the initiation in Asgard, which is fundamentally the reason why we, the Asgardians, are known as the divine race. You must utilize your mental energy to sense the divine energy seeds surrounding you. Once you identify a divine energy seed that resonates with your intrinsic attributes, your spirit will harmonize with it, and through your mental prowess, you will guide the seed to merge with your being, thus allowing divine energy to manifest within you. As your current mental faculties are relatively feeble, rendering you incapable of adequately perceiving the divine energy seeds, it is essential to fortify your mental strength to achieve this fusion. This magical array is designed to enhance your mental energy. Upon entering the array, channel your mental strength into it, and the array shall amplify your mental capabilities. Only then will you be able to perceive the divine energy seeds and, with the array's assistance, accomplish the integration of these seeds into yourselves. Remember, it is imperative to sense with your mental energy. Maintain an unwavering concentration without distraction. When you detect a divine energy seed that aligns with your attributes, communicate through your mental energy to establish resonance, and subsequently guide it to merge with your body. Keep in mind that as you fuse with the divine energy seed, your body will naturally generate divine energy, which will manifest externally as tangible power. At that moment, it is crucial to remain focused and calm. Do not resist this power, for it is inherently yours. Embrace it and accept this force. Do you understand? Thor and Loki nodded in acknowledgement, indicating their comprehension. As both had yet to learn any magic and were incapable of activating the array themselves, Odin took it upon himself to energize the array, allowing them to proceed. Raising Gungnir, Odin unleashed a beam of light, infusing his power into the array, thereby setting it into motion. He gestured for the two to step forward, and without hesitation, Thor, unable to contain his eagerness, stepped forth without any pretense of yielding. Loki, recognizing there was no need for competition, chose not to contest. After all, this was not an examination of merit. Moreover, he was pleased to observe someone willingly take the initiative to gain experience. Upon entering the magical array, Thor surveyed his surroundings and promptly seated himself cross-legged at its center, closing his eyes. The array soon illuminated as it detected Thor's mental energy. If one could visually perceive mental energy, they would witness Thor's mental strength radiating from the array, pulsating outward in concentric waves, continuously reaching toward the surrounding divine energy seeds. Loki, having seen movies in his past life, was aware that Thor was the god of thunder, wielding the power of lightning. Indeed, after a while, strands of electric light began to emanate from Thor. Similarly, within the cosmos formed by the divine power seeds, Loki, upon entering, noticed that the lightning-shaped seeds of divine power also began to flicker with radiant brilliance, the frequency of which was steadily accelerating. The electric light radiating from Thor and the shimmering brilliance of the thunderous divine power seeds in the sky harmoniously complemented each other, creating a remarkably serene tableau. Loki felt as though he were losing his mind. How could a 10-year-old child emanate such electric light, and yet find the scene so aesthetically pleasing? At that moment, Thor's body erupted with thunder, and the thunderous divine power seeds in the air, as if sensing something, began to gravitate towards the platform. The divine power seeds advanced toward Thor as if drawn to a long-lost kin, gliding slowly, yet possessing an astonishing swiftness. The vast expanse of this starry cosmos made their movement appear languid. Under the guidance of Thor's mental energy, the lightning seeds swiftly reached the outer edge of the magical array surrounding Thor, pausing momentarily before diving into the array like a homing pigeon returning to its nest. Coming to rest before Thor, Thor opened his eyes, gazing at the divine power seed before him, extending his hand to grasp it. Who could fathom how he managed to clasp a bolt of lightning? He pressed the divine power seed against his chest. At the location of his heart, as though pouring a cup of water into a basin, seamlessly merging it into his body without any obstruction. In an instant, the strands of lightning emanating from Thor seemed to consume a potent elixir, rapidly proliferating until he was entirely enveloped. From Loki's perspective, Thor's form became obscured, replaced by a sphere of pure lightning, accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds. Loki involuntarily shivered. He mused that if a normal person were tossed into that spherical tempest of thunder, within 3 seconds, not even ash would remain. Perhaps it would be wise to maintain a distance from this being. Should he lose control one day and unleash a torrent upon himself, it would surely be catastrophic. If this were to occur on Earth, it would undoubtedly surpass the power of any thunder deity in existence. The force of this lightning far exceeded that of Earth's natural storms. Perhaps establishing a power plant would be a splendid idea. No need for space, no need for resources. Merely an empty hand grasping at the wind. Lost in such thoughts, Loki remained blissfully unaware that soon, it would be his turn. Chapter 13. Frost and Transformation. The process of Thor's fusion with the thunderous divine power seeds transpired swiftly, though it was not particularly pleasing to behold. Nevertheless, in terms of results, this fusion was remarkably successful. As the fusion reached completion, the thunder surrounding Thor gradually diminished, revealing him once more, prompting an uncharitable chuckle from Loki. Although the divine power of thunder that erupted from Thor's body inflicted no harm upon him, after all, these bolts were an intrinsic part of his being. They proved to be rather unkind to his attire. The garments adorning Thor were reduced to ashes by the thunderous energy, leaving not a shred of fabric intact. With his eyes closed and completely unclad, Thor sat at the center of the magical circle, still savoring the experience of his recent transformation, seemingly unaware of the predicament he found himself in. After a brief moment, Thor slowly opened his eyes and rose to his feet, brimming with exhilaration. Elated by his perfect fusion with the seed of thunderous power, he leaped down the steps and hurried to Odin and Loki, exuberantly announcing, "Father, Loki, I have succeeded. I have truly succeeded. My divine attribute is thunder. I can now command the power of the storm." As he spoke, sparks of electricity danced around his hands. Odin nodded approvingly, satisfied that Thor had merged with the divine seed of thunder. The potency of thunder was unparalleled, embodying the very essence of divine retribution. Should Thor master it completely in the future, he would be entrusted with the protection of Asgard. Perhaps he might even progress to harnessing the laws of the universe, becoming a master of thunderous law, thus securing a prominent place within the cosmos. Loki, however, refrained from responding to Thor's boastfulness, instead casting furtive glances at Thor's exposed form. Oblivious to his surroundings, Thor continued to revel in his newfound prowess. Suddenly sensing Loki's peculiar gaze, Thor inquired, "What are you staring at, Loki?" As he followed Loki's line of sight, he was struck with the shocking realization of his nudity. His face flushed crimson as he hastily covered himself with his hands and turned to Loki, asking, "Loki, where are my clothes?" With a teasing tone, Loki replied, "You ask me? How would I know? Shouldn't you be inquiring about the thunderous power coursing through you?" Unbeknownst to him, a hint of jealousy tinged his voice. While he had anticipated Thor mastering the thunder, witnessing it firsthand stirred feelings of envy. Now grasping the situation, Thor turned to Odin and Loki, exclaiming, "Was it not said that divine power cannot harm me? How then did it incinerate my clothes?" "Quite normal," Loki retorted. "Divine power cannot harm you. But no one claimed it wouldn't damage your clothing. Can garments be considered part of your being?" Seeing Odin's approving nod, Thor felt a wave of despair wash over him. Does this mean I must change attire every time I wield divine power? In truth, Thor was overthinking. As long as he could master this power, he would not need to worry about damaging his garments. Moreover, for Asgard, crafting clothing or armor resistant to lightning was a trivial endeavor. "Loki, lend me one of your garments, just one," Thor implored, his eyes wide with hope. "Huh, not a chance. You might as well remain bare." A youthful boy, unadorned, blinked playfully, yet his charm seemed dissonant. Loki found himself in despair over this incessant display of cuteness. Without clothing to offer Loki, Thor turned his bright, glistening eyes towards Odin. Perceiving Thor's gaze, Odin uttered not a word. Instead, he tore open a rift in space and unceremoniously thrust Thor through it. Loki recognized the destination as the palace of the goddess Frigga, for she was indeed present. Frigga appeared entirely unfazed by Thor's abrupt emergence from the void, promptly escorting him to change attire. Odin, with a sigh of resignation, reflected on his eldest son, whose principal traits were his reckless bravado and an inexplicable penchant for adorableness. Regrettably, many around him indulged in this behavior, thus fostering such a habit. Odin lamented that his illustrious reputation was at risk of being tarnished by this mischievous child. He recalled his own youthful vigor and noble bearing. Ahem. Observing Odin's exasperated sigh, Loki could not suppress a chuckle. The thunder god transforming into a figure of cuteness was rather amusing, albeit frustrating. As Thor departed and the rift slowly closed, Odin's attention shifted back to Loki. Noticing Loki's peculiar smile, he shot an irritated glare and inquired, "What is so amusing?" Realizing he had drawn Odin's focus, Loki quickly masked his grin, chuckling nervously, "Father, I am ready now, may we commence?" Odin nodded, channeling his power into the mental amplification magic circle, activating its function. Just as Loki was about to step forward, he recalled Thor's recently burned garments. He hastily addressed Odin, "Wait, father." In response to Odin's puzzled expression, he dashed to the side, shedding his attire completely, leaving not a single sock behind, and placing his discarded clothing aside. Unabashed, he approached the magic circle in a state of undress, for there remained only this elderly figure, who was, after all, his nominal father. Odin chuckled at the sight. His younger son displayed a touch of cleverness, eliciting a faint pride in Loki's wit while simultaneously feeling exasperated at the intelligence of his elder son. As Loki entered the magic circle, he observed his surroundings. Easily sensing the flow of energy within the circle, he marveled at the significant enhancement it provided to one's mental faculties. Even before commencing, he could feel the currents of magic at work. Seating himself cross-legged, he closed his eyes, focusing his attention, and soon perceived the magic circle. Once he channeled his mental energy into it, Loki felt a profound tremor throughout his being. Within the realm of mental power, he discerned his environment with clarity that surpassed mere sight. He observed the cracks in the stones of the plaza, details he had overlooked with his eyes. Should his mental prowess strengthen, it would be akin to the observation hockey in One Piece. When Loki turned his gaze towards Odin, he was nearly blinded by the brilliance. As if witnessing a radiant sun emitting boundless light, Odin appeared to Loki as a blazing celestial body under the latter's spiritual vision. Sensing Loki's gaze, Odin offered a faint smile without uttering further words. Loki understood that the reason he perceived Odin as a son was primarily due to the overwhelming strength of Odin's spiritual power, which in his mind resembled a burning star. He mused that, compared to Odin's solar might, his own spiritual strength was merely akin to that of a ping-pong ball. Loki lamented that Odin was indeed the most formidable presence in Asgard, and this was not even Odin in his prime. It was difficult to fathom the extent of his power during his zenith. He wondered when he might attain such heights. At that moment, Odin's voice resonated beside Loki, urging him to concentrate his spiritual energy and sense the divine power seed. Acknowledging the importance of the task at hand, Loki resolved to set aside his musings, recognizing that it was somewhat premature to dwell on such thoughts. Redirecting his focus, Loki concentrated intently, channeling the amplified spiritual energy from the magical array into the starry expanse where the divine power seeds were formed, searching for one that harmonized with his own attributes. Before long, he sensed a particularly resonant divine power seed, which appeared to him in the form of a snowflake, emanating an aura of cold that seemed capable of freezing all things. Loki speculated, could this be the bloodline of the frost giants? He discreetly divided a portion of his attention to observe Odin. Within Odin's sight, Loki's body began to exude frigid air, gradually encasing himself in a delicate layer of ice, which swiftly coalesced into a suit of icy armor. Correspondingly, the snowflake-shaped divine power seed in the starry realm began to flicker with light, resonating with Loki. In no time, under the influence of the chill, Loki's skin transformed into a shade of icy blue, reverting to the visage of a frost giant. Odin, with his remaining eye fixated on Loki, pondering the implications of this revelation regarding the frost giant's lineage, uncertain whether his actions were right or wrong, and how it might affect Asgard. Nevertheless, he felt no inclination to intervene in Loki's integration with the frost divine power seed. After all, he had nurtured Loki for a decade, regarding him as his son. Akin to Thor, he believed that he could not act unfavorably toward a child based on an uncertain future, especially when that child was his own. Loki, meanwhile, remained vigilant to Odin's actions in the spiritual realm, feeling a sense of relief when he realized Odin had no intention of intervening. After all, were Odin to intervene, Loki knew he would be utterly powerless. In comparison to Odin, he felt remarkably feeble. Should he fail in the divine power fusion with Odin's interference, Loki could only dread how he would face Odin and Asgard in the aftermath. It seems that Odin has been quite gracious, not interfering with Loki simply because he is the king of Asgard. In terms of a foster father, one might argue that Odin is indeed the best. To be candid, Loki harbored the intention of using this circumstance to gauge Odin's perception of him, to discern whether Odin merely sought to exploit him or truly regarded him as a son. Although Loki refrained from voicing his feelings of inferiority stemming from his status as the discarded offspring of a frost giant, he could not shake the fear that his current situation was merely the result of other schemes. With newfound clarity from his reflections, Loki mused upon the notion of reciprocity. If you treat me as your true son, why should I not embrace you as my father? With a heart full of satisfaction towards Odin, Loki resolved to wholeheartedly merge with the divine energy seed. He channeled all his mental strength into the celestial seed, preparing for the integration. However, an unforeseen event transpired. Chapter 14. The Anomaly and the Flames. Just as Loki was poised to merge with the frost divine energy seed, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Deep within Loki's soul, in the recesses of his magical heart, in a long-forgotten corner of his being, a flicker of flame, once extinguished, began to awaken and ignite. Provoked by the frost, this flame stirred to life, akin to an uninvited intruder breaching one's sanctum. In this case, the frost power represented that invasive foe. Thud, thud, thud. The rekindling flame pulsed in rhythm with Loki's heartbeat, dancing like an ethereal spirit to the cadence of his heart. As the tempo quickened, the flames grew fiercer, igniting from his soul and spreading throughout every corner of his being. The heat was intense. Soon, wisps of vapor began to rise from Loki's head. The icy layers enveloping him began to melt away, his once azure skin fading to a deep crimson. In this struggle for dominion, the frost power faltered and was expelled from Loki's body. The frost divine energy seed, which had just resonated with Loki's mental strength, ceased its pulsation as the flame ignited, falling into a profound silence, devoid of any trace of its previous connection with Loki. This turn of events astonished not only Loki but also Odin, who was taken aback by the sudden shift. Loki had never known that such a flame resided within him, or rather, deep within his soul. Yet, he felt an inexplicable familiarity and warmth emanating from this flame. A sense of elation as his very essence vibrated in response to its awakening, a joy akin to a long-awaited reunion, bursting forth from the depths of his heart. Loki sensed that this flame had been with him since time immemorial, inseparable from him, and intertwined with both his body and soul, an intrinsic part of his being. Loki gradually comprehended that this small cluster of flames was likely the reason for his rebirth. Though its origins remained a mystery, he felt an inexplicable affinity towards it, sensing that it would not bring him harm, an understanding that resonated deep within his soul. Odin, too, was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. He could not fathom how, since the establishment of the Temple of Enlightenment, the fusion of divine power seeds had always yielded two outcomes, either a successful resonance or outright failure. Yet today, a third possibility emerged, as the fusion process was interrupted, and intriguingly, it was the fusion initiator who had caused the disruption. Odin pondered the inexplicable nature of this anomaly during what should have been a straightforward integration of divine power seeds. In Odin's perception, the flames, igniting from within Loki's soul, burned fiercely and anciently, as if older than the universe itself, yet simultaneously vibrant and youthful, suggesting a nascent ignition that created a surreal sense of disarray. Uncertain whether to intervene, Odin realized that the interruption of Loki's fusion process had already transpired. However, if he were to act, he was aware that the flames were intrinsically linked to Loki. The question lingered on how he might intervene without exacerbating the situation. As Odin wrestled with his decision, a new development unfolded. Within the starlit expanse formed by the divine power seeds, a new seed began to pulsate, one symbolizing fire. This occurrence was unforeseen by Loki. Just as he believed his attempt at fusion had failed, his mental faculties abruptly sensed the presence of a flame-shaped divine power seed. Swiftly, he focused all his mental energy on this fiery seed, and indeed, under the fervent interaction of his spirit, the seed began to resonate. It was as if celestial thunder met terrestrial fire, a conflagration igniting upon kindling. Loki swiftly established a connection with the flame seed, anxious to avoid any further complications, as his heart could scarcely endure repeated trials. Yet, it seemed Loki's concerns were unfounded. This fusion process progressed smoothly. The flame seed, having resonated with Loki's mental energy, gravitated towards him, seemingly drawn by an invisible force. It floated directly into his heart, plunging into the flames that burned within him, merging seamlessly. Once the flame seed entered Loki's heart, Odin felt an abrupt severance of his connection to that divine power seed. This realm was entirely under Odin's dominion, and he had always maintained control over every divine power seed within it. Even after merging with another, he could still exert influence over the divine powers residing within others. However, just moments ago, he found himself completely devoid of control over the flame seed that had integrated into Loki's being, sensing that this loss would be irrevocable. Soon, the divine power seed and the internal flames fused entirely, resulting in a deeper, more profound hue of fire, accompanied by the rhythmic heartbeat of Loki. The fiery essence from the heart melded seamlessly, coursing through his veins and spreading throughout his limbs and bones, integrating with every cell and inch of his soul. To the outside world, Loki had utterly transformed into a being of flame, the fire intensifying until it completely enveloped him, leaving only a blazing inferno within the magical circle. Odin, too, found himself perplexed. Since sacrificing one of his eyes to gain the all-seeing eye, the universe had revealed no secrets to him. Yet today, the flicker of flame igniting from the depths of Loki's soul eluded his understanding, as if it were an anomaly not belonging to this realm. For the first time, Odin questioned the reliability of his omniscience. Before long, the merging process concluded, and Loki emerged, now devoid of any flames. Rising to his feet, he sensed a newfound presence within him, the divine power coursing through him, ignited by the flames. To accommodate this divine essence, his physical prowess had been significantly enhanced. He felt that his strength had multiplied by no less than tenfold. For instance, whereas he could previously lift a mere 200 pounds, now he believed he could effortlessly hoist 2,000, and that was not even his limit. Testing the divine power within, Loki concentrated, channeling the energy to explode forth from his fingertips. A small flame, deep crimson in hue, erupted from his hand. Upon witnessing this flicker, Loki was overwhelmed with despair. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I headed? He fell into a state of confusion. After expending so much energy and enduring anxiety, he had produced nothing more than a candle-like flame. Was this some sort of jest? Could it even serve as illumination or to light a cigarette? After all that effort, was he merely equipped with a lighter? What had happened to the promise of wielding a great fireball? What of the supposed mastery over the flames? Understanding the disappointment and confusion in Loki's eyes, Odin spoke. The divine essence merely grants you the potential to ascend to godhood. It does not bestow immediate divinity. Your divine power is nascent and feeble. You must familiarize yourself with it daily, learning to control it, and only through complete awakening and mastery will you attain true divinity. Loki grasped Odin's explanation. The fusion with the divine seed was akin to awakening a dormant seed within him, where the external divine essence had provided the energy necessary for it to sprout. Thus, the divine power within now resembles but a mere seedling. Whether it flourishes into a towering tree or whether I ascend to become the fire god, rests solely upon my own growth and the dedication I invest in my cultivation. By the way, Loki, what was that flicker of flame within you just now? Do you feel you can fully command the divine power residing inside you? Odin remains troubled by the earlier incident. That tiny flame has made him feel deceived, as if the well of wisdom has tricked him. He sacrificed one eye for the all-seeing eye, yet that remarkable gift failed to unveil the origins of such a diminutive flame. Loki too is perplexed. He had believed he was on the verge of merging with the frost power, yet the sudden emergence of this flame abruptly halted that process. Fortunately, he ultimately succeeded in integrating the seed of fire divine power, yielding a favorable outcome. However, Loki suspects that this flame is intrinsically linked to him, perhaps extinguished for reasons unknown, and now rekindled by the stimulus of the frost power. Moreover, this flicker of flame might well be the reason for his ability to traverse realms. Nevertheless, he cannot divulge this to Odin. Not only might Odin doubt his words, but if he were to believe them, Loki would merely be a character in a tale, a mere bystander, and who knows what repercussions might ensue. Thus, Loki responds to Odin, "Father, I am uncertain, yet I can sense this flame's familiarity. It is my own fire, and I can indeed wield the divine power within me." At this juncture, Loki realizes that the seed of divine power integrated into him is beyond Odin's grasp. Contemplating this, a flicker of joy ignites within Loki. After all, no one wishes to relinquish their hold over their own fate, even to those closest to them. With this understanding, Loki joyfully rushes to don his garments, preparing to depart from this place. While Loki revels in his newfound clarity, Odin's expression remains somber. A glimmer of wisdom flickers within his solitary eye. As if glimpsing the future, Loki, the power of the fire god, the twilight of the gods, what connection might lie therein? Chapter 15. Change and adaptation. After merging with the seed of divine power yesterday, Loki departed the Temple of Awakening alongside Odin. Yet, he continued to ponder the events that transpired within the temple. Logically speaking, as a descendant of the frost giants, even if a malformed offspring. The blood of the frost giants courses through my veins, imbued with frost power. The most suitable choice for merging the divine power seed would ostensibly be one of the frost attribute, and indeed, it would be the simplest option. As it turns out, my assumptions were not misplaced. Within the realm of the mind, I effortlessly triggered a resonance with the frost attribute divine power seed. It could be said that I was but a step away from success when, unexpectedly, a new obstacle arose. A flicker of flame manifested deep within my soul, thwarting my endeavor to merge with the frost power. Fortunately, it was due to that cluster of flames that I successfully fused with the divine seed of fire, granting me mastery over the power of the fire god. In terms of the ultimate outcome, my endeavor to harness the divine seed was undoubtedly triumphant. The amalgamation of the fire divine power seed with the mysterious flames resulted in the emergence of a variant fire god power within me, distinct from the traditional Asgardian abilities. This mutated fire god power liberated me from Odin's dominion, presenting an unexpected delight. However, new challenges arose. The mysterious flames awakening within my soul were quite domineering. In order to facilitate the fusion with the fire divine power seed, they incinerated any elements detrimental to the fire god's strength, thus altering my very constitution. I distinctly felt that when merging with the ice frost power seed, the magical seal Odin had imposed to suppress my frost giant characteristics shattered, revealing the unique icy blue skin and the chilling aura inherent to the frost giants. Odin had not elucidated this to me, leading me to mistakenly believe it was merely a transitional phase in the fusion process. I, being an Asgardian, thought it was just a necessary step akin to Thor's manifestation of thunder and my own subsequent engulfing in flames. Yet deep within, I understood that these were the traits of a frost giant, a legacy inscribed in my very genes, a bloodline bequeathed by my true progenitors in this world. Odin had cast a spell to mask my identity as an Asgardian, ensuring I appeared no different from them. However, under the dual influence of the frost divine power seed and my inherent frost attributes, Odin's seal was undone. Yet now, those traits written in my genes had vanished. While my exterior remained unchanged from the past, my essence had undergone a complete transformation. The cluster of mysterious flames, burning from my soul to my flesh, left no corner of my body untouched. It reshaped my being, and the frost power encountered no resistance. It was expelled from my body as if a thief had intruded while its master slumbered, possessing no authority to speak in the presence of the awakened master. To enable a flawless integration with the fire divine power seed and prevent any conflict with my divine essence, the flames ruthlessly eradicated all remnants of frost power within me. Everything that could potentially clash with the fire god's strength was incinerated. There was no need for Odin to impose another seal. I reverted directly from the form of a frost giant to my former self. In my heart, I comprehended and sensed that, following the transformation by the mysterious flames, it would be exceedingly difficult for me to revert to my frost giant form. Moreover, the fused variant fire god power continued to gradually reshape my physical being. What I would ultimately become remained a mystery to me. It could be said that I could no longer be considered a frost giant. That cluster of flames had altered me at the genetic level. It can be said that since yesterday, the frost giant Loki has ceased to exist. Within him now resides the power of the fire god, transforming him into the fire god Loki. However, it is important to note that Loki has merely acquired the potential for divine separation, not an immediate ascension to godhood. To truly attain divinity, he must exert effort in the days to come. This is precisely why Odin refrained from probing into the origins of the mysterious flames, as he believed that this cluster of fire had altered Loki's constitution and merged him with the essence of the fire god, which would ultimately benefit Loki, Odin himself. In Asgard, when Loki completed the fusion with the divine seed and began to generate the power of the fire god within him, as long as he and Frigga remained silent, no one would discern that this second prince is a descendant of the frost giants, not even Loki himself. Of course, this notion resides solely in Odin's mind. Loki had long been aware of his lineage since his previous life when he watched films. Although Loki has always considered himself an Asgardian, despite the blood of the frost giants coursing through his veins, he views himself merely as a forsaken abomination. Odin adopted him, and Loki harbors no affection for the frost giants. He sees himself as a prince of Asgard. Yet, upon suddenly losing the identity of a frost giant yesterday, a title he had never truly embraced, Loki felt a profound sorrow. He had relinquished the only tangible connection to his biological parents in exchange for the potential to achieve divinity. Loki had never heard of anyone being able to alter a person fundamentally at the genetic level, not even Odin. This matter transcends mere genetic modification. It also involves the power of rules. While Odin might force the fusion of the divine seed of fire, he could not do so lightly. Nor could he manage the compatibility issues between bloodlines and divine powers. A slight deviation could strip him of his qualifications for godhood, leaving him only able to wield fire, becoming merely a fire elemental. Yet, this seemingly insurmountable feat was accomplished by a mere flicker of extinguished flames. In addition to this transformation, Loki faced other dilemmas. As both he and Thor had yet to reach adulthood, they resided with their mother, Frigga, in the same palace. Upon returning to the palace yesterday, Loki encountered the playful antics of young Thor. However, he had no time to indulge him, preoccupied by the concerns regarding his identity and the overwhelming surge of power. The fusion with the divine seed had dramatically enhanced Loki's physical capabilities, multiplying them by more than tenfold. Just like a newly wealthy individual unsure of how to spend their fortune, Loki found himself troubled by his sudden influx of strength. For instance, upon his return yesterday, accustomed to leaping up the stairs, Loki took a single bound and found himself pressed against the grand entrance of Frigga's palace. As Asgardian architecture is reinforced by magic, no shortcuts are taken in construction. Thus, the quality is exceedingly reliable, and there are no shoddy structures, preventing Loki from inadvertently smashing through the door. However, Loki found himself unceremoniously affixed to the gilded palace door, his face colliding with the lintel. Given Loki's current constitution, he was not in danger of injury, nor did he even feel pain. Yet, the humiliation was unbearable. He sensed that the guards stationed at the entrance regarded him with a mocking gaze, though in truth, it was merely his imagination. The guards envied Loki's ability to wield the power of the god of fire, anticipating the day he would be bestowed with the title himself. Yet, receiving the title of god of fire was a vastly different matter than embodying the essence of that divinity. Much like Thor in the films of his past life, known as the god of thunder, who required Mjolnir's aid to harness the might of lightning, one must attain true awakening to be recognized as the genuine god of thunder. Loki, however, misinterpreted the admiration in the guard's eyes as derision directed at him. In his quest for a simple drink of water, he endured quite the ordeal, ultimately shattering 3 crystal goblets before finally quenching his thirst. Thor had not been immune to such trials. His strength exceeded Loki's, and the ferocity of lightning was far greater. It was estimated that Thor's power had surged by at least 20-fold. Yet, Thor remained unfazed, believing that an increase in strength was a fortuitous development, and he would gradually adapt. In contrast, Loki viewed this adjustment process as an embarrassing endeavor. A mere misstep could result in a face-first encounter with the ground, or worse, an unintended launch into the air. Dining could lead to the unfortunate incident of biting through utensils, and even sleep could result in the bed frame collapsing beneath him. To avert such occurrences, Loki embarked on his inaugural strength training regimen. Since returning from the Sumar Mountains, he had diligently endeavored to acclimate to his newfound power. His method was straightforward. He procured a thin wooden plank, specially retrieved from the Sumar Mountains. Loki elevated both ends of the plank, allowing it to hover in the air, and practiced walking or lightly jumping upon it, striving not to break it underfoot. From the previous day until now, he had managed to break 200 planks before he continuously rein in his strength. Accomplishing this brought him immense satisfaction, for he believed that true mastery over one's power constituted genuine strength. To be like the Hulk, unable to control one's own might and instead being governed by it, was a tragic fate. One must command power without being enslaved by it. Chapter 16. Magic and Martial Arts. On this day, Loki rose early, having breakfast before taking his seat in the Grand Hall, awaiting the goddess Frigga. Ever since returning from the Sumar Mountains, Odin had acquiesced to Loki's request to study magic, permitting him to learn under the tutelage of Frigga. However, their plans had been postponed due to the activation of the Divine Temple and the fusion of divine energy seeds. Following his emergence from the Divine Temple, the sudden surge in his physical strength necessitated further adaptation, causing additional delays. On this day, Loki found himself with the rare opportunity to delve into the arcane arts. Rising early to await the arrival of the goddess Frigga, his aspirations were crystal clear. He yearned to become the foremost sorcerer in all of the 9 realms. In his previous life, Loki had harbored a deep admiration for the magical worlds depicted in films and literature, vibrant and wondrous realms that transcended the imagination. Upon arriving in this new world, being the Prince of Asgard allowed him to glimpse but a fraction of this enigmatic universe, far more expansive and colorful than he had ever envisioned. Confronted with such breathtaking vistas, he found no reason to refrain from becoming a part of this mystical realm. Moreover, the world was fraught with peril, Mastering magic was essential for him to gain strength and the capability to confront future threats. After a while, Frigga arrived, somewhat tardily. Upon spotting Loki, who had been waiting in the hall, she decided to tease her serious little son, exclaiming incredulously, "Is it really so late already? Loki, why are you up so early today? Is there something special about this day? What business could require my son at this hour? You yourself have said that even a mother cannot deprive her son of the right to sleep." Indeed, since his arrival in Asgard, Loki had developed a penchant for sleeping in. As he would assert, being a prince endowed him with the privilege of extending his slumber, a right that even Odin could not rescind. It was difficult to fathom that a soul from another era could utter such words, yet Loki did so unabashedly. For to him, breakfast was optional, but a leisurely lie-in was non-negotiable. From the age of 7, when he began his formal education, the opportunities for sleeping in had been few and far between. Growing up in a modest household meant that during holidays, he was often required to assist with chores, leaving him little time for rest. He had hoped that adulthood would afford him more leisure, only to find that the demands of work were even more consuming than his school days. Each day was a relentless pursuit for survival, rising early and toiling late. Although Loki found this existence tedious, he felt powerless to escape it. In this new realm, however, he discovered the true essence of happiness. As the Prince of Asgard, he bore no burdens and was not compelled to labor. Each morning, he could awaken at his leisure, and for Loki, this was the epitome of bliss. To preserve this newfound happiness, he argued fervently with Odin and Frigga, asserting his right to sleep in, a claim bolstered by Thor's support, albeit reluctantly. Ultimately, Odin and Frigga conceded to this right, not out of concern, but rather due to their indifference to the triviality of a child's extended slumber. At that moment, hearing Frigga's playful mockery, Loki felt a tinge of embarrassment. After all, these were his own words, spoken in the presence of Odin and Frigga. To deny them now would be to contradict himself, a most unseemly act. Loki, with a smirk upon his face and a somewhat syrupy tone, addressed Frigga, saying, "Mother, it's not as if I haven't seen you for a night and missed you. I simply wanted to rise early to gaze upon you. Do you not yearn for me?" Even Loki found the words distasteful, yet he knew that a mother is often powerless against her child's affectionate antics. Observing her son, who was fabricating tales with wide-open eyes, Frigga pressed her forehead, realizing she had underestimated his audacity. Were such words to escape the lips of any other 10-year-old, even that of Thor, she might have found them credible. However, coming from this particular son, they bore no semblance of truth. Since Odin had entrusted her with this child, he had always been remarkably sensible, never crying or causing distress, and once he learned to walk and speak, he exhibited a maturity that often alleviated her worries. Consequently, Frigga held a deep fondness for him. Conversely, he seldom indulged in the childish whims of pouting or playfulness, which left her somewhat dissatisfied. Frigga believed that a child should nestle in a mother's embrace and seek affection, yet Loki's demeanor in this regard often disappointed her. Over the past decade, while it was not the first time such a tone had emerged from his lips, each utterance indicated a desire to plead for something or to confess a misdeed, rendering it increasingly difficult for her to take him seriously. Nevertheless, what could she do? After all, he was her son. And what of your brother? Did he not accompany you? Does he not intend to study magic? Frigga inquired, her curiosity piqued. She found it peculiar that her eldest son had not joined them, for it was reasonable to expect that both children would be present. Upon hearing Frigga mention Thor, Loki felt a twinge of annoyance and replied, "Thor claims he has no intention of learning magic. He wishes to study martial skills instead, apparently seeking out Uncle Njord." Loki himself found this matter quite vexing. Just days prior, he had asked Thor if he wished to accompany their mother, Frigga, in her magical studies, to which Thor had responded, "Magic is something only women pursue. Men must learn the art of combat, where every blow strikes true. That is a man's romance. I aspire to become the god of thunder." As he spoke, Thor puffed out his chest like a proud rooster. Loki felt a pang of irritation, almost wishing to give Thor a good thrashing. However, considering the possibility of being outmatched, he abandoned the thought, instead contemplating how he might surprise Thor with his own mastery of magic. Perhaps, he mused, he could transform Thor into a small rooster. He wondered if such magic existed, for if it did, he would certainly make Thor his first experiment. Loki was uncertain whether a 10-year-old could truly comprehend the essence of manhood, nor did he grasp the origins of Thor's notion of a man's romance. Regardless, he suspected that this adorable child had been swayed by that muscle-headed individual, quite possibly Uncle Njord. Uncle Nas, the captain of Odin's guards, is responsible for the security of Odin's golden palace and the divine residence of the goddess Frigga, a formidable warrior. He was reputedly invincible in the foreign wars of Asgard during his youth, earning the title of the Relentless Assailant. The reasons for his eventual ascendance to the position of captain remain somewhat obscure, even to Loki, yet his strength is irrefutable. In pursuit of mastery in combat, Thor, eager to learn from this esteemed captain, offered his meager savings and borrowed several star coins from Loki. He treated Uncle Nas to 5 consecutive days of the finest wine at a tavern owned by a bearded gentleman. Ultimately, Uncle Nas consented to teach Thor the art of warfare. Upon awakening, the man destined to become the god of thunder sought out the captain to commence his training. Reflecting on the fruitful days spent at the tavern, however, it is crucial to note that Nas was not motivated by the wine Thor provided. As Odin's captain, he possessed his own substantial income, which was considered quite generous in the realm of Asgard. Rumor has it that his son has even become a prosperous intergalactic merchant. Nonetheless, Nas is a man of principles. As he often states, there is no reward without sacrifice. If Thor were to receive instruction without any form of investment, he would likely take the opportunity for granted, failing to apply himself diligently. The time Nas spent imparting knowledge would thus be rendered meaningless, more wisely spent engaging with the tavern's patrons. However, should Thor invest in his learning, he would approach it with greater seriousness, ensuring that even a small gain in knowledge would validate his efforts. Therefore, the few meals Thor provided were not the true motivation for Nas. They merely served as a pretext. Loki found great wisdom in Nas's reasoning, likening it to the necessity of tuition for education on Earth. In earlier times, education was prohibitively expensive, compelling their generation to study earnestly, lest their parents' hard-earned money be wasted. In contrast, later generations benefited from waived fees and free room and board, resulting in a noticeable decline in diligence among students. Loki, having experienced this firsthand, could relate. Of course, since Thor and Loki had yet to come of age, Odin and Frigga refused to provide them with funds. The princes were not concerned about basic sustenance. Odin and Frigga believed that money was unnecessary. Hence, the funds they managed to accumulate were hard-won, saved meticulously by the two of them. Thor was saving to purchase a pony as a birthday gift for the little girl Sif, hoping to win her affection, while Loki wished to acquire a gaming helmet produced by the Kree, indulging his desire for virtual escapism. This led Loki to reflect on how, aside from their differing living conditions, he was no different from other children in Asgard. Odin and Frigga did not indulge their whims. Their perspectives on this matter were surprisingly aligned. He lamented his shortcomings as a prince, lamenting the absence of funds even for a simple helmet. After much effort, a considerable amount was taken away by Thor. Thor possesses a significant advantage in mastering combat techniques. He is inherently talented, and the infusion of divine power has resulted in a dramatic increase in his physical strength. As long as Thor can adapt to his enhanced physique, he holds a substantial innate advantage in learning combat skills, rendering the process far more accessible compared to the study of magic. Loki, contemplating his own magical education, resolved to seek out Nars once he had made sufficient progress. While he did not aspire to surpass Thor, he was determined to avoid being relegated to the status of a mere fragile sorcerer. Chapter 17, Learning Magic, Part 1. After conversing with Loki, Fgari led him to a tranquil chamber, a place where she engaged in daily meditation. For a magician, the exertion of magical abilities demands considerable mental energy. Thus, the practice of meditation to restore one's spirit is an essential process. Upon arriving in the serene space, Fgari intended to formally instruct Loki in the art of magic. Observing Loki's eager expression, she refrained from teasing him further and directly inquired, "Are you aware of the classifications of magic?" Having watched films in his previous life, Loki promptly responded, "Yes, magic is divided into white magic and black magic." Fgari regarded him with a peculiar gaze and asked, "Could you elaborate on what constitutes white magic and black magic, as well as the criteria for their differentiation?" Unbeknownst to Loki, he failed to notice the strange expression on Fgari's face. He pondered the basis for such classifications, recalling that the films had not specified one. Or perhaps he had simply missed it. Reluctantly, he admitted, "I do not know." Pleased with his honesty, Fgari remarked, "I am unsure from whom you acquired that notion of black and white magic, but it is indeed erroneous. Magic is not classified in such a manner." Loki was taken aback. He distinctly remembered the films asserting that classification. However, he conceded, accepting her authority as his teacher and choosing not to contest her assertion. Fgari, oblivious to Loki's inner thoughts, continued, "Your understanding likely stems from Midgard, where you may have encountered it from an interstellar merchant. Nevertheless, this is of little consequence." She elaborated, "In that realm, the inhabitants possess feeble strength and fleeting lifespans. The pursuit of magical knowledge often demands extensive time before yielding results. Yet their brevity of life renders them incapable of enduring such a lengthy learning process. Lacking the capacity for study, but yearning to wield such power, they devised a method: borrowing. Consequently, they fervently sought to borrow strength from formidable entities within or beyond the cosmos to achieve their magical aspirations. However, no one lends their power unconditionally. They are typically required to pay a certain price to harness magical abilities. Thus, rather than being termed magicians, they are more akin to sorcerers, practitioners of the law of exchange. However, they have classified magic based on the sources of their power. They draw strength from beings that are relatively objective, just, or benevolent, such as the god of light from the cosmic realm or the goddess of nature. This is often achieved through sincere prayers or the recitation of laudatory phrases to garner their power. Such a method of borrowing strength is referred to as white magic. Conversely, when they seek power from entities that lean towards darkness or destruction, such as the Crimson Lord of the Scarlet Cosmos, Dormammu from the Dark Dimension, or Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, it typically requires a heavy price, perhaps servitude or the sacrifice of one's soul, and even the risk of assimilation. The magic employed to draw strength from these darker entities is deemed black magic. However, there is no intrinsic difference between the two. Both involve a cost for power and can be controlled at any moment by those formidable beings. Yet, we Asgardians are different. We cultivate our own strength through our unique methods, continuously enhancing ourselves to attain great power. There is no necessity to borrow strength from others. For instance, your father, in comparison to these beings, is not necessarily weaker and may indeed be stronger. He once lent his power to them to gain faith, but eventually realized that the faith collected through such means was too chaotic, unusable by him, and potentially detrimental. Thus, he reclaimed his power and ceased to lend it. If you wish to wield magic in such a manner, you may simply ask your father for his strength, without incurring any cost. What do you think? At last, Freya gestured towards Loki. Loki pondered, contemplating Odin's somewhat dubious past of leveraging his power for others, only to reclaim it when he found it lacking. While Odin's actions might appear somewhat self-serving, Loki believed there was no fault in his approach. If it were him, he would not only reclaim his strength, but also demand compensation for any losses incurred. The principle of equivalent exchange dictates that both parties must provide satisfactory offerings, without reciprocity. No one would lend their power freely, as it brings no benefit and could lead to detrimental influence. Upon hearing Freya's jest, Loki quickly shook his head, replying, "I prefer to cultivate my own abilities slowly. I too can reach that level in due time, and besides, I am not in a rush." After listening to Freya's explanation, Loki finally understood the distinction between black and white magic. It simply depended on the temperament and capabilities of the power's owner, leading to an objective classification based on their nature. At that moment, Loki recalled the character of the Ancient One from a film in his past, who borrowed power from Dormammu to extend her life. It was no wonder she told Doctor Strange that only through belief could one wield such strength. Later, Doctor Strange utilized the power of the Time Stone, and according to discussions in forums, it was said that the Scarlet Witch's ability to employ chaos magic was merely a result of being tainted by the power of the Crimson Lord. This is an unavoidable circumstance. The lifespan of Earthlings is fleeting, leaving little time to delve into the intricacies of magic. If they were to embark on the arduous journey of learning sorcery, they might invest countless years, only to realize, after achieving modest progress, that they are on the brink of death. Consequently, they resort to borrowing power from formidable cosmic entities. Though this entails certain sacrifices, the results are swift. Consider Doctor Strange of the past, a once disabled medical doctor, who, upon reaching the sacred sanctuary of Kamar Taj, mastered the notoriously elusive space magic within a mere fortnight. Ultimately, he even wielded time magic to negotiate with Dormammu. Although he drew upon the power of the Infinity Stones, the speed of his mastery far surpasses that of the Asgardians, who might spend centuries or even millennia to attain similar abilities. Had Doctor Strange adhered to the Asgardian method of learning magic, studying from youth until his hair turned gray and he was nearing the grave, he would have joyously exclaimed, upon finally grasping space magic and the ability to traverse through magical portals, only to collapse and perish immediately after. Thus, his grand cinematic tale would have concluded before it even began. With such a pace, one must acknowledge his extraordinary intellect and unparalleled talent. He accomplished the mastery of space magic in under a century. Had his aptitude been lesser, he might have found himself incapable of even approaching the threshold of space magic before his demise. Furthermore, consider the Ancient One, reputed to be the strongest supreme sorcerer on Earth, who is said to have lived for 5 centuries. By the measure of time, several centuries remained before the Ancient One's birth. For an Asgardian, 5 centuries would merely signify the beginning of life. Yet the Ancient One has had to rely on Dormammu's power merely to survive, underscoring the inherent inequities of the world. Loki believes he need not borrow strength from others. With the guidance of Frigga, and with the prospect of entering the academy in a couple of years, he possesses ample time to study magic and grow stronger, progressing step by step towards his aspirations. Moreover, there are still over 1,000 years before the narrative commences, far removed from the American Revolution. Why should he feel urgency? No fool would dare provoke Asgard, truly believing Odin to be of a mild temperament. He is, after all, known across the 9 realms as the god of frenzy. To challenge him would likely lead to a swift demise. Thus, concerns regarding safety are entirely unfounded. Frigga, observing Loki's contemplative demeanor, interjects, "You may pursue the study of magic, but heed my words. You have merged with the seed of divine fire, granting you the strength of the fire god and qualifying you for divinity. Do not lose sight of your true essence. While learning and utilizing magic is commendable, do not become ensnared by it. Your innate power lies within the essence of the fire god. Should you ever master the laws of fire, you shall ascend to true godhood, surpassing those so-called gods of magic. Thus, you are to embark upon the study of magic. Your father, the king, has consented. Yet he cautions that it should merely serve as a tool to augment your own power, and you must not succumb to the allure of magic." Upon hearing this, Loki was drenched in cold sweat, as he had been fervently contemplating the pursuit of magic, nearly forgetting the divine power of the god of fire within him. Previously, he may have believed that the god of fire's power was under Odin's control, compelling him to learn magic, unable to remain fixated on a single tree. Even though the mutated divine power of the fire god had liberated him from Odin's grasp, Loki remained oblivious to this matter, fixated instead on his ambition to become the foremost mage in the 9 realms, entirely neglecting the fact that the god of fire's power was his true source of strength. Thus, even after merging with the seed of the divine fire power, Loki merely considered it an enhancement of his physical strength. Paying no heed to the faint ember of divine fire power that stirred within him, he continuously thought he must not be governed by power. Yet his yearning for magic almost led him to a perilous state, nearly causing him to lose sight of his true path. Had it not been for Freyja's timely reminder, he might have entirely disregarded the divine fire power within him, plunging headlong into the quagmire of magic, a venture fraught with regret. Chapter 18. The Study of Magic, Part 2. Freyja perceived that Loki was overly enamored with magic, thus neglecting his intrinsic power. She offered him sage counsel. Upon hearing Freyja's words, Loki experienced a moment of clarity, recognizing his preoccupation with magic had caused him to overlook the divine fire power within him. After careful deliberation, he resolved to chart his future course, grounding it in the divine fire power within him. After all, that power was his essence. Moreover, the mutated fire power had liberated him from Odin's control, allowing him to pursue his path to divinity without concern. Nevertheless, Loki had no intention of forsaking magic. He planned to enhance his divine fire power while simultaneously studying magic, for magic could directly bolster his strength and proved more convenient to wield. Furthermore, it could complement the divine fire power within him, reinforcing one another. There was no need to ponder the dilemma of pursuing both fish and bear's paw, for it was commonplace for the Asgardians to achieve both. For an Asgardian, time was the most precious commodity to squander. An unrefined mortal could live for thousands of years. And with even modest advancements in cultivation, their lifespan could be significantly enhanced. Hence, Asgardians either hunted, indulged in revelry, or roamed the cosmos with friends, as time was often a burden. Not to mention, Loki possessed the divine fire power, and he himself was unaware of how long he might live. In the face of such an expansive lifespan, one must engage in activities to pass the time. And the study of magic and the enhancement of divine fire power presented themselves as the most fulfilling pursuits. If this were to be conveyed to the inhabitants of Earth, it would undoubtedly evoke incredulity. How could one perceive life as a protracted burden, thus deeming it a waste of time? Yet, for the Asgardians, such a sentiment is entirely commonplace, reminiscent of the Chinese adage that the morning mushroom knows not the dusk, nor does the cicada comprehend the seasons. Upon observing Loki deep in contemplation, Frigga inquired, "What are your thoughts? Have you reached a conclusion? Will you continue to pursue the study of magic?" Loki, valuing her inquiry, responded earnestly, "Mother, I remain steadfast in my pursuit of magic. Furthermore, I shall not relinquish the power of the god of fire within me, for it represents my essence, my fundamental strength, and is vital to my ascension. However, magic equally serves to augment my power, providing assistance on my path to divinity. enabling me to stabilize and enhance my innate fiery capabilities. The two can mutually reinforce and complement each other. Frigga, upon hearing Loki's response, felt a mix of satisfaction and astonishment. She was pleased that Loki had devised a clear plan for his future, avoiding the pitfall of forsaking the substantial for the trivial. Yet, she was also surprised, as she had long recognized her younger son's precociousness. Even so, he was still a mere child of 10. The decision he made today transcended the typical capabilities expected of one so young. He was capable of independent thought and could discern the most advantageous choice among various options. Frigga had not anticipated that Loki would alter her perspective, for in her eyes, his pursuit of magic, much like Thor's inclination towards martial skills, was merely a fleeting whim of childhood. Should Loki persist in his magical studies while neglecting his inherent fiery prowess, she would still impart knowledge of magic to him, trusting that he would eventually grasp the significance of priorities and make a more informed choice as he matured. The time Loki invested in learning magic was of little concern. After all, for the Asgardians, dedicating centuries to the study of magic is akin to the fleeting days Earthlings spend playing video games, scarcely warranting concern. Moreover, learning magic is not a futile endeavor. Its utility in aiding him is evident. Thus, when Loki sought Odin's permission to study magic, Odin granted it without hesitation. Thor, clandestinely learning combat skills from the captain of the guards, was likewise overlooked by Odin, who deemed the children's eagerness to learn a positive development, dismissing any notion of time wasted as trivial. However, Frigga felt a profound joy at Loki's ability to chart his future. She sensed that her younger son might surpass his father and journey further than Odin himself. With this thought in mind, Frigga composed herself and resolved to formally teach Loki magic. She then stated earnestly, "Since you have made your decision and intend to pursue this path, you must persevere and not give up easily. Now, let me impart to you the fundamentals of magic. Our magic can be broadly categorized into several types: elemental magic, spatial magic, temporal magic, soul magic, and mental magic. In addition to these, there exist some rather obscure forms of magic, such as curse magic, summoning magic, and necromancy. Among others, you will encounter these in the academy, and you may ponder whether to pursue them. However, it is imperative to exercise caution when employing such arts. It is advisable that you refrain from immersing yourself in their study. Let us first discuss the more prevalent forms of magic. Elemental magic, as the name suggests, is the art of wielding the elements that roam freely throughout the cosmos. Since the dawn of the universe, 9 fundamental elements have existed: light, darkness, water, fire, wind, thunder, metal, wood, and earth. Of these fundamental elements, the fire element is the most accessible and easiest for you to master, as you have integrated the divine seed of the fire attribute, endowing you with the power of the fire deity. This grants you significant influence over all fire-related entities, making fire elemental magic the most straightforward to learn. Of course, this does not imply that you are restricted to learning only fire magic. The essence of elemental magic lies in utilizing one's mental energy to sense the fundamental elements that exist beyond and to communicate with them, thereby triggering a spiritual resonance to perform elemental magic. As long as you can connect with the external fundamental elements and provoke resonance, you may wield any type of magic. However, this remains theoretical, as few would opt to master all elemental magics, typically choosing only 2 or 3. Each element possesses its unique characteristics, which you must endeavor to comprehend. For instance, light magic is often regarded as the most innocuous form of magic. However, to demons or other dark beings, it can be utterly lethal. Moreover, light magic is not without its destructive potential. For example, the luminary deity within the realm of light embodies the most formidable light mage. Without immense power, would one still be able to ascend to divinity within a universe? Thus, one should never underestimate any mage, even those specializing in healing spells. For with a different application, such spells can transform into lethal forces. Many magics are not confined to a singular elemental manipulation. Take healing magic, for instance, which is a synthesis of light and wood magic. Similarly, corrosive magic is an amalgamation of water and dark magic. Even the most common wind blade spell requires the infusion of metal elements within wind magic to enhance its lethality. You may also concurrently harness fire and earth elements to cast lava magic. Therefore, every individual's magical prowess is distinct, necessitating personal exploration and study. The most crucial aspect of learning magic is the enhancement of mental energy, which serves as the foundation for magical development. Only with fortified mental energy can your magical prowess grow, allowing you to unleash formidable spells. However, the augmentation of mental energy is not an endeavor achieved overnight. It requires daily meditation and introspection to gradually elevate your mental capacity. A person of great mental fortitude can invoke an elemental tempest with but a thought, unleashing tremendous destructive power. There exists both spatial magic and temporal magic, with time and space being the fundamental forces of the universe. In contrast to elemental magic, these forms are considerably more challenging to master. For instance, spatial magic allows us to manipulate space, freeze it, or even obliterate it. One may wield powerful spells such as spatial confinement or spatial slicing. Temporal magic, however, is the most enigmatic. Its strength does not lie in sheer destructive capability, but in the fact that its wielders are the most formidable adversaries. Temporal magic grants the ability to foresee future events, enabling one to prepare meticulously before a confrontation. Engaging in battle against them, one is invariably ensnared in their rhythm, as they may have already encountered you in countless battles, while this would be your first. Should one possess mastery over the laws of time, they could traverse the temporal river and eliminate you in your infancy, erasing your existence from the fabric of causality. Nevertheless, there is no need to be overly disheartened by the prospect of such foes, for time magic is renowned as the most difficult to command, let alone the mastery of its laws. Furthermore, as long as you have grasped the law of fire, no one can vanquish you. Loki listened intently as Frigga expounded upon the intricacies of magic, gradually cultivating a clearer understanding of its nature, which diverged significantly from the depictions found in films and novels of his past life. However, comprehension does not equate to proficiency to wield magic. Loki must engage in a diligent study moving forward. He resolved to devote the ensuing days to mastering magic, while simultaneously enhancing his innate fire god powers. Frigga's magical prowess in Asgard is unparalleled. Although she may not rival Odin, she remains the finest mentor available to Loki. They're dynamic, with Frigga earnestly teaching and Loki fervently learning, effortlessly fostered an atmosphere conducive to education. Chapter 19, Growth in the Days That Followed. Loki balanced his studies of magic with the cultivation of his fire god strength, and during his leisure, he trained in combat skills alongside Thor. The journey of growth is often tedious. Every child has fantasized about maturing swiftly, envious of the adult world. For Loki in Asgard, such sentiments are magnified. The coming-of-age ceremony in Asgard occurs at 300 years of age, signifying that Loki remains a minor until he reaches that milestone. As a minor, he is prohibited from leaving Asgard and is barred from employment. The endless passage of time has led Loki to experience tedium on more than one occasion. The repetition of youth feels monotonous, and time stretches interminably. Though he is afforded the opportunity to study magic, hone his combat skills, and refine his fire god powers, Loki finds that life cannot be lived in perpetual sameness. He muses that if each day is a mere reiteration, then what is the purpose of existence? Thus, he began to seek out various pursuits to pass the time, striving to unearth enjoyment amidst the prolonged passage of years. At one point, Loki became enamored with mischief. Having recently acquired the art of transformation magic and lacking a test subject, he cunningly lured Thor into a magically prepared circle, transforming him into a frog. Watching the distressed green amphibian, Loki gleefully recorded the moment with a capturing device. As a consequence of his misdeeds, Loki found himself punished by Odin, confined within the White House for 3 days. The punishment concluded, yet Loki, having learned nothing, resorted once more to his mischievous ways, employing magic to transform Thor into a Shiba Inu. In a stroke of deceit, he gifted this enchanted canine, masquerading as Thor, to Sif. However, when Sif embraced the dog in slumber, the magic faltered, revealing Thor's true form. Enraged, Thor retaliated against Sif and her mother, resulting in a rather chaotic scene. And Loki was subsequently imprisoned for a full 10 days. Upon his release, Odin endeavored to instill in Loki a sense of morality, admonishing him against jesting with his brother or utilizing him as a subject for magical experiments. Heeding Odin's counsel, Loki promised to refrain from such antics. Yet his mind soon conjured new schemes. In the marketplace, Thor procured a splendid crystal necklace for Sif, only to have Loki, upon discovering this, transform the necklace into a sticky spider. Thus, when Thor joyfully presented the box to Sif, calamity ensued, leading to a day of relentless pursuit by Thor, wielding a stick against Loki. Not long after, Odin imposed a decree forbidding both brothers from indulging in alcohol until they reached adulthood. Yet that very day, Loki deceived Thor into consuming spirits, resulting in Thor drunkenly staggering into Odin's golden hall, singing boisterously. This breach of decorum earned them both the disdain of the patrons at the Great Bearded Tavern. Odin, exasperated, found himself burdened with the responsibility of overseeing his reckless elder son and his mischievous younger son, leaving him little time for his divine duties. Consequently, the brothers were granted free rein. With newfound liberty, Loki indulged in every sort of revelry, often at Thor's expense, who began to avoid Loki altogether. Loki, sensing his own immaturity, questioned the joy derived from such trivial mischief, yet the tedium of existence compelled him to persist. After some time, however, he grew weary of his antics and resumed his studies in magic, warfare, and the honing of his powers as the god of fire. Yet, boredom soon crept in again. Loki envied Thor's carefree spirit, who devoted his days to mastering combat skills and refining his powers as the god of thunder, all the while oblivious to any troubles in his life. Loki, burdened with memories of a past life, found the prospect of reliving his childhood disheartening, especially in a world that seemed interminably long. 300 years stretched before him, and he pondered how to navigate such a span. Having invested in a virtual reality helmet from the realm of Kree, Loki initially found amusement, but within a year, the novelty faded, and he repurposed the helmet for gardening, scarcely recalling the challenges he faced when acquiring it. Change began to take root only upon his entrance into the Academy of Asgard, where the plethora of courses, magic, combat, potions, forging, alchemy, foundational technology, spaceship piloting, universal languages, and the history of Asgard offered a semblance of engagement. Upon encountering a plethora of courses, Loki discovered a delightful pastime in the pursuit of knowledge, plunging headlong into the vast ocean of learning. For him, distinctions between mandatory and elective courses held no significance. He embraced all that was available, dedicating himself fully to his studies in an effort to stave off the passage of time. As a result, he ascended to the status of the legendary academic prodigy, greeted with smiles by every tutor, and blossomed into a star within the institution, receiving myriad accolades that brought joy to Frigga during her visits to parent-teacher meetings. In stark contrast, Thor embodied the antithesis of Loki's scholarly fervor, evading elective courses and selectively attending only the required ones. He became the bane of every teacher's existence, and Frigga often found herself riding an emotional roller coaster, alternating between praise for Loki and reprimands for Thor during her visits. Loki, however, found himself devoid of amiable companions at the academy. He perceived his peers as immature, lacking a shared language, while others shunned him due to his perpetually stern demeanor, as if he were burdened by debts owed to him. The invisible chasm that typically exists between high achievers and average students was palpably evident in Loki's experience, leading to his increasing isolation. Nevertheless, Loki's relentless dedication to his studies bore fruit, and he graduated with top marks in a remarkably brief period. At his graduation ceremony, both Odin and Frigga were present, their hearts swelling with pride as they beheld Loki's beaming countenance. He had become the student with the shortest tenure and the most extensive course load in the Academy's history. Meanwhile, Thor had devolved into the institution's most problematic student, spending his days in the company of a small entourage, idling about the Academy. Due to his failure to meet academic standards, Thor's graduation was postponed, as Asgard did not recognize the concept of compulsory education. Those who faltered in their assessments were destined to remain in the Academy indefinitely. It is said that Odin, in a bid to ensure Thor graduated before reaching adulthood, invoked his royal prerogative for the first time to intervene on Thor's behalf, lest the tale of Asgard's prince becoming a laughingstock spread. However, for Loki, graduation was not as idyllic as it seemed. It signified the onset of unemployment, for Asgard lacked any institutions of higher learning. The realm forbade underage individuals from entering the workforce or leaving Asgard, and military service was also off-limits. Thus, Loki found himself once again ensnared by boredom, yet life pressed on. He immersed himself in the study of magic, honed his combat skills, and diligently cultivated his abilities, incrementally enhancing his prowess. When ennui struck, he would clandestinely venture into the mountains of Jotunheim with Thor and his companions to hunt and grill their catches, or he would continue his mischievous endeavors, playing pranks of varying scales. Regardless of the circumstances, life persisted, and Loki endeavored to grow amidst the cyclical nature of his existence. Chapter 20. Mischief. Asgard is revered as the eternal realm of the gods, unchanged by the passage of time, perpetually adorned in the splendor of spring. However, the inhabitants of this realm inevitably undergo transformations over time. They grow and wither. This process, of course, is infinitely decelerated. For instance, 3 centuries ago, 2 youthful lads were mere children, and now they have matured into adults. At this moment, in a training arena situated at the heart of Asgard, 2 young men are engaged in a spirited duel, exchanging blows with great fervor. One of them, with a mane of golden hair and a rugged visage, is clad in Asgardian standard leather armor, wielding no weapon but his bare fists, unleashing a series of formidable combat techniques. Each punch is accompanied by flickers of lightning, a cacophony of crackling electricity attesting to the formidable power he wields. The other, possessing a head of raven black hair and an alluring smile, is donned in a dark green mage's robe, skillfully evading his opponent's strikes through a succession of magical portals, intermittently casting spells to retaliate. These two are none other than the princes of Asgard, Thor and Loki. Loki, what sort of warrior are you, dodging and weaving? True honor lies in the glory of direct combat. Come, face me, allow me to deliver a sound thrashing, Thor exclaimed, exasperated as he watched Loki flit through the magical gateways, his own attacks consistently falling short. But I am not a warrior by nature, Loki retorted, his composure unshaken. Observe my attire, a mage's robe. I am a sorcerer, you see. A sorcerer does not rely solely on magic to engage in direct confrontation. Do you believe I am foolish enough to allow you to pummel me? How naive you are. As he spoke, he stepped into yet another portal, casting a ball of fire that struck Thor but proved ineffective. Despite his words, Loki's thoughts betrayed him. Engaging Thor in direct combat was out of the question. First, he lacked Thor's brute strength, and second, he could not match his combat prowess. Moreover, the thunderous power that enveloped Thor's fists would leave him utterly incapacitated upon contact, rendering him helpless. This realization stemmed from a previous encounter where Loki, in a moment of folly, had insisted on testing his skills against Thor, only to find himself sprawled on the ground, utterly defeated. He resolved that in future confrontations, he must avoid any physical contact with his brother. Reflecting on this, Loki felt a sense of resignation. Throughout their lives, he had always excelled in learning, be it magic, potions, or runes, outpacing Thor at every turn. Even in mastering the power of the fire god, he had surpassed Thor's capabilities. He had graduated from the academy a full century and more before Thor. However, in the realm of combat skills, Loki must concede that he falls short compared to his adversary. He has diligently honed his abilities, achieving a commendable level of mastery within the Asgard Academy. Even after graduation, he continued his studies under the tutelage of Nars, which cannot be deemed inadequate. Yet, when it comes to Thor, Loki feels a profound sense of despair. Under the influence of the power of thunder, Thor's physical strength has surged to an alarming degree. A full-force punch can unleash over 100 tons of force, and this power continues to escalate. Although Thor's learning of combat techniques may not be particularly swift or effective, he effortlessly employs various skills in battle, demonstrating an innate talent for martial prowess. Nars, the captain of the guards, has remarked that Thor is the divine god of war. As Thor's fist hurtled towards him, Loki, resigned, took a step back and vanished through a magical portal, only to reappear on the other side, halting to inquire, "Why are you seeking trouble with me today? I have been here in the training grounds experimenting with magic all day and have not ventured out. Surely, I have not provoked you?" He reflected upon his own actions. Although he occasionally acted impulsively, he had not intentionally crossed Thor's path recently. Had he perhaps forgotten something? Upon hearing Loki's question, Thor's face flushed crimson. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Loki and demanded, "Did you cast a spell on the new leather armor I purchased last time, making it appear to others as a woman's dress? If you dare deny it, remember, this armor was bought during our last outing together, and you are the only one who has seen it." Goodness, that was 3 months ago. I had completely forgotten. Did you not adore that armor back then? Why did it take you so long to wear it? I assumed you had realized my enchantment and thus abandoned it. Loki mused, finally grasping the situation. Indeed, the origin of this mischief lay with him. 3 months prior, he and Thor had visited a trading market, where they discovered a newly arrived lightweight leather armor in an elven shop. Thor believed that this armor would perfectly showcase his physique and purchased it, even mocking Loki for his lack of muscles. In a moment of whimsical mischief, Loki had cast a spell on the armor, rendering it a woman's garment in the eyes of everyone except Thor. Upon returning, he had not seen Thor wear the enchanted armor and presumed that Thor had discerned the magic, thus dismissing it from his mind. Little did he know that Thor remained oblivious and wore it today. As this realization dawned on him, Loki sighed, acknowledging that his magic had indeed progressed, remaining effective after 3 months. Seeing Loki's silence, Thor's eyes reddened in fury. "It was undoubtedly your doing. You have caused me to be ridiculed by Sif and the others. I shall certainly give you a thrashing today." Loki, observing Thor's enraged demeanor, could not help but smile wryly. "In truth, this matter can be explained, cannot it, Thor? Let us not act rashly." "Explain?" You may do so after I have dealt with you. It is far too early for explanations now, Thor retorted relentlessly. Loki found himself in a rather helpless situation. He was undeniably at fault and could not blame anyone else. He often lamented about his own impulsiveness, wondering why he possessed such a reckless inclination. In his past life on Earth, he had not exhibited such flaws. Perhaps the inertia of history compelled him to become the God of Mischief. However, the thought of Thor donning that leather armor to seek out Sif and Vigar filled Loki with a certain exhilaration, and he couldn't help but chuckle at the imagined scene. Yet, he knew that Thor would certainly want to deliver a beating, which was not an option. He could not truly engage in combat. If it came to a life-and-death struggle, Thor would undoubtedly be no match for him. Apart from his magic, Loki wielded the power of the god of fire and possessed some combat skills. Even if he was not as formidable as Thor, he was by no means weak. In a genuine contest of life and death, given his mastery of techniques and Thor's tendency to avoid strategic thinking, Thor would be subdued in just a few moves. However, he could not unleash his most powerful techniques. After all, Thor was still his brother, with whom he had shared 3 centuries of life and care. It was unthinkable to turn against him with lethal intent. Even though Thor might be shouting fiercely now, he was clearly holding back. Otherwise, Loki would not be so unperturbed. Would he? Of course, it was certain that Thor intended to thrash him, but he could not allow himself to be bested in such a manner. That would be utterly humiliating. Thus, both parties refrained from exerting their full strength, yet being pinned down and struck by Thor left Loki feeling both frustrated and constrained. As Thor relentlessly hammered at him, an idea struck Loki. Instead of evading through a portal, he stood his ground as Thor lunged at him. Thor, perplexed by Loki's stillness, wondered why he was not dodging this time. However, Thor's lack of inclination to think led him to dismiss the thought. He simply assumed that Loki's immobility was advantageous. Seeing Loki remain still, Thor excitedly charged forward, but an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Thor's excessive force propelled him right through Loki's form. Yes, he passed straight through, as if Loki were but an illusion, not even grazing him as he vanished into thin air. Thor, having traversed through Loki's illusion, also became a mere blur and disappeared from sight. At that moment, Loki's figure slowly dissipated, reappearing in another corner of the training grounds. With a smile at the vanished Thor, he activated a teleportation spell and vanished as well. It turned out that while Thor was speaking, Loki had conjured a doppelganger and stealthily maneuvered to a corner of the training area, all without Thor's notice. This was a spell of his own invention, derived from his mastery of duplication and illusion magic, which he named Loki's illusion. It allowed him to seamlessly switch between his true self and his doppelganger, remaining undetected, and enabled the doppelganger to cast spells independently. Thus, at the moment Thor lunged, Loki had cleverly replaced himself with his true form, leaving behind an illusory doppelganger in his stead. After creating a spatial portal at the spot where his illusionary doppelganger stood, Loki skillfully concealed it, preventing Thor from noticing. Consequently, as Thor penetrated the illusion left by Loki, he unwittingly dashed through the magical gateway, allowing Loki to swiftly cancel the spell and close the portal, thereby expelling Thor from the training ground. However, Loki's mastery of spatial magic was not particularly adept. His teleportation could only reach a few kilometers at most. Given Thor's speed, he would return in less than a minute. Thus, Loki hastily exited the training arena through the portal. Reflecting on this, Loki felt a tinge of frustration. In his previous life, he had watched Doctor Strange master spatial magic in mere days, with no limitations on distance. In stark contrast, after 3 centuries of study, even with Freya acknowledging his magical talent, he could only teleport a few kilometers. This left Loki feeling rather helpless. He mused that even if Earth's sorcerers drew power from others, their speed of mastery was astonishingly exaggerated. Nonetheless, Loki harbored no intentions of borrowing strength from others. He believed that only the power cultivated through one's own effort was truly one's own, as relying on others would inevitably exact a toll. Indeed, shortly after Loki departed the training ground, Thor approached at an astonishing speed, only to find the arena deserted, prompting him to turn away in disappointment. As Thor emerged from the portal, he quickly grasped what had transpired and hurried back. Understanding his brother's penchant for evasion, he suspected that Loki had likely slipped away. Yet, not returning for a glance left him unsatisfied. What if Loki had remained behind? Alas, his assumptions proved correct. Loki had indeed escaped. Aware that he would be unable to find Loki in the near future due to his brother's adeptness at concealment, Thor resigned himself to return home, crestfallen. Chapter 21. The giant panda. After leaving the training ground, Loki did not immediately return to his palace. As princes of Asgard, both he and Thor possessed their own abodes. Yet Loki felt that theirs were too close together. Indeed, their palaces were adjacent, possibly a decision made by Odin out of consideration for their brotherly bond. When arranging accommodations for the two princes, he had constructed two neighboring palaces as their residences. On ordinary days, if Thor raised his voice even slightly, Loki could easily hear him. Thus, returning now felt like walking into a trap. Knowing that Thor would undoubtedly wait in his palace if he could not locate Loki, Loki realized he could not return home. Although his own palace was guarded, it made little difference against his brother Thor. Even if Loki were to visit Thor's palace, he could enter without hindrance, as the guards would pay him no mind. Therefore, at this moment, he found himself without a refuge to return to. With nothing to occupy his mind, Loki decided to visit the Bearded Tavern for a drink. It had been quite some time since his last visit. Although the tavern's proprietor was not particularly welcoming to him, it was unlikely he would be turned away. However, just as he approached the tavern's entrance, he unexpectedly encountered Vog, one of Thor's closest companions. Realizing this, Loki deemed it best to forego the tavern altogether. He was well aware of Vog's nature. Despite resembling Robin Hood with his air of camaraderie, he possessed a cunning disposition that often deceived those who fell prey to his appearance. In other words, Vog thrived on chaos and would undoubtedly inform Thor of Loki's presence, eagerly awaiting the ensuing spectacle with a small stool, sunflower seeds, and a drink in hand. Thus, Loki concluded that the tavern was ill-suited for him that day. With no home to return to and the tavern off the table, he considered the situation with Frigga. Her friend, the witch GWRLG from the Vanir, had recently arrived in Asgard to visit her. The two women, particularly those of considerable age, posed a significant source of anxiety for Loki. GWRLG, in particular, had a persistent desire for Loki to become her apprentice. While he was indifferent to the notion, he recognized the witch's reputation as the most formidable sorceress of the Vanir, and the prospect of learning unique magics was appealing. Nonetheless, Frigga was adamant that this elderly woman should not ensnare her beloved son. Though he had two sons, the younger one was particularly dear to her. Furthermore, Loki mused, he could teach magic himself. GWRLG wasn't he significantly more powerful than he was. Thus, when the two women began to bicker upon seeing Loki, he resolved to avoid any potential discomfort. Considering a visit to Odin, he quickly dismissed the idea. Odin was not the most nurturing of fathers, and lately, his advanced age seemed to manifest in a tendency to regale Loki and Thor with tales of Asgard's past and future, reiterating that the future of Asgard lay in their hands. Thus, this option too was eliminated. In the early days following his arrival, Loki had harbored ambitions of becoming the king of Asgard. However, those aspirations had long since dissipated. After 3 centuries in Asgard, the thought of remaining there for eternity was enough to drive him to madness. The mere idea of being king and spending an eternity in Asgard was daunting. With nowhere else to turn, Loki decided to explore the marketplace, having been preoccupied with magical experiments and neglecting his visits for far too long. Before long, he found himself wandering the bustling streets of Asgard's trading market, reminiscent of his past experiences in supermarkets. The marketplace was not exclusively for the people of Asgard. As long as one adhered to Asgardian customs, anyone could engage in trade here, even renting shops for commerce. Naturally, given Odin's formidable reputation throughout the cosmos, no one dared to cause trouble in this realm, rendering it a veritable paradise for interstellar merchants and drawing numerous traders seeking to invest. Thus, the trading market of Asgard is renowned alongside the barren lands of the cosmic elders as a gathering place for interstellar merchants. The taxation imposed at the trading market constitutes a vital segment of Asgard's revenue, significantly subsidizing the livelihoods of its citizens. Even the royal expenditures are sourced from this marketplace. Recently, Loki has been contemplating whether to establish a shop here to supplement his household expenses, yet he remains undecided about the nature of the business, and as a prince, he is not in want of funds, thus the plan has been postponed. As Loki meanders aimlessly through the streets, he observes the neatly arranged shops surrounding him, as well as numerous adventurers who cannot afford storefronts setting up stalls on either side. This scene evokes in him a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of the night markets on Earth. Suddenly, he is drawn by a commotion ahead, where a voice calls out from the crowd, "Come and see. The last one. Don't miss out. The highest bidder wins." The mention of Midgard piques Loki's curiosity. Is that not Earth? He wonders about the identity of this black and white beast, having never heard of it before. Intrigued, he pushes his way into the throng to discover what this creature from Midgard could be. After much effort, Loki finally squeezes through the crowd and is taken aback by the sight before him. A panda. He muses silently, reflecting on the audacity of these interstellar thieves, daring to capture giant pandas from Earth and bring them to Asgard for sale. seemingly oblivious to the fact that pandas are a national-level protected species. The term black and white beast certainly fits. Of course, Loki merely speculates. The value of a creature pales in comparison to profit, and he imagines that even the President of the United States would be tempted to procure one if it could fetch a price. Besides, judging by the timeline, China is likely still in the Tang dynasty, and thus, the concept of a protected animal would not even be established yet. Having only seen pandas on television in his past life, this moment marks Loki's first genuine encounter with one, leaving him awestruck by its endearing, clumsy demeanor. It is astonishing that his inaugural sighting of a giant panda occurs a staggering distance of 100,000 miles from Earth and Asgard, truly a twist of fate. Despite this enchanting experience, Loki has no intention of making a purchase. The selling Soma alien has marked a low price of 1,000 star coins, and he would only consider buying such a creature if he were at a loss for how to spend his wealth. He suspects that caring for the panda would be an additional burden. Soma, known as the birthplace of notorious interstellar pirates, is derisively referred to as the Thief Planet. The inhabitants of Soma possess pale blue skin and a comically prominent antenna atop their heads. However, these beings boast a unique racial ability. They can become invisible by nature, albeit lacking in strength and technological advancement, having only recently ventured into the cosmos. Their ability to conceal themselves often facilitates their theft of local specialties from planets lacking robust technology, thus earning them the moniker of interstellar thieves. Held in disdain by other space pirates, Loki had already given up on selling the giant panda, as he believed that acquiring such a creature was far less appealing than capturing a nimble sheep in the Summer Mountains, which at least would provide a quick chase and a delectable roast. However, once again, events unfolded contrary to Loki's expectations, as bids soon began to emerge, and notably, they were substantial. One individual audaciously offered 1,000 stellar coins, which Loki initially dismissed as a mere ploy. Yet, to his astonishment, bids continued to escalate, swiftly exceeding that amount. Someone called out for 1,800, followed by another raising it to 2,000, and before long, the figure soared to 9,000, nearing 10,000, enough to procure a small shuttlecraft. This prompted Loki to reflect on the impulsive nature of consumerism. He surmised that those who purchased this panda would likely regret their decision by the next day. As for returns, that seemed an impossibility, for it would be uncertain if one could even locate the Soma alien in Asgard the following day. At that moment, a familiar feminine voice pierced through the air, declaring a bid of 10,000 stellar coins, leaving Loki momentarily stunned. His astonishment stemmed not from the bid itself, but from the recognition of the voice. Upon turning, he confirmed his suspicion. It was Sif, the goddess of harvest and Thor's paramour. Loki was taken aback that she had chosen to come here to buy a giant panda instead of seeking Thor. Sif, clearly noticing Loki, exclaimed, "Loki? What are you doing here? Didn't Thor go looking for you?" Loki, recognizing Sif, chose not to respond to her inquiry and simply turned to leave. He found it peculiar that he kept encountering these individuals throughout the day, particularly Sif, whom he deemed best to avoid, especially considering her potential future as his sister-in-law. Yet, as he attempted to make his exit, Sif was determined not to let him slip away. Just as he turned, she grasped his arm. "Where do you think you're going? Why are you running from me?" she questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. She continued, "Did you have something to do with that outfit Thor wore today? Don't deny it. It must have been you who devised such a tedious prank. By the way, where is Thor?" Loki, wishing to evade this woman, felt exasperated. Despite sharing a childhood together, Sif's affection for Thor irked him, and he preferred not to dwell on it. After all, everyone has their own tastes. In contrast to her portrayal on television, this world's Sif possessed golden hair and striking golden eyes. Upon graduating from the academy, she had integrated the seeds of harvest divine power, hence earning the title of Goddess of Harvest. As a child, she had a tendency to cry incessantly, and after one of his mischievous acts resulted in him cutting a bit of her hair, she wept for 3 days straight. Ultimately, he had to implore Frigga to restore it with magic, a situation that even drew Odin's attention and led to his own punishment. Since then, Loki had seldom engaged with her. "What do you want from me? Am I not allowed to stroll through the market without being watched?" Loki replied, exasperated. "Seek Thor. Either head to the palace or venture to the tavern." "Thor, do you not know better than I?" Chapter 22, Fragments of the Phoenix. "I shall not seek Thor at this moment. Rather, I inquire what you intend to do and why you are evading me. Do you harbor some grievances against me?" Noticing Loki's inclination to depart, Sif hastily interjected. Sif felt a degree of perplexity. She was not unfamiliar with Thor's brother. On the contrary, due to Thor, she was exceedingly well acquainted, especially with his penchant for mischief, which had earned him the title of God of Mischief. Although she was not particularly fond of Thor, having grown up alongside him made her frequently encounter Loki. Yet, Sif sensed that he consistently avoided her, either intentionally or inadvertently, which left her baffled. Upon hearing Sif's inquiry, Loki thought to himself, I have plenty of grievances, and I find you bothersome. However, he could not express such thoughts aloud. After all, she was destined to become his sister-in-law, and he had to afford her some respect. He merely replied, I have other matters to attend to. I do not plan to purchase that round creature, so what purpose would my presence here serve? Very well, I shall take my leave. If you wish to find Thor, simply dial his star communication number. You are well aware of it. Star communication, akin to mobile phones on Earth, serves as the communication tool of Asgard. When Loki first traversed here, he wondered why Earth possessed mobile phones while technologically advanced Asgard lacked such means of communication. Upon witnessing it, he indeed found it far superior to Earth's technology, capable of interstellar communication. Wait, I know Thor's star communication number. Do not depart just yet, Sif called out to Loki. Loki, feeling exasperated, responded, What now? You haven't informed Thor, have you? Are you trying to keep me here until he arrives? Yet, upon reflection, Loki realized this was quite plausible. After all, why else would she repeatedly call him back? Noticing the wary gaze Loki cast upon her, Sif wore an expression of resignation as she said, As long as your mischief does not involve me, I have no interest in your brotherly affairs. Could you lend me some money? I did not bring enough with me today. Upon hearing Sif's request for money, Loki sighed in relief. As long as it was not to inform Thor, he was content. Although he did not fear Thor, he found him bothersome. He had been foolish to engage in such trivial mischief. He casually asked, Why are you wandering the marketplace without money? How much do you need? I do not have much more than you. My allowance is not greater. I brought some money, but not enough. If I wish to purchase the black and white beast, it will not suffice. Lend me 10,000 star coins, and I shall repay you later, Sif explained. Loki, taken aback by Sif's request for 10,000 star coins, inhaled sharply and exclaimed, Do you think my money grows on trees? 10,000 right off the bat? Wait, what did you say you wanted to buy? I wish to buy the round creature you mentioned. Do you not find it adorable? Sif squinted her eyes, fixated on the giant panda confined within the cage by the Samarans, clearly captivated by its charm. In the time it took to converse, the price of the panda had already surged to 20,000 star coins. Loki, incredulous at Sif's desire to purchase the panda, asked, What do you intend to do with it? This creature cannot serve as a battle pet. Do you truly wish to acquire it merely for its flesh? Spending 20,000 star coins on such an extravagant whim seems rather excessive, does it not? Do you not find it endearing, with its adorable demeanor and sizable form? Observe its sharp teeth. How could it not be trained as a battle companion? With proper training, it surely could fulfill that role. However, Sif expressed her skepticism, dismissing the notion that it could be transformed into a battle pet through training. Loki, resigned to the conversation, asserted that this creature was indeed unsuitable for such a purpose. Its offensive capabilities were negligible, particularly when compared to the strength of an Asgardian. In fact, it was weaker than a mere jumping sheep. Do you comprehend? Furthermore, its lifespan is tragically brief, only 2 decades at most, and considering its size, it may only survive for 5 or 6 years. Loki wished to dissuade her from this idea, but his efforts were in vain. Perhaps his previous mischief had rendered him less trustworthy. Sif pressed, Will you lend it to me or not? If you refuse, I shall contact Thor. Resorting to childish tactics, she added, Very well, purchase it then. I shall enjoy watching you regret your decision. Loki, contemplating this, relented, I will lend it to you, but make sure to return it promptly. There can be no debts left unpaid. With a sigh of resignation, he transferred 10,000 star coins to Sif, issuing a precautionary warning to prevent her from defaulting once she discovered the creature's lack of offensive capabilities. After completing the transaction, Loki turned and departed, while Sif, having received the funds, promptly set off to procure her panda. Once separated from Sif, Loki wandered aimlessly, shifting to another area to continue his leisurely exploration. In truth, he had no particular items in mind to purchase. He merely sought the company of the bustling crowd as a means to evade Thor. As he strolled, he lamented his unfortunate circumstances. Today had been decidedly unfortunate, testing magic only to have Thor seek him out for a brawl, encountering Vogue while drinking, and now being subjected to Sif's lone request. While ambling along, he suddenly sensed a surge of divine fire energy within him. Loki paused to attune himself, detecting a potent aura of fire emanating from a nearby stall. Since the emergence of the fire god's power within him, he had grown acutely sensitive to any fiery essence. He mused that if a conflagration were to occur, he would be the first to know. Scanning his surroundings, He focused on a small stall run by a figure entirely cloaked in red and approached to inspect it closely. The stall offered a meager selection of items, no more than 5 or 6 in total. Based on the attire, Loki deduced that the vendor was likely an interstellar explorer, often traversing the cosmos in search of rare materials to sell. Upon closer examination, he identified that the source of the fiery aura was a black crystal, roughly the size of a fist. He also noted a large chunk of pitch black, or a dry piece of wood adorned with a few verdant leaves, covered with a thin membrane, an old star communicator, and several translucent star diamonds, commonly used as decorative trinkets. Loki gazed curiously at the pitch black, or perplexed that he did not recognize it. He reached out to grasp it, but was taken aback when he found that one hand was insufficient. Reluctantly, he resorted to using both hands, managing to lift it only with great effort. This astonished Loki. A stone the size of a human head proved to be remarkably heavy. With his physical strength augmented by the power of fire, he was nearing a capacity of 100 tons, yet lifting this stone felt burdensome. Loki contemplated channeling his fire god power to test its properties, only to discover that he was utterly unable to do so. The aura effectively nullified his fire god energy. Turning to the stall owner, he inquired, "Good sir, what manner of ore is this? It is exceedingly heavy. Where did you procure it?" The proprietor, a rockman, appeared astonished as he observed Loki effortlessly grasping the stone. He recalled how, after discovering the ore in the ruins, he had been unable to budge it. Were it not for a spatial device aboard his spacecraft, he would never have managed to extract it from the ruins. Seeing Loki lift it so easily left him utterly dumbfounded. Loki noted the owner's astonishment and suppressed a smirk. Not every race possessed the innate strength of the Asgardians. Most beings in the cosmos were quite ordinary, and the unique lineage of Asgard was indeed rare. Responding to Loki's inquiry, the vendor quickly regained his composure, stating, "Esteemed Prince of Asgard, I adventurously unearthed this stone from a ruin. I have no knowledge of its origin, but if you desire it, I would part with it for 20,000 star coins, given the effort I expended." Loki, taken aback by the vendor's recognition, queried, "You know of me?" The vendor chuckled. "Your Highness, how could one conduct business in the trading market of Asgard without recognizing the prince?" Realizing he had been somewhat boastful, Loki sighed, acknowledging that he had perhaps drawn too much attention to himself and resolved to maintain a lower profile in the future. 20,000 star coins seemed a fair price considering the weight, not to mention its unique properties, far more advantageous than a mere cute trinket, he mused. After a moment's reflection, he proposed to the vendor, 20,000 star coins is agreeable. Could you include this crystal and that branch as a bonus? The rockman stared at Loki, exasperated. Esteemed Prince of Asgard, I cannot entertain such a proposition. While I am uncertain of the ore's origin, that crystal is a fragment of a phoenix, and the branch is a segment of the life tree of the elves. I cannot part with them as a bonus. However, I can offer you a discount. The phoenix fragment for 8,000 star coins, and the life tree branch for 50,000 star coins. Now it was Loki's turn to feel awkward. I mistakenly assumed you were unaware of their significance. Curse those misleading internet novels. Upon learning that the branch was indeed from the life tree, Loki chuckled. Well, good sir, you are quite audacious. The elf shop is not far from here. With such proximity, are you not concerned they might come looking for you? Perhaps you should hand me the items and make a hasty retreat. Upon hearing Loki's confusion, the vendor chuckled and said, Your Highness, you are unaware that this branch of the Tree of Life did not originate from the Elven Tree of Life. Even if I had 10 lives, I would not dare trespass into the Elven sacred grounds. This branch comes from a relic, as I once encountered a branch of the Tree of Life and memorized its essence. Furthermore, the elves reconstruct their Tree of Life every few centuries, purportedly to aid its growth. They also sell some of the branches they prune. You may find them in their shops, although you won't discover one as large or as infused with life force as this. The reason you cannot sense it now is that I have treated it. Otherwise, the elves would truly have come after me. When you return, simply peel away the outer membrane, and you will perceive it. Loki finally understood and remarked, I want everything except for that star message from centuries ago. I will give you 90,000 star coins for it. Is that acceptable? He contemplated that these pieces of star diamonds were substantial enough to gift to Frigga, who had a fondness for such items. After a half day of haggling, Loki ultimately purchased the entire stall for 100,000 star coins, and the vendor left with a cheerful demeanor. Even gifting Loki the star message he had no use for. Chapter 23. The joyful Loki shopping in Asgard is akin to shopping on Earth. One pays and departs with their goods. The red-skinned rockman left with an exuberant smile, seemingly causing his crimson hue to deepen, much like a ripe crab. Loki, even more jubilant than the grinning rockman, wore a smile that nearly stretched to his ears, embodying the sentiment that one should sing in times of triumph. Humming a merry tune as he strolled through the streets, entirely unperturbed by the gazes of onlookers. Continuing to meander through the marketplace, Loki eagerly anticipated another stroke of luck to uncover more treasures. His spirits soared, causing him to forget the earlier lamentations of misfortune and ill fate. However, fortune is often fleeting. Despite the transformation of the marketplace, Loki failed to discover anything he deemed valuable or worthy of extravagant spending. Noticing the waning daylight, he surmised that Thor, waiting at home for him, would soon depart, prompting him to saunter homeward. Upon quietly returning home, Loki did not disturb anyone, except for a guard who informed him that Thor had come seeking him in a fit of anger and had waited for 2 hours until Sif arrived, prompting his departure. Upon hearing that Thor had just left, Loki felt a wave of relief, contemplating that had he not lingered a bit longer, he might have encountered Thor directly. Simultaneously, he chided Thor for his impulsiveness at nearly 300 years of age, failing to learn from his own example, likely due to the thunderous might that had muddled his brain. At this moment, Loki conveniently forgot that it was his own mischievous antics that had provoked Thor's ire. Upon returning home, Loki quenched his thirst and began to assess the spoils of the day, laying out all his findings before him. An unidentified mineral, a fragment of a phoenix, a piece of wood adorned with 2 leaves, an antiquated star communicator, and several sizable star diamonds. First, the enigmatic mineral. Characterized by its considerable weight, nearly 100 tons for a piece the size of a human head, proved incompatible with Loki's fiery divine power. A magical experiment yielded no reaction, and its formidable hardness left even the blade of an Asgardian longsword unable to leave a scratch upon its surface. Thus, it remained unutilized for the time being, with plans to consult a dwarven craftsman in Vanaheim when time permitted. Next was the phoenix fragment, pulsating with an immense power that Loki sensed but dared not absorb. Having traversed this realm for 3 centuries, Loki possessed a profound understanding of the universe. The phoenix, born from the chaos and primordial essence of this cosmos, symbolized destruction and could be deemed the progeny of the entire multiverse, its power anticipated to surpass even Odin's. It stood as one of the most formidable entities across the multiverse, its overwhelming strength deemed unacceptable by the cosmic laws, rendering it incomplete throughout eternity. The phoenix often sought hosts with exceptional mental prowess, wandering this universe time and again. Each time its power entered a host, it left behind a fragment of its essence upon departure. This particular piece likely originated in such a manner, imbued with the will of the phoenix itself. Loki, aware of his current limitations, refrained from hastily merging with its power, fearing the possibility of being assimilated by the phoenix's will or becoming merely its vessel, an outcome he wished to avoid. After careful deliberation, Loki resolved to forge a weapon from this fragment, intending to harness the phoenix's power in conjunction with his own divine fire to yield even greater strength. He envisioned crafting a weapon that was both striking and practical. Then there was the branch adorned with a few leaves. The Rockman had claimed it to be a sprout from the elven life tree. However, Loki felt no aura emanating from it. To discern its authenticity, he would need to peel away the encasing membrane, hoping that the Rockman had not deceived him. With cautious hands, Loki removed the thin membrane, and as it fell away, a rich, life-infused essence enveloped him entirely. Until now, Loki had never comprehended the feeling of relief after a prolonged drought, but at this moment, the meaning of that phrase became clear. The Rockman had not misled him, even without having seen the life tree. Loki could ascertain that this was indeed a branch of the life tree, and it was highly likely to be a segment of the trunk itself. Bathed in the vibrant essence emanating from the branches of the tree of life, Loki felt his very cells pulsating with energy, his thoughts clearer than ever before. Akin to a parched traveler suddenly quenching his thirst with a refreshing drink, he radiated an aura unlike any other. Aware of the myriad benefits brought forth by the tree's life force, Loki deemed his expenditure of 100,000 star coins exceedingly worthwhile. The inhabitants of the realm, engrossed in their magical pursuits and neglecting personal cultivation, remained oblivious to the immense vitality contained within these branches, favoring instead the tangible firepower of a fully armed battleship. Thus, they opted to sell it rather than harness it for themselves. Should an informed buyer appear, one could easily command 10 million star coins for such a treasure. Loki marveled at his fortune in acquiring it for a mere 100,000 star coins, akin to catching a fortuitous windfall. Recognizing the advantages this life force bestowed upon him, Loki pondered deeply and decided to procure a potted plant. In a rather reckless manner, he uprooted the valuable moonflower, disregarding its worth far exceeding that of his recent acquisition. Carefully, he planted the branch of the tree of life within the pot, etching upon it a magical array designed to draw wood elements from the cosmos. Envisioning the potential benefits of nurturing this branch into a new tree of life, Loki was filled with aspirations of reaping great rewards. With a moment's thought, he cast several spells to promote the growth of plants, fully aware that such incantations were trivial compared to the overwhelming vitality contained within the branch itself. The elven race revered the nature goddess, drawing upon her power to enhance their own. The nature goddess, generous in her gifts, bestowed her life force upon the tree of life, thereby fostering its growth. It could be said that the elves were the favored children of the nature goddess. Thus, Loki concluded that to ensure the branch took root and flourished, it would be prudent to seek out a deity endowed with divine natural power to nourish it. However, he lamented the fact that, despite Asgard being a realm of gods, its inhabitants predominantly worshipped Odin, the god of war. Consequently, most of the deities present were of the Aesir pantheon, associated with warfare. The Vanir, deities of nature, had long severed ties with Asgard. Relocating to Vanaheim thousands of years ago, and while still under Odin's dominion, they were no longer visible in Asgard. Wait a moment. Loki felt as though he had overlooked something. After a moment's reflection, realization dawned upon him. Was there not still a deity in Asgard possessing the powers of nature? His future sister-in-law, the goddess of harvest, Sif, was indeed imbued with the essence of fertility. Though her powers might not rival that of life or wood spirit, they were undoubtedly superior to the spells he had just cast. Although Sif was still far from the realm of the nature goddess, he found himself with no other options at hand. Loki had firmly resolved to invite Sif to assist him when she came to repay her debt, considering that he was currently the creditor. Furthermore, since Sif aspired to become his sister-in-law, it was only fitting for her to curry favor with him. At that moment, he recalled that Thor was his brother, and one could not help but remark on how capricious their third princess truly was. Having made up his mind, Loki chose not to dwell further on the matter. He proceeded to relocate his newly crafted potted tree of life into his chamber, maximizing its benefits since he spent the most time in his bedroom. After some contemplation, he also set up a magical barrier within his room to prevent the leakage of life energy, concerned that someone might discover and steal it, particularly Thor, who had a tendency to appropriate his prized possessions. Remaining was the Lockman, which served as a token accompanying his star communicator. Loki mused whether this item, placed alongside several treasures, concealed some hidden significance. After examining it thoroughly for quite some time, he ultimately concluded that it was merely a star communicator, an exceedingly antiquated device, long rendered obsolete, likely older than himself. The star communicator he utilized was the latest model from the Asgard Academy of Sciences, yet to be released on the market. Loki had cunningly acquired it from the Academy, leveraging his princely status. As he would say, representing Asgard as its prince, he could not possibly use an outdated communicator, as it would tarnish Asgard's reputation. After some reflection, he opted not to discard the antiquated communicator, instead stowing it away in his spatial bracelet, just in case. What remained were two fist-sized star diamonds, resplendent and translucent, radiating a dazzling luminosity. These were commonly used by the Asgardians as decorative items, though not expensive. They were rare and highly sought after. Fortunately, the Lockman was a street vendor. Had it been in a shop, they would have been snatched up long ago. After some consideration, Loki decided to wrap the two diamonds and make a visit to Queen Frigga's palace, intending to present them to his mother, as the third princess had indeed been quite kind to her. Chapter 24. Coming of age, Loki ambled to Frigga's palace, and upon seeing her, he found her engaged in conversation with her close friend, the witch Gwenira. Upon spotting Gwenira, Loki suddenly realized he had overlooked something important. Hadn't he been avoiding her? Why was he now presenting himself at her doorstep? After careful reflection, Loki deemed it inconsequential. Offering a small gift to his mother hardly warranted evasion of others. Moreover, he surmised that Frigga would relish the opportunity to showcase this gesture before Gwenira. Indeed, when Loki revealed the two crystalline star diamonds and explained his intention, Frigga appeared genuinely delighted. In Loki's eyes, his mother's joy was evident, her eyes nearly squinting into a straight line from happiness. Jalari proudly showcased two sparkling star diamonds to the nearby witch, Gerwig, exclaiming, "Loki, this child has always been quite filial. He knows I adore these trinkets and has scoured everywhere to find them for me. Look, these are all gifts from Loki." As she spoke, she led the two into her bedroom, pointing at a wall adorned with an array of decorative items to impress Gerwig. In this regard, Jalari was not unlike women on Earth, relishing the opportunity to boast about her son and flaunt her jewels, perhaps a universal trait among mothers and women, transcending geographical boundaries. Gerwig cast a curious glance at Loki, pondering, is this boy truly so considerate? This contradicts the rumors. Isn't he known as the God of Mischief? Could it be a case of false accusations? Unaware of Gerwig's thoughts, Loki remained silent. Had he been privy to her musings, he might have taken her hand and replied, Auntie, you are absolutely right. It is merely slander. He did not dispute Fjolari's claims, for aside from the solitary ring in the center, all the items on that wall were indeed gifts from Loki, making Fjolari's assertions quite accurate. Raised by Fjolari and having spent considerable time learning magic under her guidance, Loki harbored deep affection for her. After centuries of companionship, Fjolari dutifully fulfilled her role as a mother, and Loki came to understand all her preferences. Upon realizing her fondness for such jewelry, Loki began collecting these treasures with intention. In his earlier years, with limited pocket money, he would save diligently to purchase a piece to delight Fjolari, which would bring her joy for an extended period. As he matured, collecting became even more convenient. On significant occasions, be it major festivals in Asgard, his own birthday, or Fjolari's birthday, Loki made it a point to present her with a thoughtful gift. He found immense meaning in bringing happiness to his mother. Unbeknownst to him, so much time had already passed. Loki's filial piety often incited jealousy in Odin, who would frequently lament to Fjolari, I am this little rascal's father, yet he shows such favoritism. Of course, Loki remained oblivious to these sentiments. However, when Loki eventually chose a gift for Odin, the latter quickly took it to flaunt before Fjolari, prompting Loki to realize that this old man was not so different from fathers on Earth, thus bridging the gap between them slightly. In truth, neither Fjolari nor Odin had a particular fondness for such items, but their appreciation stemmed solely from the fact that they were gifts from their son. Loki, having never experienced fatherhood, would never grasp this sentiment until he became a father himself. The significance embedded in such gestures far exceeded their mere material existence. However, Thor has never paid attention to these matters. From childhood to adulthood, he has always focused his affections on Sif, frequently showering her with various gifts, which has incited a deep jealousy in Frigga. This jealousy has led Frigga to complain to Odin more than once, lamenting that the pig she has painstakingly raised has gone astray over a mere cabbage. Returning to the main topic, the witch Grunhild gazed at the self-satisfied Frigga in disbelief before turning her attention to young Loki. Would you like me to be your teacher, dear? I can teach you magic. If you choose me as your mentor, I will impart to you many formidable spells. My magic is truly powerful, even more so than your mother's. Seemingly recalling something, Grunhild brought up old matters again. Before Loki could respond, Frigga, ever vigilant, interjected, No, thank you. I will teach my son myself. Grunhild, please refrain from scheming around my child. Loki chuckled, Sister, I am not vying for your son. Why the haste? People outside are begging me to teach them magic, and I am hardly inclined. Don't you think your son ought to seek a good teacher? Allow me to teach your precious boy. After all, I am the mightiest sorcerer of our pantheon. Frigga thought to herself, this little vixen is trying to steal my son. Yet she smiled and replied, No, sister, Loki has merged with the seed of the fire god's power and is destined for the path of divinity. He cannot devote himself solely to the study of magic and would only cause you trouble. How could that be trouble? I have great affection for Loki. He is charming and possesses remarkable magical talent. It would be a waste not to learn from me. Don't you agree, sister? Little Loki, what do you think? If you become my student, I can introduce you to beautiful young maidens. Charming refers to me. How delightfully candid. It's rather embarrassing. Yet finally, someone appreciates my beauty. Introducing lovely young ladies sounds enticing, but I must first vet them. Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken, as even someone as self-absorbed as Loki would never voice such sentiments. Observing the two ageless women on the verge of conflict, Loki could already sense the tension in the air. He quickly interjected, Aunt Grunhild, I appreciate your compliments. Your magic is undoubtedly the most formidable across the 9 realms, but I do not intend to focus solely on magic. I aim to enhance my own divine fire powers. Learning magic is merely a means to strengthen my abilities, not my sole pursuit. Well, Grunhild replied, her enthusiasm waning, I shall not pressure you then. A fruit that is forced does not taste sweet. However, little Loki, if you change your mind, do come to find me. I can make you my chief disciple and introduce you to lovely young ladies. Loki, resigned, chuckled, Chief disciple? You don't have a single disciple. If I were to join, I would be your only student, thus undoubtedly the chief disciple. That hardly seems a compelling incentive. It would be more enticing if you offered to procure for me the latest model of a spaceship. Perhaps, in a moment of joy, I might have agreed, especially with the introduction of lovely young maidens. Is it possible that a prince as remarkable as I could struggle to find a companion? What a jest! Loki conveniently chose to forget the fact that he had been single for 3 centuries. "Aunt, should I ever pursue the art of magic, I shall certainly seek your guidance. For now, I find it preferable to gradually harness the powers of the god of fire. Besides, a modicum of magical knowledge gleaned from my mother suffices for my needs." Freya cast Loki a knowing glance before addressing him. "Dear sibling, you needn't worry about this child. He has always been quite resolute and sensible. Odin and I have never had cause for concern. Odin even claims he possesses innate wisdom." "Are you referring to me as sensible?" Loki inquired. "If that is so, then why do you often punish me and confine me to the White Room?" Freya recalled what the guards had mentioned earlier and turned to Loki. "Loki, I heard you had a quarrel with your brother today. The guards said you two were brawling in the training grounds." Loki thought to himself, brawling? Surely that is a misnomer. It was merely Thor pursuing me. Had I not been swift, I might have faced dire consequences. After some reflection, Loki fabricated a tale. "Mother, I am uncertain why Thor sought me out for a scuffle. Perhaps he has misconstrued something? After all, he is my brother, and I cannot truly engage in a fight with him. Can I?" Freya mused silently. "My youngest son is indeed well-behaved, albeit somewhat childish, with a penchant for trivial pranks. It is perhaps best to leave the petty disputes among children undisturbed." "Very well, you may handle these matters on your own. You are growing up. Do not jest with your brother so frequently." Gulveig pondered. Indeed, what sort of mischief could be attributed to the god of trickery? There are always miscast names, but never a misapplied epithet. Truly, his reputation is well-deserved. "By the way, Loki, have you prepared for your coming-of-age ceremony? It is to be held at the end of this month, and there are but 10 days remaining. How are your preparations progressing?" Freya suddenly recalled this matter and inquired of Loki. This caught Loki completely off guard. "My coming-of-age ceremony? When was this announced? No one has informed me." Upon witnessing Loki's bewilderment, Freya quickly realized. "Oh, it seems I forgot to mention it to you. But fret not. Your father has arranged a celebration for you and your brother at the end of this month. He has already notified various beings and factions across the 9 realms and the universe that have dealings with Asgard. Your Aunt Gulveig will also be present to honor your ceremony." Loki felt a wave of dismay wash over him. How could it be that I am the last to know about my own coming-of-age ceremony, while seemingly half the universe is already aware? Am I truly so insignificant? The sense of disappointment weighed heavily on him. Freya, considering the situation, quickly added, "Oh, and do remind your brother to prepare as well." "Well, it appears I am not the only one devoid of presence," Loki thought, finding a flicker of solace amidst his melancholy. Chapter 25. The brilliantly intelligent Thor. After a brief conversation with his mother Frigga and the sorceress Guinevere, Loki returned home. Frigga primarily discussed the details of his upcoming coming-of-age ceremony. Upon arriving home, Loki felt a surge of discontent. Why was it that the entire universe seemed to be aware of his rite of passage while he remained in the dark? After a moment of contemplation, he resigned himself to the situation. Although still vexed, he could hardly confront Odin and Frigga about it. Furthermore, with over 10 days left for preparations, it was not too late for him to be informed. Ample time lay ahead for him to get ready. Besides, he was not the last to know. That dubious honor belonged to Thor, did it not? But was the situation truly as simple as Loki imagined? The thought of Thor suddenly reminded him that Frigga had entrusted him with the task of conveying this news to Thor. Resolute in his intentions, Loki prepared to visit Thor's palace to relay the information. In truth, there was little to prepare. Loki merely wanted to ensure he was in a decent state. One could never be too cautious, especially if a confrontation were to arise, to thwart any of Thor's pranks. He had fortified his palace's spatial integrity with the assistance of the Asgardian Academy, rendering it impossible for anyone to utilize teleportation magic within its confines, except for Odin, of course, as he had dominion over the forces of order. Yet, for beings like Loki, such precautions were entirely prudent. With a leisurely gait, he stepped out, swaying slightly as he made his way to Thor's residence. On days when time was not of the essence, Loki preferred to walk, despite the convenience and speed of magic. He relished the grounded sensation of his feet upon the earth. Thor's abode was not far from Loki's, the 2 palaces almost adjoining, allowing Loki to arrive in a matter of moments. After inquiring with the guards, he entered, finding Thor alone at home. Upon seeing Thor, who was engaged in combat practice within a virtual training hall, battling a host of simulated beasts, Loki felt a spark of excitement in his heart. The virtual training hall, a marvel of the Asgardian Academy, simulated various adversaries for combat practice, enabling warriors to hone their skills. As Thor caught sight of Loki, his eyes brightened, and he instinctively lunged forward. Loki quickly sidestepped, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? I did not come here to spar." Thor, displeased by Loki's words, halted and admonished him. stating that as a prince of Asgard, he must continually strive for improvement through combat. You cannot merely lounge about, for the sake of Asgard. You must constantly enhance your abilities. Thor seemed to have forgotten his earlier desire to engage Loki in battle, or perhaps he chose to forgive his mischievous brother. It must be said, Thor held an unwavering affection for Loki. Regardless of Loki's antics, he always found it within himself to forgive him. In response to Thor's remarks, Loki sighed. Is there anything in your mind beyond battle and Sif? It seems to me that your brain may be obstructed by muscle. Loki felt a sense of exasperation towards his brother. In his view, Thor was ill-suited to the role of a prince. He would fare better as a general in the armies of Asgard. To Loki, there was no conflict that could not be resolved by the clash of arms. If one battle was insufficient, then two would suffice. In the past, Thor frequently sought out Loki for brawls or stealthily ventured into the mountains of Jotunheim. Ultimately, Loki, overwhelmed by annoyance, procured a set of virtual combat training equipment from the Academy for Thor, which alleviated the situation somewhat and spared him from the incessant harassment of a brawling enthusiast. Loki refrained from discussing this with Thor, instead directly informing him about their upcoming coming-of-age ceremony at the end of the month. To Loki's astonishment, Thor regarded him with a skeptical gaze. Goodness! It seemed that Thor's eyes harbored suspicion toward him, leaving Loki utterly perplexed. Had this muscle-bound fellow been possessed by another spirit? Observing the look of confusion on Thor's face, Loki inquired, "What are you pondering?" Thor cast a glance at Loki and bluntly stated, "Is this your latest prank? Trying to deceive me about the coming-of-age ceremony? Why haven't father and mother mentioned it to me? Loki, this ruse of yours is rather juvenile." In that moment, Loki was left speechless. How could this brainless brute start to think critically and question him? "It's true, I'm not deceiving you. Do you think I would bother to lie? Father and mother simply forgot to inform us. Father has invited all beings and powers from the 9 realms and the universe that have dealings with Asgard to witness the ceremony. I only just learned of it. Is this not a notification for you?" However, upon hearing this explanation, Thor became even more doubtful, fixing Loki with a gaze of incredulity. "You can't even concoct a decent excuse? You expect me to believe that father and mother forgot? That's a rather foolish rationale." Loki replied, "I too find it hard to believe, but they truly forgot. I am equally despairing. What can I do?" In the end, even after Loki's earnest entreaties, Thor remained unconvinced until he contacted Frigga via star communication, at which point he finally accepted the truth of the coming-of-age ceremony set for 10 days hence. Watching Thor hang up the communication, Loki remarked, "Now do you believe me? I truly did not deceive you. I am your brother. How could I?" He hurriedly sought to establish a positive image for himself. Thor cast a sidelong glance at Loki and replied, "Though you are my brother, you are still not to be trusted, are you? In conversations with others, there is nothing more dreaded than an awkward silence." And Loki found himself at a loss for words, choked by Thor's retort. This Thor must surely be an imposter, he concluded. He had uncovered the truth. After a moment of silence, Loki abruptly leaped backward, conjuring a ball of magical flame in his hand, and pointed it at Thor, exclaiming, "What manner of fiend are you? Reveal your name. How dare you impersonate my brother Thor?" The ancient tongue slipped from his lips, a blend of Chinese and an imperfect classical dialect, rather than the commonly spoken Asgardian language. Thor, after all, was a prince of Asgard. "Though I do not comprehend Chinese, let alone classical Chinese." One matter is clear to Thor. Loki brandished a sphere of magical flames, menacingly directed at him. Magical flames. This was a challenge to engage in combat. Thor was instantly exhilarated. Fighting was his utmost passion. It was only when he charged forward with a clenched fist that Loki realized the folly of his actions. Observing his surroundings, he noted the training hall, and upon glancing at the magical flames in his grasp, a sense of dread washed over him. Was he truly inviting this battle-obsessed fool to fight? Moreover, retreat was not an option, as Thor's fist was already upon him. The space was stable, preventing the use of teleportation magic, so Loki hastily summoned the power of the fire god along with fire elemental magic to meet the oncoming blow, lest he be struck in the face. Thor, witnessing Loki's response, was filled with glee, his face blooming with delight, unperturbed by the prospect of Loki fleeing in their home battleground. For the first time, Thor felt a distinct intellectual advantage over Loki. Having outmaneuvered the one who prided himself on his wit, Thor had no doubts regarding the celebration of his coming of age. Sif had informed him earlier that afternoon, before Loki had even learned of it. When Loki approached with the intent to notify him, recalling Loki's penchant for mischief, Thor devised a plan to ensnare him. It must be said, Thor's intelligence was exceptionally heightened that day. The two exchanged blows, creating a lively spectacle. Loki found himself unable to withdraw from the fray, as Thor relentlessly unleashed one punch after another, denying him even the opportunity to speak. Loki suspected this might be Thor's intention. Ultimately, their skirmish concluded with both sustaining injuries. They lay on the training hall floor, Thor marked with patches of black and red from Loki's fiery power, while Loki, on the opposite side, had his dark hair standing on end, trembling from Thor's thunderous might. In general, Loki fared slightly worse, as Thor's strength was greater, despite Loki's magical prowess. He could not employ his more formidable spells, rendering the lesser ones ineffective. However, both possessed remarkable recuperative abilities, and soon they were restored. Upon exiting the training hall, walking side by side, Loki increasingly felt something was amiss, sensing he had been led by the nose by Thor. Turning to him, he inquired whether today's events were deliberate, accusing him of plotting against him. Thor, observing Loki's indignation, chuckled and replied, "What do you think?" Loki retorted, "I." Loki felt a profound sense of disappointment, realizing he had been outsmarted by this brawny fool, the astute Loki bested by the muscle without brains Thor. He perceived the skies of Asgard darkening around him. Observing Loki's despondent expression, Thor felt a surge of satisfaction, who said that the honest do not hold grudges. Ultimately, a dejected Loki departed, leaving Thor in high spirits. Having been outwitted by a muscle-bound fool, Loki found himself engulfed in a profound sense of despondency. Perceiving his existence as shrouded in shadows, nay, a divine existence plagued by darkness. The following day, Sif visited to repay Loki, prompting him to recall the matter of the giant panda. Thus, he inquired about the panda. Upon hearing Loki express concern for the creature, Sif was elated, proclaiming that the adorable black and white beast had captured her heart. She expressed her determination to train it into a formidable combat beast, capable of both endearing antics and fierce battles. Loki could only chuckle inwardly, thinking that she would come to regret this endeavor. When Loki requested Sif's assistance, she readily agreed, deeming it a trivial task. However, upon encountering the Tree of Life, Sif was taken aback, immediately expressing her desire to purchase it, urging Loki to state his price. Undoubtedly, Loki could not part with it. Even Sif's persuasive words could not sway him, as he insisted it was not for sale. Ultimately, Loki promised that if Sif could help nurture it to maturity, he would gift her a cutting once it grew. Motivated by this promise, Sif worked tirelessly, channeling her divine energy to nourish the Tree of Life. Furthermore, to secure her claim on the tree, she vowed to bestow her divine power upon it monthly. When Sif finally departed, leaning against the wall for support, Loki, feeling a twinge of sympathy, conjured a magical portal for her. This led Loki to ponder that had he demanded her assistance more frequently, he might have swiftly exhausted her vigor. Chapter 26. The Rite of Passage. As Loki and Thor became aware of their impending rite of passage, they eagerly began preparations. In Thor's words, such an occasion occurs but once in a lifetime, warranting utmost seriousness. 10 days swiftly elapsed, and soon the day of the ceremony arrived. In fact, the days leading up to the event had seen Asgard bustling with a cacophony of voices, as a myriad of extraterrestrial beings gathered. The Prince of Asgard's coming of age was no trivial affair. It was a significant event that drew attention across the 9 realms and beyond. At dawn, Queen Frigga dispatched one of her handmaidens to deliver the ceremonial attire to Loki. As he beheld the exquisite gown in the maiden's hands, a wave of melancholy washed over him. "Could I not don my own attire?" he mused, for the garment appeared ostentatious and cumbersome, lacking any semblance of protection. Frowning, he turned to the handmaiden and inquired about the design. Loki had always adorned himself in a robe crafted from materials developed by the Asgardian Academy, a magical garment tailored specifically for him, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. Yet, Loki was not entirely satisfied. He had inscribed numerous magical runes upon it, ensuring it provided warmth in winter and coolness in summer, requiring no maintenance, and even possessing the ability to mend itself when damaged. The beautiful maid was somewhat bewildered. She was not unfamiliar with Loki. On the contrary, she was quite acquainted with him. During the childhood of Loki and Thor, she had been entrusted with their care. Back then, she perceived that the thought processes of both young princes were rather distinct. However, she believed this to be a natural trait of childhood imagination. Now, she found herself contemplating that Loki's reasoning had little to do with his age. Why would a formal attire require any form of defense? The maid pondered. For a gown is a symbol of status. Surely, the young prince did not think he would don such an outfit for a brawl. This was indeed a representation of the Asgardian royal family. As for its flamboyance, she conceded it was somewhat excessive, considering the cost of such a gown could nearly purchase a small planet. Yet, it remained a prestigious emblem of the Asgardian lineage. although she found Loki's thought process perplexing. The maid dutifully responded, "Your Highness, wearing the gown is essential. It is a symbol of the Asgardian royal family, specifically designed for you as a prince. You may change attire during the gift-giving segment." "Very well, I shall wear it." In truth, Loki merely sought confirmation. He was not genuinely resistant to the garment. Regardless, the gown was indeed quite splendid. Moreover, as the prince's designated attire, it was not something just anyone could wear. Had he not been an Asgardian prince, he might never have the opportunity to don such elegance. Under the maid's attentive service, Loki eventually adorned the gown. As he twirled before the mirror, he felt a newfound sense of handsomeness. For the first time, he truly resembled a prince. In previous times, he had felt akin to a mere sorcerer. The gown, woven with exquisite golden threads and adorned with various gemstones, appeared extraordinarily opulent. It accentuated his dignity and pride impeccably. Admiring himself narcissistically in the mirror, Loki turned to the maid and inquired whether he looked handsome. "I finally feel like a true prince." The beautiful maid did not wish to dampen Loki's self-admiration and replied, "Your Highness looks splendid in the gown." Encouraged by her affirmation, Loki became even more self-absorbed, unabashedly declaring, "That is undoubtedly true. I am far more dashing in this attire than that muscle-bound Thor." The maid chose not to respond, as she did not wish to involve herself in the rivalry of the two brothers. In her heart, she believed Thor to be more handsome, with his robust physique that would surely appeal to every girl. While this young prince was indeed attractive, he was rather slender and somewhat brooding. Loki, blissfully unaware of the maid's thoughts, would have been quite disheartened had he known. Once prepared, Loki followed the maid to Freya's palace. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Thor, who was also clad in the same formal attire. Suddenly, Loki felt that Thor appeared far more handsome in the gown. With his chiseled features and golden locks, he resembled a proud deity, were it not for the conflicted expression upon his face. Observing Thor's expression, Loki discerned that his brother was equally troubled by the attire, as Thor was most accustomed to wearing simple armor and leather garments. Suddenly adorned in such an opulent outfit, Thor found himself quite out of his element. Upon spotting Loki, he remarked, "Loki, you have arrived as well. This attire is excessively elaborate, offering no protection whatsoever, and it is rather uncomfortable." The beautiful handmaiden accompanying Loki suddenly perceived the undeniable resemblance between the two brothers, affirming that they were indeed kin. With a hint of envy, Loki remarked, "Thor, I must admit, you look quite splendid in that garment. After 3 centuries, this is the first time I perceive you as a true prince rather than a mere general." Loki had intended to jest, but to his surprise, Thor's eyes brightened at the comment. "You think I resemble a general? What if, after my coming of age, I were to request Father to allow me to command the Asgardian army? What do you think? Shall we embark on this journey together and contribute to the glory of Asgard?" Suddenly, Loki felt a twinge of concern, realizing he might be inviting trouble for Odin. However, it could hardly be deemed troublesome if Thor were to become a general, given his formidable prowess. Even Norns had proclaimed Thor a born warrior. Yet, one could only speculate whether Odin would be amenable to such a request. As Loki pondered this, Frigga and Gwendolen emerged from behind. The two hastily approached, greeting their mother and Aunt Gwendolen. Frigga chose not to acknowledge Thor's aspirations of military command, but instead directed the young men to sit and began discussing the details of the coming-of-age ceremony. "Are you both familiar with the proceedings and protocols of the ceremony?" Frigga inquired. Thor and Loki nodded in acknowledgement, having had ample time to prepare and thoroughly familiarize themselves with the customs surrounding the rite of passage. Even Thor, aware of the significance of the Asgardian prince's coming-of-age ceremony, understood that it was a matter of utmost importance for all of Asgard, necessitating their utmost diligence. Seeing their understanding, Frigga continued, "Since you are informed, I shall refrain from elaborating further. However, during the tribute segment, you must exert your full strength and swiftly vanquish the beasts. There is no need for restraint. We must demonstrate to the spectators that our princes are not without power. Especially you, Loki. Refrain from using your magic if possible, and instead harness your divine fire. After all, your father will bestow upon you your divine title thereafter. You represent not only yourselves, but all of Asgard and the entire Aesir pantheon." Both young men signaled their comprehension and commitment to heed her words. Though it was their inaugural participation in the coming-of-age ceremony, their extensive preparation over the past 10 days had equipped them well. The Asgardian rite consisted of 4 segments, and only upon their completion would the two truly be recognized as adults, eligible to present themselves to the world as princes of Asgard. The first stage is the crowning, during which the Elder of Asgard will place a crown upon the heads of the two, signifying their coming of age and affirming their identities as princes of Asgard. The second stage involves offering a tribute. The two must independently hunt down a formidable beast, presenting its severed head to Odin and Frigga as a token of gratitude for their nurturing. However, Loki perceives the true essence of this rite not as an expression of thanks to Odin and Frigga, but rather as a demonstration of power to the outside world, declaring that the princes of Asgard are not to be trifled with. The strength of Asgard is founded upon formidable might, a legacy that shall be passed down through generations. The third stage is the deification. Asgard, known as the realm of the Aesir, the eternal kingdom of gods, derives its name from the deities dwelling within. As Odin reigns as the king of the gods, his princes are destined for greatness. In this phase, Odin will bestow upon the two the titles befitting the divine lineage of the Aesir. Loki is already aware that he shall be the god of fire, and Thor, the god of thunder. There will be no surprises. This is precisely why Frigga cautioned him against the use of magic. The fourth stage culminates in a grand banquet, a customary affair. After all, it would be remiss to send guests home hungry after they have traveled to celebrate the coming of age of your princes. Moreover, the two intend to utilize this feast as an opportunity for all in the cosmos to recognize them and comprehend the dynamics of power within the universe, facilitating their future governance of Asgard. As Loki contemplated these matters, Frigga rose and proclaimed that it was time to proceed, for the ceremony was about to commence. Chapter 27. The Coming of Age Ceremony. Part 2. Frigga led Loki and his companions through a portal to the Grand Plaza in Asgard designated for significant ceremonial events, where the coming-of-age ceremony would soon unfold. Loki noted that this plaza bore a striking resemblance to the ancient Roman Colosseum of his past life on Earth. The overall design was quite similar, with the sole distinction being the advanced technology and opulence. The structures were predominantly constructed of gold. For instance, the preparation room where they currently resided appeared as a modest chamber from the outside, yet due to spatial technology, it was magnified exponentially inside, furnished with sofas, mirrors, and changing rooms, all one could desire. It is said that the viewing stands are similarly designed, accommodating an infinite number of spectators, including giants, all situated in individual spaces equipped with refreshments, affording them a clear view of the plaza outside. Loki contemplated that stepping through this door would signify his emergence as a prince of Asgard, a revelation that until now had been known solely to the Asgardians. Once he stepped outside, his identity would become known throughout the cosmos, and henceforth, his every word and action would represent all of Asgard. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Whether for better or worse, life must continue, mustn't it? At this moment, Loki suddenly recalled something and turned to Frigga, inquiring, "Mother, do you know who will preside over our coronation ceremony later?" It was not surprising that Loki was perplexed. Typically, such a rite would be conducted by the elders of Asgard. However, as princes, it was essential that a person of stature and significance officiate the ceremony. Yet, Loki could not fathom which elder would meet such criteria. Before Frigga could respond, Thor interjected, "Isn't it Father who will crown us? What is there to be confused about?" Loki, Frigga, and a beautiful maid exchanged glances. Was Thor deliberately being obtuse? Loki cast a questioning look at Thor, who wore an expression of utter bewilderment, prompting him to abandon that line of thought. After all, given Thor's intellect, such complexities were likely beyond his grasp. Frigga too felt exasperated. Her eldest son's intellect seemed somewhat lacking. Loki, with a pained expression, addressed Thor, "Are you prepared to ascend as the God King of Asgard, Your Highness?" This only deepened Thor's confusion. What did the coming-of-age ceremony have to do with kingship? Not only did he have no desire to be king, but such a position could only be assumed with Odin's consent. As silence enveloped the group, Thor asked, "What's wrong? Did I say something amiss?" It was a lovely maid who clarified for him, "Your Highness, the coming-of-age ceremony is typically presided over by the elders of Asgard. The God King only crowns a prince when a succession is determined." Only then did Thor grasp the implications of his earlier words. Asking Odin to crown him was tantamount to suggesting that Odin should relinquish the throne to him. Alarmed that his companions might misconstrue his intent, he quickly exclaimed, "That is not what I meant. I thought the coming-of-age ceremony was simply overseen by Father, not that I was to become the God King." Loki jested, "No need for false modesty. I believe you are quite suited to be the God King. Why not consider it?" Upon hearing Loki's teasing, Thor retorted, "I have no desire to be any king. After the ceremony, I intend to join the army. Just wait and see what I accomplish for Asgard." With that topic exhausted, Loki lost interest in further teasing Thor and turned back to Frigga to revisit his earlier question. Frigga then informed them, "The one officiating your coming-of-age ceremony will be your dean from the academy, Dean Bode." "What? The dean?" they exclaimed in unison. Although their words were identical, their thoughts diverged entirely. For Thor, the academy was fast becoming a source of dread. Any matter associated with it was one he wished to forget, particularly involving Bode, who would frequently report Thor's truancies or misdeeds directly to Odin or Frigga for reprimand. Thor naturally harbored no fondness for him. Conversely, Loki had a different perspective. As if struck by a sudden realization, he blurted out, "Bode, that lecherous old man." As Freya listened to Loki's words, she pondered how to respond. After all, he was an elder of Asgard, and, more importantly, the god of light among the Aesir. It was a title he could easily live up to. At that moment, Loki was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? The god of light? That lecherous old man?" Loki couldn't fathom how that old man, who spent his days on a small stool gazing at beautiful maidens with his squinty eyes, could possibly be the god of light. It was utterly absurd. How could such a person hold that esteemed title? Suddenly, ripples began to spread through the space, and Odin emerged from the void. Clearly, everyone present noticed Odin and greeted him warmly. Freya nodded respectfully, while Thor and Loki called out to their father, and a lovely handmaiden bowed and addressed him as the All-Father. Odin acknowledged them with a nod and directly addressed the two brothers, saying, "Now that you are both of age, how do you speak? You must show respect to Dean Bode. He is an elder of Asgard, a contemporary of mine, and indeed the god of light. Do you think just anyone can become a Dean?" Neither of the brothers dared to dispute Odin's admonition. They simply nodded in agreement. With time still at their disposal, Odin engaged in casual conversation with them, inquiring, "What do you intend to do after your coming-of-age ceremony?" Thor was the first to respond, saying, "Father, I wish to join the army and serve as a general, making a name for Asgard." Odin glanced at Thor, reminding him that becoming a general was no simple task. Even as a prince, he could not expect immediate promotion upon joining the military. "We shall discuss that later," he added, then turned his gaze to Loki, asking, "And what about you, Loki?" Loki confidently replied, "Father, I shall remain in Asgard. I have no desire to go anywhere." Odin, Freya, and a certain handmaiden, along with the eldest prince, were momentarily bewildered. The onlookers exchanged glances, pondering why Loki was so different from the rest. Were they preparing to spend their days in Asgard as if it were a retirement home? It sounded as though Loki believed he was confined to Asgard against his will. Loki had indeed considered venturing into the cosmos, having spent 300 years in Asgard and yearning to explore the world beyond. However, this coming-of-age ceremony had thrust him into the spotlight, making him recognized as a prince of Asgard throughout the universe. Odin had made numerous enemies in his conquests, and those who feared his wrath would think twice before acting against Asgard. The thought of venturing out into that perilous world, where a desperate foe might capture him, filled Loki with dread. Thus, he resolved to remain in Asgard until the storm passed. While it might be dull, it was at least safe. Odin, possessing the all-seeing eye, discerned Loki's thoughts and shook his head in bewilderment. As the god of wisdom and war, he found it perplexing that his two sons lacked the balance of intellect and valor that he had. One was strong, yet not particularly clever, while the other was intelligent but cowardly. Odin felt a deep sense of foreboding for the future of Asgard. In that moment, he was enveloped by a profound melancholy. As the time approached for the ceremony to commence, it was Frigga who intervened, urging everyone to prepare for the entrance. Odin and Frigga effortlessly traversed the portal, while Thor and Loki, lacking such privilege, were obliged to exit through a smaller door. Outside, everything had been meticulously arranged, and a voice called out, inviting the two princes to make their entrance. Hearing this, Thor and Loki stepped forward, moving towards the exit, and emerged into the bustling square. The square was teeming with people, filled with the Asgardian army and those presiding over the ceremony. As Thor and Loki approached, they were greeted by Dean Bode, who regarded them with a smile and jovially exclaimed, "Ah, our underachiever and overachiever have come of age today. It seems I am indeed growing old." Thor and Loki bowed respectfully to Bode, saying little, primarily out of concern about provoking his ire. They remained perplexed as to why this seemingly mischievous old man was regarded as the god of light. Should not the god of light embody grandeur, wisdom, and radiance? Yet the figure before them resembled a quirky old gentleman who might easily dupe young girls. In light of the formal occasion, Bode refrained from further teasing and promptly announced the commencement of the ceremony. He began by expressing gratitude on behalf of Odin to the esteemed guests for attending the coming-of-age celebration of the Asgardian princes. Thor and Loki stood to either side of Bode, observing his performance. As Loki listened, he found the routine strangely familiar, recalling that it mirrored the tactics employed by leaders during meetings on Earth in a past life. It appeared that these mythological beings had inherited such conventions, or perhaps they had originated from them. After navigating through this familiar routine, it was time to introduce the two princes. Bode took hold of Thor's hand and proclaimed, "First, let us welcome the eldest prince of Asgard, Thor Odinson." Following the introduction, Thor bowed to the assembly, prompting the soldiers below to chant his name, Thor Odinson. It was then that Loki understood the purpose of the army. They were merely there to amplify their voices. Once Thor was introduced, Bode similarly grasped Loki's hand and announced, "Now, the second prince of Asgard, Loki Odinson," eliciting another round of cheers from the crowd. After both introductions, Bode paused before declaring, "Let the crowning ceremony commence. Bring forth the crowns." At that moment, Loki observed two maidens approaching with two crowns in hand. Chapter 28. The coming-of-age ceremony in progress. A simple gold crown, when placed upon the head of an extraordinary individual, becomes anything but ordinary. Moreover, the crowns of Asgard were anything but commonplace. They were crafted from pure gold and adorned with precious gems that radiated a soft glow. As the maidens presented the crowns upon the elevated platform, Bode, whom Loki had always regarded as a mischievous old fellow, suddenly adopted an unusually solemn demeanor. Once bent, the waist now stood straight, radiating a warm and pristine white light. Beside him, Thor quietly remarked to Loki that the headmaster was an impostor. Loki, at a loss for words, retorted that it was not mere impersonation. It was a complete transformation of character. He felt that this headmaster was indeed the embodiment of normalcy, deserving of the title God of Light, rather than a lecherous old rogue. To wear the crown is to bear its weight. The crown has never been a mere ornament. Baldur signaled for the two to step forward and stand side by side. He raised the crown, calling out to them in a resonant voice, asking if they would fight for the honor of Asgard. "Yes, we shall fight for the honor of Asgard," he proclaimed. "Will you fight for the people of Asgard?" "Yes, we shall fight for the people of Asgard." "Will you fight for the future of Asgard?" "Yes, we shall fight for the future of Asgard." With 3 questions and 3 affirmative answers, the weighty crown was placed upon their heads. A thunderous cheer erupted, a cacophony of voices, as all the people of Asgard celebrated the two princes, a moment that belonged to the glory of all Asgard. The crown itself bore little weight, yet Loki felt its heaviness. From this moment forth, he was bound to Asgard, with his people cheering below. Together, Loki and Thor raised their fists in unison, shouting, "For Asgard we fight." The troops assembled as support echoed their rallying cry, "For Asgard we fight." The citizens of Asgard, observing from the stands, joined in unison, "For Asgard we fight." Each voice rose above the last, filling the air with a singular sound that pierced the heavens. Among the spectators were not only the citizens of Asgard, but also numerous onlookers from afar. The Vanir of Vanaheim, the dwarves of Nidavellir, and the mages of Midgard. All these factions either belonged to Asgard or were under Odin's dominion. Beyond them, the Titans, the Frost Giants, space pirates, and many other races observed the united Asgardians, their faces paling as they resolved to avoid provoking Asgard in the future. This nation could be described as a realm of warriors, possessing formidable combat prowess, and what was most crucial, a strong cohesion that could unleash tremendous power. Baldur, feeling gratified, patted the shoulders of the two and joined in the chant, "For Asgard we fight." For one who had lived for countless centuries, this was not a mere platitude. It was a declaration of resolve, a testament to honor. Loki, who had once doubted, now believed. The crowning ceremony concluded, and the next phase of the celebration, offering tributes, was set to take place right there. Thanks to the convenience of magic and technology, the transition was swift. When Loki and Thor emerged after changing their attire, the square was empty, and barriers had been erected to establish 2 distinct areas. The 2 individuals bowed simultaneously to Odin, who regarded them and proclaimed, "Go forth. From this day onward, you shall be deemed adults." The partnership of magic and technology delineated the square into 2 distinct realms. Here, the ceremonial offerings from Thor and Loki were to be fulfilled. In a swift motion, Loki found himself within the protective barrier. The exterior world could observe the happenings within, yet those inside the barrier were rendered blind to the outside. Loki stood within the confines, contemplating the formidable beast that would soon emerge. Surely, a creature worthy of presentation to Odin during this rite of passage would not be of trivial nature. It must exhibit both strength and majesty, befitting the occasion. As the resonant chimes echoed from the outside, a magnificent golden lion strode forth, its regal mane swaying. The golden-hued lion, adorned with majestic wings, was one of the apex species residing within the depths of the Summer Mountains. This wind element creature was renowned for its swiftness and immense power, capable of wielding wind blades to assail foes, and its claws could sever jade and gold with unparalleled sharpness. However, the golden-winged lion was celebrated not merely for its might, but but for its striking appearance. Its golden fur exuded an aura of authority, complemented by its formidable wings, making it the quintessential war beast in the hearts of many Asgardian warriors. Upon spotting Loki, the lion, with a tempestuous temperament, lunged directly at him. Loki refrained from using a magical portal to evade. The ceremony demanded he display the might of the god of fire. He concentrated the divine fire energy into a blazing gauntlet upon his fist and struck down towards the charging golden lion. The collision unleashed a powerful shockwave, reverberating across the heavens. In this clash of titanic forces, Loki emerged victorious, sending the golden lion careening against the barrier's edge. Rather than pursue the fallen creature, Loki crouched low, intertwining his fingers to form a cross. He aimed at the golden lion with precision. With a sharp utterance, a fiercely compressed flame erupted from his crossed fingers, generating an excruciating heat that ignited the very air around it. This technique, inspired by a character from a beloved anime, drew upon the essence of the god of fire, continuously compressing and condensing the energy to create a cross-shaped beam of flame, known for its penetrating capabilities and extreme temperature. The golden lion, recognizing the impending threat of this attack, swiped its claws to conjure wind blades in an attempt to intercept the fiery cross. Yet, the wind blades proved inadequate against the flames, which surged past them unimpeded. In that instant, the golden lion found itself unable to evade the scorching crossfire. The intense flames struck its body, piercing through and emerging from the other side. Despite the grievous wound, the lion's vitality remained resilient, and it struggled to charge once more. With a swift motion of his legs, Loki propelled himself into the air, landing deftly atop the golden-winged lion. With a flourish of his hands, the divine power of the fire god surged forth from within him, drawing upon the elemental fire surrounding him. This fusion birthed a crescent-shaped blade of flame that spiraled gracefully beside Loki, who was now enwrapped in flames, resembling a true deity of fire. Gazing down upon the golden-winged lion beneath him, with a decisive gesture, he sent the flaming blade crashing down upon the lion's head, engulfing the arena in a tempest of fire. As the flames dissipated, Loki and the golden-winged lion became visible once more. That singular strike had cleaved the lion's head from its body, the searing heat of the fiery blade leaving no trace of blood, all evaporated, yet the head remained intact. A testament to Loki's mastery over fire. Observing the outcome, Loki mused to himself, this technique of crocodiles is just as effective when wielded with fire. The flaming crescent was an innovation derived from the extraordinary abilities of characters from his past life, and today marked its inaugural use. Loki felt a sense of satisfaction at its impressive efficacy. Loki had easily dispatched the golden-winged lion, not due to the creature's weakness, but because Loki, having honed his skills over 3 centuries, was exceedingly powerful. In previous encounters with Thor, many techniques had remained untapped, making him appear somewhat lesser. With the demise of the golden-winged lion, the barrier dissolved, and the air was filled with tumultuous cheers. Loki glanced towards Thor, who had also concluded his battle. Even slightly ahead of him, Thor faced a colossal fire dragon. Before the beast could assert its might, Thor's thunderous fist had shattered its heart. The two stood on the platform, basking in the adulation of the crowd, exchanging a glance as they hoisted the heads of the 2 magical beasts toward Odin's domain. Chapter 29. The Sword of Divine Wrath. Gramr as the king of Asgard, Odin, the father of the Aesir and Vanir gods, held an exalted position. Thus, offerings to Odin could not be mere ordinary beasts. Loki's intuition proved correct. The fire dragon and the wind-imbued golden-winged lion were not only formidable in strength, but also stood as the most majestic and awe-inspiring creatures within the entirety of the Summer Mountains. No other pair could have been more fitting for the princely tribute to the great Father Odin. There were no worries regarding the prince's ability to vanquish such powerful beasts. The creatures at the pinnacle of the Summer Mountains posed no challenge to the 2 princes of Asgard. Indeed, they fell swiftly, their heads severed, becoming trophies for the prince's offering. It was not that the beasts were weak, but rather that the 2 were overwhelmingly strong. Loki had once contemplated capturing a golden-winged lion to train as his own combat beast. Little did he realize that he would instead slay one himself. A twist of fate indeed. Somewhat perplexed, Loki reflected on the past films where Thor's prowess was not particularly formidable. At best, he could only match the Hulk in his ordinary state. However, judging by Thor's current performance, it was evident that even after a millennium of stagnation, he surpassed the cinematic portrayal by a considerable margin. Loki pondered the disparity, realizing that the films, while entertaining, were mere illusions, and the reality he faced was far more perilous than any dramatization. As the barrier dissipated, A grand platform gradually ascended at the center of the square, accompanied by the ringing of bells. Odin, wielding Gungnir, and the goddess Frigga, surrounded by the Valkyries, emerged from the ether. Loki and Thor seized the beast's head and approached Odin. Upon reaching him, they knelt, raising the trophy high and proclaiming, "Gratitude to the Allfather for your benevolence. Nurturing my growth and granting me the mantle of glory, we pledge to bear Odin's honor and forge ahead. We vow to fight for Asgard, never retreating nor cowering, but marching forth with courage. Father, please accept our tribute as sons." Odin gazed upon his sons, offering their tribute. It is a truth universally acknowledged that one cannot remain unmoved by such gestures, even though he was aware of the ceremonial proceedings. The act of his sons presenting their homage signified their maturation in his eyes. Odin felt a bittersweet pride, reminiscent of a father witnessing his children grow, yet burdened by the responsibilities of kingship that compelled him to conceal such emotions deep within. Both he and his sons were destined to carry the weight of Asgard's fate. With a wave of his hand, the beast heads vanished, signifying Odin's acceptance of their tribute. He raised Gungnir and addressed them, "As my sons, you shall carry forth the honor of Asgard. Can you safeguard Asgard?" They replied in unison, "Yes, we shall bear the glory of Asgard and never falter." Odin lifted Gungnir high and proclaimed, "The glory of Asgard shall never fall. We fight for Asgard." Loki, Thor, soldiers, and civilians echoed in unison, "The glory of Asgard shall never fall. We fight for Asgard." Their voices surged like the relentless roar of the sea, growing ever louder. With the tribute concluded, the next phase was the bestowal of titles. The bells rang as Odin, the Allfather of the Aesir, prepared to grant divine titles to the two princes. He gently struck Gungnir and declared, "My son, Thor Odinson." Thor stepped forward, responding, "I am here, father." Odin continued, "You shall wield the thunder, henceforth known as the god of thunder, and be granted Mjolnir, the hammer, to command the power of divine retribution." As he spoke, he extended his hand directly into the void, drawing forth a hammer, the legendary Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god, also known as the Meow Hammer. Odin solemnly placed the thunder goddess hammer into Thor's hands. Upon receiving Mjolnir, Thor was immediately enveloped by a tempest, and magical armor adorned his form, a crimson cloak and silver armor, gleaming in harmony with the thunder hammer as he bathed in the lightning. Thor raised Mjolnir high, proclaiming, "By the wrath of thunder, I bear Odin's glory and shall fight for Asgard." Odin then turned his gaze towards Loki, exclaiming, "My son, Loki Odinson." It was now Loki's turn to respond, "Your humble son is here. You command the flames, and thus shall be the god of fire. Bestow upon him the sword of fire, Gram, to wield the power of the flames." With that, he summoned a sword from the void. Upon his first glance at the sword, Loki thought to himself, "By the gods, it resembles the frostbite." Of course, this was merely his impression, though similar in appearance. It was unmistakably different. This was the sword of fire, Gram, also known as the sword of divine fury from Asgard. As Loki grasped the long sword, he felt the fire god's power within him surge with vigor. The essence of the fire god flowed through him, flames erupting skyward, while a set of magical armor materialized around him, a deep green cloak and golden armor. The only aspect that left Loki speechless was the helm, which sported two long, sharp horns extending forward, reminiscent of his appearance in the past cinematic portrayals. Recognizing the craftsmanship, Loki surmised that Odin had tailored this armor based on his usual attire, infused with elements of a magical robe, as the materials felt strikingly alike. The fire god's power coursed into the sword of fire, swirling within before returning to his being, repeatedly refining Loki's inner flame. He too raised Gram high, declaring, "Let the flames of wrath ignite. Bearing Odin's glory, I shall fight for Asgard." The crowd erupted in fervent cheers, celebrating the ascension of these two new divine beings. At that moment, Odin lifted Gungnir, and a profound silence enveloped the assembly. Odin proclaimed, "Thor, the god of thunder, shall establish the Thunder Guard. Loki, the god of fire, shall establish the Fire Guard, each commanding 1,000 warriors." This announcement left everyone astounded. None had anticipated Odin would suddenly assign command of 2,000 troops to two newly come-of-age princes. Thor and Loki were equally taken aback. Such a responsibility had not been part of their coming-of-age ceremony, nor had anyone forewarned them of this development. Was it not a hasty decision to form 1,000-strong legion for each? Moreover, Loki lamented, "I have no desire to be a general. One must not underestimate the significance of 1,000 warriors. The soldiers of Asgard were far superior to any earthly combatants, capable of standing against 1,000 foes on the battlefield. To become a guard was to be more formidable than an ordinary soldier. Loki mused that with 1,000 guards, he could instigate an interstellar war. The entirety of Asgard's military was approximately 50,000 strong, a number that dwindled to around 10,000 during peacetime. Thus, 1,000 divine guards is no trifling number for the newly matured Loki and Thor. Odin, observing the astonished crowd, felt a sense of helplessness within. With the all-seer SI, he foresaw the encroaching shadows of Ragnarok. Yet, he was aging and had little time left. He often required the restorative slumber of Odin to regain his strength, but such reprieves could not last indefinitely. Whether bestowing weapons upon them or facilitating the establishment of divine guards, his intention was to expedite their growth, hoping they would lead Asgard beyond the twilight of the gods. He could not allow Asgard to perish alongside his own demise. Furthermore, the enemies of Asgard were numerous, and with Ragnarok looming and wolves circling, time was of the essence. Odin fretted over Asgard's future and his children, yet such concerns could not be voiced. Understanding a father's heart, Loki discerned the urgency etched upon Odin's visage and pondered why Odin was so anxious, as it seemed no calamity had befallen Asgard. Suddenly, the term Ragnarok struck him. Indeed, only the prospect of Ragnarok could incite such urgency in Odin. With this realization, a sense of urgency welled up within Loki as well. He must hasten to enhance his own prowess. Thor and Loki, recognizing Odin's focus, no longer hesitated, declaring in unison, "Thank you, Father. We shall bear the glory and fight for Asgard." Thus, Loki's ranks swelled by another 1,000 fire guards. Although Loki was reluctant, feeling overwhelmed by the responsibility of caring for himself, let alone 1,000 others, Thor was quite pleased. He had intended to join the ranks of Asgard's army as a general after the rites of passage, but now he had an entire army at his command, which was nothing short of splendid for him. With his all-seer SI, Odin perceived their thoughts. He was not concerned about Loki, but he harbored apprehensions for Thor. He addressed them, saying, "Commanding an army has never been a matter of glory, but of responsibility. You must be accountable not only for your own fates, but for those of these soldiers as well. Always think thrice before acting." Upon hearing Odin's admonition, Loki and Thor nodded in agreement. Though Loki sensed that Thor did not fully heed Odin's counsel, there was a glint of warlike fervor in Thor's eyes, suggesting that the tempestuous power of thunder had indeed influenced his temperament, instilling a thirst for battle. By this time, the coming-of-age ceremony was drawing to a close, culminating in a feast to honor and thank those who had come to witness the event. In Chapter 30, the path of UNCHAINED is revealed. With the conclusion of the rites, Loki was not only bestowed the title of Fire God, but also received the legendary sword, Grammar, known as the Sword of Divine Wrath, along with 1,000 divine guards. After the ceremony, Loki finally had the opportunity to examine the enchanted sword and magical armor that Odin had gifted him. The Sword of Divine Fury, forged by the gnomes of Vanaheim, using the core of a star combined with the Asgardian metal URU, encapsulates the very essence of solar power. Crafted through the gnome's unique artistry, this blade has become the sword of the god of fire, when wielded alongside its master's fiery prowess. The synergy is nothing short of harmonious. Its appearance closely resembles a weapon from a past life of Loki, known as the Dark Frostbite, yet it is unmistakably a burning skull. The silver blade is inscribed with a runic phrase, signifying that the flames of wrath ignite. Whoever can draw it shall possess it. However, this declaration does not imply that the one who draws the sword becomes its master. Since the sword came into Loki's possession, it has had but one true master, Loki himself. The meaning of the inscription is that the one capable of unsheathing it may harness its power, which is intrinsically linked to Loki's own might. As for the enchanted armor, Loki harbors some dissatisfaction. While the armor, crafted from URU metal and materials from the Academy, exhibits a striking blend of green and gold, indicative of Odin's meticulous effort and reminiscent of Loki's prior attire, Loki finds it quite commendable for its stylishness and formidable defense. Yet, the helm is a source of frustration for him. Why, he muses, must a perfectly good helmet be adorned with 2 protruding horns? Is it a declaration of his prominence? Or perhaps a misguided attempt to use them as weapons in battle? Loki quips that such behavior is unbecoming of a prince. Before long, the royal guards arrive, signaling that the banquet is about to commence. As the festivities begin, Odin, true to his nature, remains absent, delegating the responsibility to Loki and Thor to host the guests. Once the ceremony is concluded, the brothers are ready to welcome the attendees. By the time Loki and Thor take the stage, all guests are seated. While Thor cannot engage in the formalities of greeting the guests, Loki steps forward to address them. Thank you all for attending the coming-of-age celebration of my brother and me. We are profoundly grateful and hope this humble feast meets your satisfaction. May you enjoy the food and drink provided." The guests nod in agreement, none daring to show disrespect. For behind the two brothers stands Odin himself. Loki and Thor make their rounds, toasting at each table. Among the attendees are some who have come to Asgard for reasons beyond merely celebrating the brothers' transition into adulthood. For instance, a sharp-eared elf rises and inquires, "Might we engage in trade for some weaponry, esteemed princes?" While the elven race is often perceived as peaceful, their internal divisions between the nature elves and the dark elves are fraught with relentless conflict. As the elves initiate discussions, the atmosphere grows lively, with requests for protection, supplies, and weaponry echoing through the hall, as many seize the opportunity to voice their diverse intentions. Even Titan, resembling a purple sweet potato, requested to purchase an interstellar warship. Leaving Loki utterly speechless, he mused to himself, "You are on the brink of destruction, yet you wish to acquire warships? Is this to leave a legacy for Thanos?" Naturally, such thoughts were best kept to himself, as Titan was still thriving and had not yet met its demise. With a sense of resignation, Loki addressed the assembly, stating, "We are grateful for your willingness to engage in trade with Asgard and to lease our establishments. However, we are not responsible for these matters and lack detailed knowledge of the specifics. I kindly ask that you direct your inquiries to the appropriate authorities for further discussion. Asgard welcomes all those who harbor goodwill towards us." The attendees, placated, took their seats and commenced the banquet. Loki and Thor made their way to the realm of the Vanir gods, where a lively young man jested. "So, how does it feel to be of age? Is it exhilarating? Should I arrange for 2 maidens for you?" Loki replied with exasperation, "Freyr, do refrain from such remarks, or I shall inform Freya." Upon hearing Loki's playful threat, the young man fell silent. This sunny youth was Freyr, the leader of the Vanir, whom Loki and Thor knew well. Having known him for less than a millennium, they affectionately referred to him as Freyr. However, this so-called god of the sun was rather infatuated with his sister. Whatever she desired, he would comply with. He spent his days indulging in frivolities with Freya, frequently visiting Asgard, renowned for its multitude of attractions. Loki then inquired, "Have you considered greeting Aunt Guinevere at my mother's abode?" Freyr's expression shifted, as he retorted, "Absolutely not. I shall return home post-haste after my meal." Loki, perplexed, questioned, "What troubles you? Is not Aunt Guinevere your dear aunt? Why avoid her?" Freyr replied, "That woman is vying for my sister's attention, wishing to take Freya as her apprentice, and I cannot abide by it." Loki chuckled, "The foremost sorceress of the gods wishes to take your sister under her wing. This is indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Yet you twist it into a tale of someone seizing your sister, and Aunt Guinevere has become that woman in your eyes." This infatuation with his sister seemed hopeless. Turning away, Loki departed, while Freyr called after him, "Do visit the Vanir realm someday. Freya has long awaited your return." "Visit for what?" Loki retorted, "The last time Thor merely held your sister's hand, you pummeled him. Do you expect us to dare return?" Thor looked positively green. With that, Loki hastened his pace. At the next table sat the mages of Midgard, and Loki and Thor approached an elderly figure, expressing their gratitude. "We are honored by the presence of Master Agamotto at our coming-of-age ceremony." This decrepit elder was Agamotto, a mage of Midgard who proclaimed himself the supreme sorcerer. Though his power paled in comparison to that of the witch Guinevere, who did not boast such titles. Agamotto addressed the two, saying, "Your Highnesses, the severity of the situation cannot be overstated. Were it not for the noble King Odin's assistance 3 centuries ago in expelling the frost giants, our homeland would have fallen. Thus, it is we who owe you our gratitude. The esteemed Agamotto, we shall safeguard every inch of land that belongs to the dominion of Asgard. Midgard, too, is part of our realm." Loki, however, found little desire to converse with the old man. The chaotic essence emanating from him was unsettling. Standing there, Loki felt an array of powers, eternal strength, the light of the Lord, and even the dark energies of the underworld, an overwhelming tumult. He sensed that the old man's days were numbered, as his very being exuded a scent of decay. At that moment, Loki's gaze fell upon another elder seated beside Agamotto, who was drinking quietly with his head bowed. Although the old man's power seemed feeble, it possessed a remarkable purity. The elder caught Loki's eye and turned to him, saying, "Your Highness, I beg your pardon for my rudeness. It is a rarity for me to indulge in such fine wine, and I could not resist the temptation." Loki chuckled, "No offense taken. Such indulgences are only human. May I ask your name, esteemed elder? I perceive that your strength differs from that of the other sorcerers. Is it derived from a unique system of power in Midgard?" The elder replied, I am Yuan Tiangang. Yuan Tiangang. How familiar that name sounds. By the gods, it is truly you. Loki exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the elder. Yuan Tiangang, oblivious to Loki's astonishment, continued, I am acquainted with Agamotto and learned of the coming of age of the two princes, hence my boldness in joining them. Unlike them, who wield magic, I cultivate my own energy through rigorous practice, though it pales in comparison to their might. In our Great Tang, Great Tang, as you might refer to it, is a nation in Midgard. We call this energy chi, which we strengthen through relentless training. He gestured, releasing his chi, which enveloped his fist. Loki felt that this so-called chi bore similarities to mental energy, yet it was distinct, likely cultivated through a unique methodology. However, he deemed it insufficient for his own needs, as the power was too weak for him. Nevertheless, with continued practice, one could become a formidable force in Midgard. Intrigued, Loki inquired, Dear Yuan Tiangang, might you demonstrate your method of chi cultivation? I am quite curious about your power. Upon hearing Loki's request, Yuan Tiangang readily acquiesced, stating, It is my honor that your highness takes an interest in my humble technique. He then produced a small booklet from his robes and offered it to Loki. Loki accepted it, saying, Yuan, I shall not take advantage of you. I will offer something in return. He then retrieved a wooden mask from his storage ring. This is a small trinket I crafted myself, imbued with a portion of my power. While it may not be formidable, it should suffice within your realm. Moreover, the wearer will grow stronger over time. I gift it to you, but do remember, it may only be worn by one with a resolute spirit and a kind heart. Otherwise, I cannot predict the consequences. Yuan Tiangang was taken aback by the unexpected delight. For Loki, this power was not particularly formidable, yet for himself, it far surpassed the strength he had cultivated. Furthermore, this power was capable of sustainable growth, making it a commendable legacy to pass on to future generations. With this thought in mind, Yuan Tiangang did not hesitate to accept it. Even the mages of Agamotto felt a twinge of jealousy towards Yuan Tiangang, but they were powerless. Lacking access to such methods, the magic they practiced was beneath Loki's regard. The mask that Loki produced was indeed crafted by himself. Originally a mere ordinary mask purchased from the marketplace, Loki had etched several magical circles upon it for the purpose of testing his sorcery, mind magic, transformation magic, and fortification magic. Moreover, he had infused it with a portion of his own power and employed the magical arrays to enable the mask to draw strength from the external world, ensuring that the power within would never wane. However, upon completion, Loki deemed the object somewhat superfluous, as it required an intermediary to harness his own strength, which struck him as absurd. Thus, it remained idle until today. When he decided to utilize it to facilitate an exchange for a magical method that piqued his interest, he felt this was a fair trade. After their conversation, Loki resumed his role of toasting, as that was the matter of utmost importance. Chapter 31. Power. With the conclusion of the banquet, the coming-of-age ceremony also drew to a close, leaving little for Loki to attend to. Those with ulterior motives, whether seeking to lease shops, purchase weapons, or pursue other schemes, would be attended to by dedicated individuals. Despite being a prince of Asgard alongside Thor, they were, at present, merely symbols without actual power. Thus it was not yet his concern to manage such affairs. Moreover, today marked his true coming of age. According to earthly standards, he was still a mere child. After a fortnight of busyness, Loki finally found himself with a rare moment of leisure. After paying a visit to Odin and Frigga, he meandered back to his home, swaying with each step. The once unassuming palace now bore the grand sign of the Hall of the Fire God, and the courtyard had been transformed to accommodate a training ground for his 1,000 fire guardians. Naturally, the fire guardians were yet to arrive, as the system of Asgard, while dictated by Odin, still required certain protocols to be followed. As Loki gazed at the plaque inscribed with Hall of the Fire God, he mused to himself about his newfound adulthood. He was now Loki, the fire god. After this reflection, he returned to his chamber and checked on the life tree he had nurtured, which had begun to take root. This discovery brought him great joy, suggesting that Sif's divine essence had indeed borne some fruit. He pondered when his life tree might grow to resemble those of the elven kind. Wandering through his palace, he noted the presence of the training ground but observed no other changes. Loki then retrieved the sword of divine fury that Odin had gifted him, gazing upon it with a sense of resignation. Odin is not unaware of his own pursuit of magic. Thus, he ought to present himself with a staff. Bestowing a hammer upon Thor is one thing, but why grant himself a sword? Surely, he is not of a base character. Moreover, he is not trained in swordsmanship. However, for the Asgardians, the mastery of swordplay is unnecessary. They can simply slash or thrust at their foes, for their strength and speed renders such techniques redundant. As for discarding the sword, Loki cannot bear the thought, for it is a gift from Odin to commemorate his coming of age. Furthermore, the cost of this sword could undoubtedly equip several interstellar fleets. Crafted by the universe's most illustrious armaments dealer, it is a renowned artifact even within Asgard. There exists a saying throughout the cosmos, when a dwarf forges, it is assuredly a masterpiece. Loki ponders whether he is truly destined to be a mage. He wishes to embrace the arcane arts, yet finds himself relentlessly barreling down the path of a tank. Perhaps he shall devise a plan in the future. After all, having something is better than having nothing. Moreover, it seems unlikely that anything in Odin's treasury would suit him better than this sword, unless Odin were to bestow Gungnir upon him. Loki muses to himself. Suddenly recalling something, Loki retrieves a small booklet, flipping through its pages. It is the tome of techniques gifted to him by UNCHAINED. Upon opening the booklet, he immediately spots the 4 large characters on the cover and curses under his breath. Damn that UNCHAINED. Nearly lost out. What is the matter? It turns out that the techniques provided by UNCHAINED are inscribed in Chinese, specifically in seal script. Were it not for Loki's previous life experience, he would not have comprehended it. He would need to learn the characters specifically. Thus, he curses UNCHAINED for not clarifying this matter. However, Loki misjudges UNCHAINED, who had never considered that the so-called prince of the divine realm might be illiterate in Chinese. Upon seeing that Loki did not inquire further after receiving the booklet, UNCHAINED chose to remain silent. After muttering a curse, Loki examines the techniques in his hand. On the first page, he finds the 4 characters, everlasting true chi. Loki reads attentively. The text outlines a method of cultivation that generates a unique energy within the body, which travels along designated meridians, promising longevity, enhanced physical prowess, and a degree of offensive capability. Yet, this is of no use to Loki. Not only is this so-called everlasting true chi too feeble, but even if he were to cultivate it, it would not significantly augment his power. Moreover, he cannot comprehend the prescribed pathways for the energy's flow. Although Loki has traversed realms, in his previous existence, he was merely an ordinary engineer who would find it amusing to delve into the intricacies of meridians. Furthermore, the structure of his current body differs entirely from that of Earthlings, lacking any semblance of these so-called meridians. Although this everlasting true chi holds no utility for Loki, rendering him incapable of cultivation, it ignites a spark of inspiration within him, leading to a new idea. Loki contemplates the possibility of perceiving his godly fire abilities as a form of true chi, flowing along a specific pathway within his body. Perhaps this could indeed augment his strength. Even if it seems impossible, attempting it incurs no loss. With determination, Loki settled down, eager to begin. He endeavored to channel the power of the fire god through his body, yet soon encountered insurmountable obstacles. The flow of true energy within a human is facilitated by the existence of meridians, akin to pathways that allow this energy to traverse, run, and even leap. However, Loki's physiology, being distinct from that of Earthlings, lacked such conduits, rendering his aspirations futile before they could even commence. Forcing the issue could lead to unforeseen consequences, and Loki feared the potential harm he might inflict upon himself. After careful contemplation, he swiftly devised a new approach. While devoid of meridians, he found a semblance to human anatomy in the circulatory system, blood. Blood circulates rhythmically, propelled by the heart through vessels, returning in a continuous cycle. Moreover, the fire god's power was an intrinsic part of his being, alleviating concerns of rejection. Thus, Loki conceived a plan to concentrate the fire god's power around his heart, enveloping it so that with each heartbeat, a fragment of this power would infuse the bloodstream, allowing it to permeate throughout his body. Loki's notion proved sound, and soon, he succeeded. As he consistently integrated the fire god's power from his heart into his blood, the essence coursed through his veins, gradually saturating every cell. He felt each of his cells strengthening. The transformation initiated by the fire god's essence began the moment it manifested within him, yet until now, it had evolved unconsciously. This organic modification, however, was too sluggish. Now, with conscious direction, Loki sensed his burgeoning strength. As time progressed, the infusion of the fire god's power into his blood increased, flowing seamlessly without the need for mental control. With the rhythm of his heart, this process unfolded autonomously through his body's natural functions. Loki perceived that, under the relentless rush of blood imbued with the fire god's essence, his physique was augmenting at a visibly rapid pace. The power coursed through him, integrating into every cell, refining his form more thoroughly than before. Loki surmised that if this pattern persisted, the fire god's power would harmonize with his cellular structure, endowing each cell with its essence, thereby catalyzing a stair-step enhancement of his abilities. This transformative process extended uninterrupted for 10 days, during which Loki never ventured outside nor consumed sustenance, dedicating every moment to the fusion of the fire god's power with his own being. Under the life force radiating from the Tree of Life, his cellular vitality surged unprecedentedly, rendering hunger imperceptible and significantly accelerating the integration process. 10 days later, the door to Loki's secluded chamber swung open, revealing him, who emerged with an unprecedented sense of elation. He made his way to the training hall within his palace, eager to assess the fruits of his 10-day retreat. Clenching his fists, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body. His physical prowess had significantly amplified compared to before. Approaching a device designed to gauge strength, Loki positioned himself with one foot forward in a lunge, bending slightly as he unleashed a powerful punch against the apparatus. The readings on the strength tester soared rapidly, escalating from 0 to 10 tons, then to 100, and ultimately beyond 500 tons, continuing to rise until it stabilized at over 800 tons. An astounding 800 tons of sheer strength filled Loki with an unparalleled confidence. He now ranked among the most formidable beings in all of Asgard. This strength tester had a maximum capacity of 1,000 tons, and Loki had nearly exceeded its limits. Previously, his strength had barely surpassed 100 tons, around 90 or so. Thus, after 10 days of rigorous training, Loki had enhanced his physical capabilities nearly tenfold, achieving in a mere 10 days what would typically require 3 centuries of toil. In terms of raw power, Thor was no longer his match. Loki could boast that he could easily overpower Thor with one hand. With a surge of confidence, Loki mused that even the Hulk, who once sought to best him, would now stand no chance. He could effortlessly subdue the green giant with a single hand. It was undeniable that Loki's confidence had reached unprecedented heights. Of course, it was not just his strength that had improved, there were other enhancements as well. Loki had new insights into the power of fire. His gaze shifted to a pillar at the center of the training ground, and his eyes gradually turned a fierce crimson. Suddenly, twin beams of red energy shot forth from his eyes, the intense heat distorting the very air around him. The fiery rays struck the golden pillar, melting its surface into molten gold, and soon, the pillar fractured in the middle, the core obliterated by the searing rays emanating from Loki's gaze. However, he had overlooked a critical detail. The roof of the training hall was supported by this very pillar. Just as Loki began to revel in his newfound power, the ceiling collapsed, burying him beneath the debris. Chapter 32. You know nothing of strength. The efficiency of the Asgardians was remarkable. There was no room for procrastination or deliberate hindrance. Thus, when Odin resolved to establish a 1,000-strong guard for both Loki and Thor within mere days, the entire process, from approvals to personnel selection, culminated in the arrival of 1,000 soldiers who had taken residence in Loki's fire temple, settling within the training grounds as Loki's fire guard. To be selected as a member of the elite guard from the army signifies that these individuals are among the finest in the entire Asgardian military. Given that the criteria for the elite guard selection far surpass those for ordinary soldiers, these warriors have arrived at Loki's fire temple. And even after 2 or 3 days without having the honor of meeting their sworn deity, the fire god Loki, they have not relaxed for a moment, steadfastly engaging in their training. The Asgardian army places great importance on individual valor, and it is quite commonplace for a single person to alter the tide of battle. Hence their predominant training focuses on combat sparring. In the training ground, the elite guards are seated in a circle, intently observing 2 combatants engaged in a fierce duel at the center, amidst a chorus of cheers. Come on, Captain. Defeat that scoundrel. Rob, you can do it. If you win, I'll buy you a drink. Is that all you've got? Strike him down. Aim for his head. Oh, how foolish. Go for the low blow. And for heaven's sake, don't pull his hair. This isn't a cat fight. Both combatants have their respective supporters, and the duel is fiercely contested, each move imbued with tremendous power. Before a victor could be determined, a thunderous noise erupted from a distance, sending a plume of dust skyward and startling everyone present in the training ground. What is happening? Are we under attack? A warrior exclaimed. Before he could finish his sentence, another warrior slapped him on the back of the head. Fool, we are in the heart of Asgard, the very location of the fire temple. How could anyone dare to assault us here? The chastised warrior suddenly realized they were no longer on the front lines, and no enemy could breach the sanctum. However, he quickly retorted, "You scoundrel! How dare you take advantage of this?" With that, he prepared to retaliate against the warrior who had just reprimanded him. As tensions rose and conflict seemed imminent, The one designated as the captain intervened, urging, "Enough of this. Let us investigate the source of that sound. While it is unlikely to be an enemy attack, we must ascertain what has transpired." With that, he led the group toward the origin of the noise. The fire temple of Loki was not vast, and they had scarcely taken a few steps before arriving at the scene. Upon arrival, they were met with confusion. Surely this is the training ground. Why has it collapsed? Their bewilderment was soon clarified as they beheld the remnants of the once proud training arena. Another resounding crash echoed from the center, and to the astonishment of the elite guards, a figure emerged, covered in dust from the rubble. Startled, they wondered if someone had been trapped beneath the debris. "Is that you, Prince Loki?" Despite the dust obscuring his features, they recognized him. "By the gods, someone is here." Upon hearing his name called, Loki turned to see the surrounding elite guards. His face flushed with embarrassment at their presence, for the dust covering him rendered him a sight unworthy of their gaze. "How humiliating. I cannot allow them to witness me like this," he quickly exclaimed. "I am not Loki. You must have mistaken me for someone else." How could they possibly be mistaken? As elite guards, if they could not even identify their own leader, what purpose did their station serve? They might as well return home to sleep. The captain cautiously inquired, "Your Highness, are you unharmed?" How could this child be so oblivious to human speech? Was it truly so difficult to feign ignorance? Loki cast a resentful gaze at the captain who dared to address him. Flames erupted in Loki's hand, crackling with intensity as he surveyed the crowd. "Today is an anomaly. Nothing has transpired. Do you comprehend?" The assembled onlookers grasped Loki's intent, their eyes darting between the flames and his reddened irises, hastily assuring him, "Rest assured, Your Highness. We have witnessed nothing. Please be at ease. What has occurred? I seem to have lost my memory. Where am I? Was I not training? I must depart and resume my training." Observing the theatrical performances of those around him, Loki felt a fleeting satisfaction, though it was soon eclipsed by discontent. "Ha, Loki. What troubles you? Have you been buried beneath here?" boomed a familiar voice, echoing with laughter. "Ah. How amusing to see you in such a predicament." Loki needed no turn to recognize the source of the mirth. He turned to find Thor, one hand clutching his hammer and the other resting on his hip, roaring with laughter. It was no wonder Thor was in high spirits. Typically, it was Loki who played pranks on him. And witnessing Loki in such a disheveled state was a first. Thor felt a wave of relief wash over him. Oblivious to Loki's dark demeanor, Thor continued his boisterous laughter. The surrounding guards exchanged glances between the mirthful Thor and the sullen Loki, unable to suppress a gulp of apprehension. "Such joy? Do you revel in courting death?" Loki mused darkly about Thor. Unfazed by Loki's veiled threats, Thor chuckled. "Ha, you amuse me. Court death? Not at all. Can you truly contend with me?" Observing Loki, who was blissfully unaware of his imminent peril, the guards instinctively took a step back. Thor, passionate about combat, relished the challenge of a fight, and as Loki approached him, the thunder god's hammer crackled with electric energy. "Oh, my foolish brother, you are utterly ignorant of strength." Loki advanced towards Thor. Just as Thor prepared to swing his hammer, Loki seized his arm, and the outcome was unmistakable. The clash of over 100 tons of force against 800 was inevitable. Before Thor could react, Loki spun him around and hurled him towards the direction of the hall of the thunder god. "Ah!" echoed Thor's cries, transforming into a parabolic arc before vanishing from sight. The guards recoiled further. Thor, flung through the air, lost his grip on Mjolnir, which plummeted from the sky, landing before Loki. Having dispatched Thor, Loki turned his gaze back to the guards, his voice a low rumble. "What are you all staring at?" The guards thought in unison, "Surely he does not intend to strike us as well." The captain bellowed, "Everyone, return to training. Today, we shall practice for an additional 3 hours." In an instant, the entire training ground was deserted, enveloped in silence, save for Loki and a heap of rubble. It was then that Loki noticed the hammer beneath his feet. He bent down to attempt to lift it, but to no avail. A weapon claimed by its master could only be wielded by them or by one who met its criteria, much like his own sword of the fire god. Loki gazed at the runes inscribed upon it, which proclaimed that whoever could lift the hammer would possess its power. This bore a striking resemblance to his own fire god sword. Losing interest, Loki called out towards the hall of the thunder god, "Mjolnir, your hammer has fallen." The two palaces were not far apart, and it was evident that Thor had heard him, for the hammer soared into the air. Heading toward the hall of the thunder god, the joy of enhanced power dissipated, compounded by the embarrassment of being witnessed by Thor, which left Loki quite vexed. Seeing that the area was now empty, Loki departed, returning to his chamber to freshen up before stepping outside once more. He summoned a guard and instructed him, "Go and find someone to clear the training ground and reconstruct it. Remember, this time, omit the roof, and make it an open-air arena. The guard did not inquire further. He dashed off to find workers to restore the training ground. Left with nothing to do, Loki contemplated his next move and decided to visit the Academy of Sciences in Asgard. The academy was not far from Loki's location. After employing a few spatial spells, he arrived at the imposing, silvery structure of the academy. Loki felt that this scientific edifice appeared far more conventional, devoid of the excessive golden glimmer. The guards at the entrance, having spotted Loki, recognized him instantly, as everyone at the academy was well acquainted with the prince. One guard hurriedly grabbed a communicator and announced, "Attention all units! Attention all units! Prince Loki has arrived! Prince Loki has arrived!" The announcement carried an air reminiscent of the fable of the boy who cried wolf, and Loki's expression darkened upon hearing it. As he approached, the guard quickly blocked his path, smiling broadly. "Prince Loki, what brings you to the academy today?" Loki regarded the guard. "What's this, Kali? You intend to bar my entry?" The guard, feigning innocence, replied, "How could I possibly deny entry to Prince Loki? The esteemed director has heard of your arrival and is preparing to greet you personally. Since I am welcomed, let me in." Inform the director that there is no need for formalities. "I merely wish to take a look around," Loki asserted as he attempted to move forward. "Prince Loki, the director is on his way down right now. Please wait a moment. Do not rush." The guard, now sweating profusely, thought to himself, "Welcome you? Throughout all of Asgard, there is no one less welcomed at the academy than you, my prince. The director has explicitly ordered that anyone who allows you entry shall be dismissed. Do you have any idea how difficult it is for me to find a job?" Kali kept these thoughts to himself, well aware that voicing them could lead to dire consequences, for Loki's notorious pettiness was known across all of Asgard. Loki was acutely aware of the guard's unspoken thoughts. Glaring at the guard, Loki pondered the unpopularity of his current self. Before the guard could dwell on the matter, an elderly man emerged from the silvery edifice, an old man with white hair, a white beard, and dressed in white, the esteemed Dean Irvin of the Asgardian Academy of Sciences. Upon seeing Loki, Irvin approached with warmth, exclaiming, "Is that not Prince Loki? It has been ages. Come, come, I shall treat you to a drink." Thus, he began to pull Loki outside. Chapter 33. On the importance of money. Has it truly been so long? Dean, perhaps age has dulled your memory. We met merely 10 days ago at my coming-of-age ceremony. I even extended my greetings to you. Loki responded, bemused by Irvin's jovial insistence. Irvin, unperturbed by Loki's remark, chuckled heartily. "Ah, I must have forgotten. Truly, I am growing old. Nonetheless, let me treat you to a drink, a celebration in your honor. Surely, that is a decent gesture from an old man like me." Irvin was reluctant to allow Loki inside. Every time Loki visited, he left Irvin feeling quite distressed. There was no way he would permit such an entrance. Though Irvin grasped Loki's arm, attempting to pull him outside, his scientific background rendered him physically inadequate against Loki, whose strength surpassed 800 tons. After much tugging, they remained at the entrance, unmoved. Loki, observing Irvin's futile efforts, suggested, "Let us forego the tavern celebration. Allow me merely a glimpse inside as a form of celebration. There is no need for you to spend extravagantly." Extravagance? If you were to wander inside, that would truly be a waste. Thus, to prevent me from incurring great expense, a small expenditure for your sake is something I can accept, Irvin mused internally. "Your Highness, that is quite the exaggeration. Besides, to treat you to a drink is an honor for this old man." Irvin insisted, feigning sincerity while resolutely denying Loki entry. Loki felt helpless. He could not force his way in. Although his powers had significantly increased, he recognized that breaching this location was beyond his capabilities. The weapons within could obliterate a planet with a single strike. Even without deploying these formidable armaments, the smaller weapons could inflict grave injuries. Moreover, spatial magic was rendered useless, as Irvin had installed spatial interference devices specifically to thwart his entrance. "Truly, can you not allow me entry? I am Loki, Prince of Asgard," he stated earnestly. "No, even as a prince, you cannot enter at will. The Academy of Sciences is a vital institution of Asgard, and no one may intrude without permission." Irvin replied with equal seriousness. "You will find yourself friendless with such behavior, Dean. Friendship is not a requisite for scientific inquiry. I assure you, I shall not take anything from you. No, I cannot trust you. You have made such claims before." A prince and a director, one old and one young, stood at the entrance of the Academy of Sciences, engaged in a heated debate, drawing curious gazes from the passers-by. Loki, now well known following his coming-of-age ceremony, and Hilwin, the esteemed director of the Asgard Academy of Sciences, were familiar figures to many. A crowd quickly gathered to watch the unfolding dispute, yet neither party seemed to care. One sought entrance, while the other firmly obstructed the way. Ultimately, Loki was unable to gain entry, as the Elder remained resolute in his refusal. To dissuade Loki from his intentions, the director activated the defense system. Resigned, Loki conceded, "I shall not enter. But I request your assistance in crafting a simple device for me. A pair of shoes that can fly, swift, and capable of hovering. Size is of no concern. Weight is irrelevant, and I shall harness the power of the god of fire within me for energy." Hilwin interrupted Loki, remarking, "That is indeed quite straightforward. A modification of a personal flying device will suffice. It can be accomplished without much effort." Upon hearing this, Loki inquired, "Excellent. When might you complete it?" "Your request is simple. It will be ready in half an hour. However, Your Highness, have you prepared any funds? While I can waive the labor costs, the materials will not be inexpensive." "Money? Discussing finances seems so ungracious after all these years of friendship. Must we dwell on such trivial matters?" Loki gazed earnestly into Hilwin's eyes as he spoke. Hilwin, taken aback by Loki's refusal to pay, quickly retorted, "No funds? That is impossible. Without payment, it cannot be done. Our friendship would mean nothing if you were to refuse compensation. You still owe the Academy over 300,000 star coins, Your Highness. Have you considered repaying this debt?" Loki replied defiantly, "If you refuse to assist me, I shall enter myself. It is not difficult. I can manage alone, though I lack the materials." As he attempted to push forward, Hilwin, exasperated, relented. "Very well, do not enter. I will aid you. I shall keep a record of your debt, and remember to repay it. Now you're speaking sense. How much could a pair of flying shoes possibly cost? Your insistence on payment could jeopardize our relationship." Loki thought to himself, while secretly resolving that repayment was an impossibility in this lifetime. Hilwin, observing Loki's serious demeanor, lamented the presence of such an audacious prince in Asgard. Pondering the bleak future that lay ahead for their realm, Hilwin then entered to prepare the necessary equipment for Loki, who, of course, would not remain idle. He could not enter himself, having already been placed on the Academy's blacklist. Contemplating his options, he decided to venture to a tavern across the street to pass the time with a drink. One should not assume that a visit to the tavern would lead to any romantic encounters or altercations. After ordering a sweet wine, he waited for over half an hour when a notification chimed, signaling that Hilwin had completed the required equipment. As Loki stepped outside, he spotted Sylvan waiting by the entrance of the Academy, holding a box. Approaching him, Loki intended to take the box and leave, but Sylvan seized him, declaring, 120,000 star coins, charge it to your account." Loki responded with a mere "Oh," grasping the box before departing, indifferent to the amount. After all, he had no intention of repaying it, and he was devoid of funds, was he not? As a prince, it must be said that Loki's existence was rather lamentable. He contemplated the notion of becoming an interstellar pirate for a few days since he had the manpower at his disposal. However, after some reflection, he suppressed the thought. Should Odin learn of his venture into piracy accompanied by the Asgardian warriors, he would surely break his legs. Besides, to be a pirate one must possess a fleet, which he did not. Acquiring a medium-sized spaceship would cost upwards of 800,000, perhaps even more, and Loki barely possessed 50,000. In short, he was financially incapacitated. Romantic notions were fleeting, while heroic aspirations were stifled. Indeed, a penny is a formidable foe to a hero, Loki mused. Yet he overlooked the fact that the phrase romantic entanglements was decidedly unsuitable for him. After over 3 centuries across 2 lifetimes, he had yet to experience a single romantic relationship, falling short even of Thor in that regard. Thus, any thoughts of romantic longing were purely his own fabrications. Having departed the Academy, Loki returned home with the box in hand. One must commend the efficiency of Asgard. Upon his return, he discovered that the ruins of the training grounds had been cleared, with a dozen robots diligently constructing a new arena. The training grounds were under renovation, rendering them unusable, while the warriors were engaged in their drills, making it inappropriate for him to intrude. The experimental flight shoes, of course, could not be tested in the bedroom. Suddenly, Loki felt a sense of aimlessness. After some contemplation, a new idea emerged. Clutching the box, he ventured out again, swaying his way to the neighboring Thunder Hall. If his own training grounds were unavailable, surely there were others he could utilize. Upon arriving at Thor's Thunder Hall, Loki strode inside and headed for the training grounds. He was quite familiar with Thor's hall, so navigation was not an issue. Upon arrival, he found Thor also present in the training area, which brought a smile to Loki's face. Thor, upon seeing Loki, had a hint of redness in his eyes, gripping his hammer, ready to charge. Loki quickly interjected, "Stop. Don't make a scene. I'm not here to fight." Observing Loki, Thor grumbled, "Then what are you here for?" Faced with Thor's eager disposition, Loki, exasperated, resorted to a playful tone, suggesting, "How about I share with you my method for becoming stronger?" This was a calculated strategy on Loki's part. For the sake of Asgard's future, he could not afford to appear weak. Thor glanced at the hammer in his hand, recalling the scene from earlier that day when Loki had hurled him back. After careful consideration, he deemed the proposition plausible and agreed. "All right. But don't you dare deceive me." "Deceive you? When have I ever misled you, my dear brother? You wound me deeply." Loki feigned wiping away tears. However, this time Thor remained unmoved, fixing Loki with an expressionless stare. Loki, well aware of his brother Thor, knew that Thor was equally familiar with him. Observing Thor's indifferent demeanor, Loki ceased wiping away his tears and directly conveyed his method to Thor. Thor, typically reluctant to engage his intellect rather than being dim-witted, pondered Loki's words and soon grasped the underlying rationale, recognizing the feasibility of the suggested approach. Convinced by its practicality, Thor promptly settled into a meditative position, eager to commence. However, Loki hastily intervened, asking, "What are you doing?" "Following your advice," Thor replied, perplexed by Loki's obstruction. With an eye roll, Loki bluntly stated, "Then you should go elsewhere. I require the training grounds." His expression remained entirely unperturbed, devoid of any guilt for usurping the space. Thor, finding nothing amiss, rose and departed with his hammer in hand. The moment Thor exited, Loki swiftly sealed off the training grounds from within. It was only after Thor stepped outside that he sensed something amiss. Muttering to himself at the entrance, "Wait a moment, this is my home. Why must I leave? Shouldn't he be the one to go?" Despite Thor's realization, it was too late. Loki had already barred the entrance, leaving even Thor unable to re-enter. With no other option, Thor begrudgingly sought refuge elsewhere. Chapter 34. Thor's retaliation. After cleverly deceiving Thor, Loki sealed the training grounds without a trace of remorse. It was only then that he opened the chest containing the creation from Sirwin. In accordance with Loki's specifications, Sirwin crafted a pair of flying boots for him. Externally, the boots were entirely black, seemingly forged from a particular metal, exuding a sense of advanced technology. The soles appeared to house a propulsion system, complete with two jet nozzles likely designed to enhance speed. To ensure comfort, a layer of animal fur was even integrated within. To facilitate Loki's ease of use, Sirwin thoughtfully included an instruction manual inside the chest. Despite repeatedly insisting that Loki repay him and barring him from the research facility, Sirwin remained attentive to Loki's requests. Reflecting on this, Loki felt a twinge of guilt. Each time he visited the academy, he effortlessly acquired kinetic energy. While he was indeed a prince, it was inappropriate to take items from Asgard's Scientific Institute without due consideration. It was likely that all the resources he had taken were supplemented by Sirwin. Loki resolved that, should the opportunity arise, he would repay Sirwin, provided he possessed the means to do so. Perusing the instruction manual, Loki began to understand the operational mechanics of the flying boots. He placed the boots on the ground, and they automatically expanded at the sides and front, showcasing their technological sophistication. As he inserted his feet, the boots snugly contracted around them, perfectly fitting. Satisfied, Loki appreciated that the boots could adjust to the size of his feet. Loki rose to his feet and took a few steps, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. The shoes, albeit slightly heavy due to their metallic composition, were a trifling burden for him. He had long contemplated acquiring a pair of such shoes. While he could utilize portals, they were somewhat inconvenient. For distances a tad further, he would need to open multiple portals, and the strain on his mental energy from spatial magic was considerable. Although he had mastery over wind magic, allowing him to fly, the speed was intolerably slow for Loki. To resolve these inconveniences, he pondered various solutions, yet none proved satisfactory. Finally, he recalled the Iron Man suit from a movie in his past life, which could achieve flight speeds of 10 Mach or even greater. This inspired him to experiment. Without considering the possibility that the boots might be unfeasible, he reasoned that Earth's technology, though inferior to Asgard's, had produced such marvels. If Tony Stark could create it, there was no reason why Asgard's Academy of Sciences could not. It turned out that this equipment was well within the capabilities of the Academy, and in just over half an hour, it was completed. Sylvan even had time to draft an instruction manual. After adjusting the spatial parameters of the training arena, Loki prepared to conduct his experiment. Thanks to the advancements in both magic and technology, the training arena, though seemingly modest in size, had adjustable dimensions, allowing Loki to test his flying apparatus within. Loki positioned himself, gradually channeling the power of the god of fire into the boots. He began to hover unsteadily, but soon stabilized himself in midair. Having achieved levitation, he decided to test the limits of flight and significantly increase the output of his fiery energy. Boom! With a resounding crash, he slammed into the ceiling of the training arena. Although Loki had enlarged the arena, he had underestimated the velocity of the boots crafted by Sylvan, compounded by his excessive force, resulting in a rather unfortunate mishap. For a full day, Loki acclimated to these flying boots. No, the fire god boots. For he deemed the title of flying boots unappealing and unbefitting, promptly rebranding them. This trivial detail reflects Loki's narcissism. He had developed an illusion spell named Loki's Illusion and named his flying boots fire god boots, ensuring they bore his name. It was not until the following day that Loki emerged from the training arena, only to find Thor absent. Loki had shared his method of infusing divine power into blood with Thor, so it was likely that Thor would be occupied for some time. Compared to Loki's fire god power, Thor's thunderous might was far more volatile and challenging to control, implying that his training would require even more time. Moreover, Thor lacked the life force provided by the World Tree to maintain cellular vitality. Upon exiting the training arena, Loki made his way directly to the Sumerian Mountains. If he wished to soar freely in Asgard, the Sumerian Mountains were the optimal choice. Asgard possesses an emptying system, rendering the city capable of serene flight. Were Loki to soar through the urban expanse of Asgard, his fate would likely be dire. Upon arriving at the Sumer mountain range, Loki infused the power of the fire god into his fire god boots, which propelled him skyward with remarkable force, transforming him into a streak of light that vanished into the horizon, leaving behind a sonic boom. Given Loki's physical prowess, he need not worry about the perils of excessive speed. Within mere seconds, he circled the entire Sumer mountain range and returned to his original position, accompanied once more by a thunderous sonic boom. According to the specifications provided by Hilwin, these boots could achieve a maximum velocity of 5 times the speed of sound, which was more than sufficient for Loki at that moment. He marveled at the convenience of technology, pondering how long it would take him to reach such heights relying solely on magic and the fire god's power. Having thoroughly experimented with the fire god boots, Loki decided to return home for some much-needed rest after spending the entire day acclimating to the flight gear. Upon reaching his abode and approaching his bedroom door, he was taken aback to find it sealed shut. A closer inspection revealed that someone had magically barricaded his sanctuary from within. What the hell? Who's in my room? Am I being robbed? Loki exclaimed, utterly dumbfounded. The defense system of his quarters, which he meticulously constructed himself, included both magical barriers and a sophisticated security system acquired from the Academy of Sciences. Thus, even Loki himself could not breach the sealed entrance from the outside. Resigned to his predicament, Loki sought out the guard stationed at his door. "Do you know who is in my room?" he inquired. The guard, idly engrossed in his phone, was startled by Loki's sudden question and quickly responded, "My prince, it was the elder prince who entered your room yesterday and has yet to emerge." Loki's frustration peaked. "Thor!" he exclaimed, looking at the guard, who nodded affirmatively. "Why didn't you stop him from entering my quarters?" Loki demanded, his anger evident. The guard, perplexed, replied that he had never intervened in such matters before. "Forget it. I know Thor's character all too well. He can go wherever he pleases, and aside from Odin, no one can restrain him in Asgard." Loki lamented his situation, realizing he had no place to rest. Was this retribution for having commandeered Thor's training grounds the previous day? He slapped his forehead in annoyance, regretting not having anticipated this outcome. Sif must have informed Thor about the existence of his own Yggdrasil, the Tree of Life. How careless of him. Loki's deductions were accurate. Thor had indeed heard about the tree from Sif, yet he had given it little thought. However, yesterday, Loki acquired a method to integrate divine power into his own body, having been coaxed out of the training grounds by Loki himself. Suddenly, Thor recalled this matter, which led to the preceding scene. One must admit, it is not that retribution does not come, but rather that the time has yet to be ripe. With nowhere else to go, Loki pondered for a moment, and recalled that his 1,000 divine guards had seemingly arrived, a fact he had yet to inspect. With this thought in mind, Loki hastened towards the training grounds, and in a matter of moments, he arrived. Upon reaching the training grounds, Loki found his 1,000 divine guards engaged in their customary drills. This pleased him greatly, although he had not visited for several days. The guards had not slackened in their practice. As Loki made his entrance, there was no need for announcements. The divine guards immediately spotted him. The captain, upon noticing Loki, bellowed for all to assemble and form ranks. The guards, displaying commendable discipline, quickly organized into a cohesive formation, demonstrating that even those unfamiliar with military protocols could appreciate the difficulty of such an accomplishment. The captain ran forward and saluted, reporting, "Your Highness, the fire guards are accounted for, with all 1,000 present. Please give your instructions." Loki, observing the captain's formal demeanor, thought to himself, Must it be so regimented? I find it rather difficult to adapt. Are you the captain? What is your name? Loki inquired of the captain, who appeared exceedingly earnest. Having never served in the military, Loki struggled to acclimatize to such stringent decorum. Upon hearing Loki's question, the captain replied, Your Highness, I am the captain of this divine guard, and my name is Muse. Muse, speak more comfortably. Addressing me in such a manner adds undue pressure. From now on, just call me boss. Loki remarked, observing the captain's solemnity. Your Highness, that is not in accordance with protocol. Muse firmly declined Loki's suggestion. Protocol? You speak of protocol to me? Here, I dictate the rules. Muse considered this for a moment and agreed, responding, Yes, boss. Very well, you are the boss. Your word is law. Muse replied with a straightforward acceptance. Recognizing that this was indeed the divine guard of his highness, not his own. Satisfied with Muse's concession, Loki clapped him on the shoulder and said, Now that sounds more appropriate. Show me my guards. Muse led Loki to the neatly arranged ranks of divine guards, admiring their uniform appearance. Today, we, the Burning Pirates, are officially established, Loki proclaimed, skewing the entire atmosphere of the divine guard with his declaration, a shift that could not easily be corrected. Chapter 35. The demon from hell summons me. I can fulfill your wishes, slay your enemies. The only cost is your soul. Summon me. Within a cell of the Mauthausen concentration camp, a ragged woman suddenly awoke from her dream. Once again, she had experienced that dream. Demons. How could such beings possibly exist in this world? Germany is the true demon, she thought, tightening her embrace around the child in her arms. My name is Sylvia, and I hail from an ordinary family in Austria. I am blessed with a loving husband, a delightful daughter, and a modest farm that houses dozens of cattle and hundreds of sheep, allowing us to live a blissfully contented life. However, all of this has been shattered. The Germans have arrived, wielding their aircraft and artillery, brandishing rifles and curved blades, invading our homeland and ruthlessly slaughtering our kin. Beneath the merciless onslaught of their machines, the quaint town of Alvis has been obliterated, leaving only ruins in its wake. No longer a picturesque village filled with laughter and joy, nor the farm named after me by my beloved husband. In a valiant attempt to defend our family from the vile German invasion, my husband bravely resisted, only to be brutally murdered by those wretched beasts, his head severed from his body. Meanwhile, my daughter and I have been imprisoned in this concentration camp they call Mauthausen. I cannot forget the gaze of my husband as he perished, a look imbued with love for me and our daughter. I see no hope for tomorrow. I long for death to reunite with my husband, yet I cannot succumb to despair. I must live for my daughter. What will become of her if I were to die? She has already lost her father. Lately, I have been haunted by dreams of a demon with twisted horns, engulfed in flames, beckoning me to summon him, claiming he can fulfill my wishes. Perhaps my longing for my husband has warped my mind. How could demons exist in this world? If hell truly exists, then should not these beasts be the ones to descend into it, rather than my beloved husband meeting his demise while my daughter and I languish in this camp? I cannot abandon my daughter. She is the sole gift my husband has left me. She is so precious, so enchanting. I wonder if I will ever see her grow up. My husband loved me and adored our daughter. He would never forgive me if I forsook her. Thus, for the sake of my daughter, I shall persevere. The following day, as the sun streamed through the barred window, the cries of a child roused the woman named Sylvia from her slumber. Opening her eyes, she realized it was yet another iteration of the same dream. Demons, do you truly exist? She pondered, and then, loosening her garments, prepared to nurse her child. Suddenly, the iron door swung open, and golden sunlight flooded the room. Yet, to Sylvia's eyes, the warm rays felt chilling and invasive. As she beheld the intruders, she clutched her daughter tightly, fearfully exclaiming, "What do you intend to do?" One of the shorter figures spoke first, asserting, "Let me speak. There is an infant here. I cannot be mistaken." Another added, "Very well, take this little wretch back. The doctor is waiting. We are in dire need of recent specimens." And who would have thought one was hiding here? A tall figure reached out, attempting to seize Sylvia's daughter. As Swervia beheld these brutes attempting to seize her daughter, she could not allow them to achieve their nefarious goal effortlessly. Clenching her child tightly, she unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon them, declaring, "You vile creatures, dare not lay a hand upon my child." Yet, how could a single mother stand against several burly men? After a futile struggle, her child was ultimately wrested from her grasp. One must never underestimate a mother's resolve. As she witnessed her child being taken away, a feral glint ignited in her eyes, akin to that of a wolf. With a fierce determination, she lunged forward and sank her teeth into the ear of the man who held her child, severing it from his head. The sudden agony compelled him to release his grip, and as her child began to plummet to the ground, Swervia hastily relinquished her hold on the man to reclaim her daughter. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck the back of her head, and darkness enveloped her consciousness. Another brute had struck her with the butt of a gun, rendering her unconscious. The man who had lost his ear wore a ghastly expression as he kicked Swervia, sending her crashing against the wall, leaving a trail of blood upon it. Damnable wretch! No one is to tend to her wounds or offer her sustenance. Let her bleed to death or starve. Take this little creature back. We will dismember her, he bellowed in rage. With that, several men carried Swervia's child away, sealing the iron door behind them, leaving the cold, damp room bereft of anything but the unconscious Swervia. Hours later, Swervia awoke, her heart wrenched with despair. My daughter! You brutes! She cried out in anguish. Brutes, return my daughter, return my daughter. Klaus, I am sorry, we have lost our daughter. I am so sorry, damned beasts. After a fervent outcry, utterly exhausted, Swervia paused, realizing she was bleeding profusely. She understood her time was limited. Damnable fiends, I shall drag you to hell with me. You demons, if you can eradicate all who dwell herein, take my flesh and soul. Avenge my daughter. Take all that I possess, demons. Swervia had succumbed to madness. In a frenzy, she bit into her own wrist, letting her blood spout forth without a care. With her own blood, she began inscribing a complex sigil upon the cold floor of her cell, bewildered by the sheer volume of blood one could produce. This intricate design was one she had memorized in dreams, a summoning circle to invoke a demon from the depths of hell, bridging the realms of the infernal and the present. Once the sigil was complete, Swervia lay in its center, murmuring, "Flames of hell, arise. Sargeras, demon from the abyss." In her sacrifice, flames erupted, consuming both the sigil and the form of Swervia herself. The flames grew increasingly fierce, and Swervia's eyes sparkled with a brighter light. To this moment, Swervia had not succumbed to unconsciousness. She persevered, yearning to witness the demon exact vengeance for her daughter. At that instant, above the magical array, where the flames roared, the void suddenly warped, and a silhouette emerged from the abyss. First appeared feet resembling cloven hooves, followed by the body, crowned with twisted horns. Thus, a demon from the depths of hell made its entrance. The demon struggled vehemently, torn between realms, as the forces of dimensionality and Earth's barriers conspired to thwart its passage into the mortal realm. Yet, having been summoned by Swervia, the demon would not be deterred by such barriers. At last, it broke free from the confines of space, stepping forth from the void. The demon paid no heed to Swervia, instead standing firm and swiftly crafting a teleportation array with its own unique magic, eschewing the need for blood. Once the array was inscribed and infused with power, it radiated light, distorting the space around it and tearing open a black hole. From this void emerged a figure clad in a suit of armor adorned in hues of gold and green, draped in a green cloak, and crowned with long horns. This was a human. Upon witnessing the figure's emergence, the demon finally turned, addressing the beautiful lady. You have summoned me with flesh and blood, and at the cost of your soul. What is your desire? The infernal demon Sargeras shall fulfill it. Swervia disregarded the figure that had appeared behind, fixing her gaze upon the demon and commanding, annihilate all those here for my daughter. Let them perish alongside her, and let my husband join them in death. Your wish shall be granted, fair lady. You have made a most lucrative bargain. Soon, you shall witness your desire manifest. With a mere grasp, the demon seized Swervia's soul. Although an iron door barred the way, it posed little challenge for a demon. In a flash, Sargeras, clutching Swervia's soul, appeared outside the concentration camp, unfurling bat-like wings and soaring into the air. Sargeras materialized before all within the camp, and for the Westerners, demons were a familiar concept. Every fairy tale spoke of valiant princes wielding swords to slay demons and rescue princesses. Yet when a demon stepped from the realm of fantasy into reality, only terror and dread remained. What is this? A monster? A demon from hell? Almighty God, why is a demon here? Sargeras surveyed the frightened masses below and addressed Swervia. Fair lady, I have come to fulfill your wish. Burn, sinners. Accept the judgment from the abyss. Sacrifice your souls to the great Sargeras. Burn. The entire concentration camp ignited in raging flames. No one could withstand the searing inferno of hell. All within that camp were reduced to ashes amidst the relentless blaze. A gentle breeze swept through the concentration camp, leaving no trace of human presence. With a mere wave of his hand, Sargeras caused all the souls hovering above the camp to vanish, claimed by the fiery demon himself. Turning to the soul of Sylvia in his grasp, Sargeras proclaimed, My dear lady, your wish has been fulfilled. Our transaction is complete. In Sylvia's eyes, There was neither sorrow nor joy, only an overwhelming silence. Daughters, Klaus, I have avenged you. Though in a state of disembodiment, Sylvia conveyed her intentions with clarity through her gaze. Sargeras released his grip on Sylvia, and flames ignited around her, slowly consuming her essence. Sylvia had summoned Sargeras to exact vengeance for the deaths of her daughter and husband, and in fulfilling her desire, Sargeras claimed her soul. This was an equitable exchange, a timeless principle of the cosmos. Chapter 36. The burning flame demons are devoid of compassion for them. This was merely a transaction, a trade of souls recognized by the laws of the universe. If a demon accepted a soul but failed to fulfill the terms of the agreement, it too would face the wrath of these cosmic rules. Moreover, the concentration camp housed predominantly the deranged, lacking in worthiness of sympathy, alongside war refugees who had been captured, having nearly abandoned hope due to the loss of family and the fall of their homeland. For Sargeras, this was a straightforward exchange, akin to shopping. Yet the currency was souls, and the commodity was life. Within this camp, all were ordinary individuals, thus completing the transaction with Sylvia consumed little time. A single fire resolved all matters. Having concluded the pact, Sargeras returned to the previous cell, where the young man he had encountered earlier still remained, oblivious to Sargeras' entrance. Clearly preoccupied, he was engaged in communication using a palm-sized device, reminiscent of the star maps produced by the Academy of Asgard. Hey Moose, guess who? It's your boss. Yes, I'm in the Midgard. No need to come pick me up, I have matters to attend to here. Once I'm finished, I'll head straight back to Asgard. So you all can return as well. No need for anyone to wait for me. By the way, is our Star Pirate crew doing well? I still have yet to become the Star Pirate King, so don't mess things up for me. Alright then, goodbye. After hanging up, he dialed another number. Hello, mother. Sargeras stood beside the young man, observing as he continued to make calls, revealing no trace of impatience. At long last, the young man concluded his phone call, exhaling deeply as he lamented his escape from that wretched abyss. 200 years had passed. Indeed, this young man is none other than our second prince of Asgard, Loki, the god of fire from the Aesir pantheon. To understand how our esteemed Prince Loki emerged from the depths of hell, we must journey back to a time long past. Asgard has never been a tranquil utopia. Odin's dominion over the 9 realms has never rested upon benevolence. For Asgard and the realms under Odin's rule, ambitious challengers and foolish jesters have perpetually sought to contest Odin's authority, fantasizing about usurping his throne and claiming kingship for themselves. Thus, war became an eternal fixture. Loki and Thor had yet to encounter the ravages of conflict, for they were not yet of age. However, as they matured, the specter of war inevitably approached. Loki harbored dreams of a serene existence within Asgard, desiring nothing more than a comfortable life, far removed from perilous ventures and dangerous exploits. The battlefield was far too hazardous, ill-suited for one of royal blood. Yet, as a prince of Asgard, the son of Odin, and the god of fire, Loki was fated to abandon such a tranquil life. Bearing Odin's glory, he was destined to confront the horrors of war. Thus, upon reaching adulthood, Loki could not evade the call of battle. He and Thor, each commanding 1,000 warriors, departed Asgard under the vigilant gaze of Odin and Frigga, setting forth toward the battlefield. Loki vividly recalls his first encounter with war, which erupted against the Kree. Those green-skinned monstrosities coveted a small asteroid under Odin's rule, seeking to claim it as a colony for their own, perhaps merely to challenge the aging Odin. Although this planet possessed neither advanced technology nor formidable personal might, rendering it incapable of resisting the Kree invasion, they had a benevolent father. Upon learning of the impending assault, they sent forth a plea for aid to Asgard. Consequently, Loki and Thor, accompanied by a total of 2,000 warriors, along with Sif and the likes of Volstagg, Thor's steadfast companions, journeyed to the planet known as Snow. Now that they had arrived on the battlefield, it was impossible to remain mere spectators. Thus, the war with the Kree commenced. As Loki surveyed the cacophony of cannon fire and chaos, he was surprised to find that he felt no fear in the face of such turmoil. Rather, he experienced a flicker of exhilaration. To this day, Loki remains unaware of the true essence of being the god of fire, a paradoxical embodiment. Fire can provide warmth and illumination, yet it also brings suffering, destruction, and death. It symbolizes both brilliance and hope, as well as annihilation, disaster, and demise. How could Loki, as the god of fire, ever be content with a tranquil existence? He had merely allowed his own illusions to deceive him. Upon reaching the battlefield, the instincts of the god of fire began to awaken within him, feeling the pulsating power of the god of fire. An exhilarated Loki and Thor personally led the God Guard Legion to clash against the enemy ranks, engaging in a fervent exchange of blows. After a period of stalemate, Loki suddenly came to a revelation. War should not be fought in such a manner. War is an art. While it is permissible to relish the thrill of battle, it is not to indulge in a mere brute confrontation with the adversary. He must also bear responsibility for his warriors. After capturing a Kree and employing harsh interrogation, Loki devised a cunning plan. He transformed 1,000 of his fire guardians into the likeness of Kree soldiers through shape-shifting magic and, utilizing a portal, transported them to the rear of the Kree encampment. Disguised as reinforcements, they infiltrated the enemy ranks, just as Thor launched a vigorous assault from the front. Loki and his 1,000 fire guardians struck from the rear, leading to the annihilation of the Kree forces. Following their reunion, Loki once again transformed Thor's 1,000 fire guardians into Kree figures and, unbeknownst to the reinforcements from Kree, they entered the encirclement, resulting in another total defeat. This battle solidified the renown of Thor, the god of thunder, and Loki, the god of fire, earning Loki the moniker of the god of trickery from those who marveled at his stratagems. Subsequently, Thor and Loki, accompanied by their God Guard Legion, appeared on every battlefield in Asgard, relentlessly launching assaults against every foe. With each conflict, they achieved victory after victory, their names reverberating throughout the 9 realms. Thor and his legion were heralded as the roar of thunder, for his tactic was singular: attack, striking with the fury of thunder, instilling fear in the hearts of his adversaries. Regardless of the enemy before him, he would break through with sheer force, an undeniable might capable of shattering all barriers. Conversely, Loki and his legion were known as the smile of the god of fire. He staunchly believed that war is an art, a clash of wits. Frequently employing diverse tactics, Loki showcased an array of strategies on the battlefield, whimsically dismantling one enemy after another. No one could fathom the conspiracies hidden beneath Loki's smiling facade. Thus, he earned the title of the smile of the god of fire. Centuries of relentless warfare allowed the names of Loki and Thor to echo throughout the cosmos, even reaching distant planets where tales of the invincible princes of Asgard were known. For Asgard, having their princes become undefeated deities of war was a source of immense pride. Consequently, with each triumphant dispatch, they spontaneously celebrated, cheering for their princes. The remarkable performances of his 2 sons brought great satisfaction to Odin. They were the chosen heirs, and time had vindicated his decision, as their deeds were nothing short of perfection. Witnessing his son's exceptional achievements, Odin indulged in rare revelry, becoming intoxicated and boasting to Frigga about his sons, an occurrence Loki later heard from one of Frigga's handmaidens. However, even Loki, despite his enjoyment of battle, inevitably found moments of ennui. Centuries of warfare had dulled his interest. Eventually, he began to perceive war as merely a task to be fulfilled. After 700 years of this relentless cycle, Loki approached Odin with a request to withdraw from the battlefield. Odin acquiesced, understanding that prolonged conflict could weary anyone, especially considering his son had performed admirably. Following Odin's consent, Loki, leveraging the military accolades he had amassed over the centuries, procured several vessels from the Academy to assemble a fleet. Accompanied by his elite warriors, he vanished from Asgard, and Odin did not intervene. On the day of Loki's 1,000th birthday, the legion known as the Smiling Legion of the Fire God, along with its commander, disappeared from the battlegrounds of Asgard. Concurrently, a band of star pirates known as the Burning Star Raiders emerged in the cosmos. Contrary to expectations, these pirates were not inclined towards plunder, but rather sought exploration throughout the universe. Others mistakenly perceived them as weak, assuming their reluctance to raid was due to lack of strength, and many were tempted by their pristine ships. However, they gravely misjudged the prowess of this band of pirates. Once they initiated their assault, they swiftly experienced the depths of despair as a powerful laser cannon pierced through the ranks of the raiding alliance. 1,000 robust warriors clad in battle attire boarded their vessels, resulting in a one-sided massacre with no mercy shown. In this confrontation, 5 renowned pirate crews were utterly annihilated, and a planet involved in the raid disintegrated under the destructive beam of the flagship, vanishing from the universe. This battle affirmed the formidable strength of the Burning Star Raiders and made their ruthless approach unmistakably clear. They showed no compassion, obliterating a life-bearing planet simply because it had dared to strike against them. Following this conflict, no one dared to challenge the pirates, who continued their explorations across the cosmos, leaving their mark on every ruin they encountered. Chapter 37. The Fire God of the Abyss. After departing Asgard with his 1,000 elite warriors, Loki finally realized a long-held ambition: to establish a band of pirates. He named his new crew the Burning Star Raiders, embodying the essence of the fire god, whose flames were destined to burn. Having been a prince for an entire millennium, he could not emulate other pirates in their plundering ways. As a prince of Asgard, he lacked the need for the trivial spoils of theft. Yet, he was unprepared for the realization that his non-pirate approach could be perceived as weakness, attracting opportunistic wolves who viewed him as easy prey. After 700 years on the battlefield, Loki understood a crucial lesson. To resolve troubles decisively, one must tackle them with unyielding resolve. Those who survived the battlefield, Loki and his 1,000 elite warriors, had long since forgotten the meaning of mercy, if it existed at all. It was reserved for the people of Asgard, not their enemies. With a decisive strike, Loki annihilated 5 teams of star pirates and subsequently obliterated a life-bearing planet involved in the operation. Through these actions, he made it abundantly clear that his Burning Star pirate crew was not an easy target. Those who dared to take a bite would risk shattering their teeth. Fire, a symbol of destruction, consumes all and is never peaceful. The outcome was unmistakable. No one dared to provoke the Burning Star pirates again. Those who roamed the cosmos turned a blind eye to them, recognizing that they did not engage in plundering nor did they encroach upon others' territories. Thus, the Burning Star pirates embarked on their adventures untroubled. Ancient relics, mysterious star realms, and places worthy of exploration bore their footprints. Occasionally, they accepted commissioned tasks, reaping handsome rewards, though some ill-intentioned individuals sought to eliminate them and seize their possessions. In truth, Loki's relentless pursuit of relics was driven by a desire to uncover the Power Stone and the Soul Stone. Yet, alas, he found neither. While Loki had watched the films, his past self had merely grasped the overarching narrative, dismissing the finer details. Moreover, after a millennium, his previous memories had nearly faded, leaving him with only the recollection that both the Power Stone and the Soul Stone were hidden within relics. However, despite scouring all known ruins, he found nothing. Of course, the Burning Star pirates did not return empty-handed. During their explorations, they uncovered many treasures, such as stellar cores from destroyed stars, which could be forged into exquisite weapons, as well as unknown mystical metals, formidable weaponry, and technological marvels. In one particular ruin, Loki discovered the remains of a demon god from a bygone era, still exuding a powerful aura. After extracting the residual energy from the demon god's corpse with his equipment, Loki and his 1,000 elite guards refined and absorbed it, resulting in a marked increase in their strength. One can only imagine how formidable the original owner of that corpse had been. Additionally, they acquired a colossal sword. However, due to its immense size and incompatible attributes, Loki sold it to a cosmic collector, leading the Burning Star pirates to sudden wealth, ensuring they would never again lack for silver. According to the collector, the sword was once wielded by a deity of the previous universe. Numerous such instances abounded. The formidable Burning Star pirates could venture into perilous territories, inevitably earning substantial rewards. Yet, as the saying goes, one cannot walk by the riverbank without getting their shoes wet. 2 centuries prior, during an expedition in a temple, Loki stumbled upon a striking statue of a demon. Initially, it did not capture his interest, for he held little enthusiasm for ornate decorations. However, upon touching it, he unexpectedly sensed a surge of energy within the statue. Driven by an overwhelming curiosity, Loki, unprepared and lacking safety measures, recklessly attempted to draw forth this energy with his own power. As a result, an energetic explosion tore open a rift in the void, drawing Loki into its depths. The god's guardians were caught off guard. In an instant, Loki vanished, and the rift closed behind him. Despite their attempts to probe the statue, the guardians could not reopen the portal. With their leader lost, they had no choice but to remain in place, dispatching a messenger to Asgard to implore King Odin for assistance. Soon, Odin relayed news that Loki had not encountered any peril. He had merely been transported to an alternate dimension, which alleviated the concerns of those left behind. Yet, even Odin could not carelessly traverse the dimensional divide to retrieve Loki, for the rules forbade such actions. Moreover, with countless realms in existence, it was uncertain which one Loki had entered. Thus, the Guardians were left to wait, reassured by the knowledge that Loki was not in immediate danger. Upon regaining consciousness, Loki found himself within the confines of an ancient ruin, one belonging to demons. After considerable effort, he managed to escape the ruins, only to gaze up at a crimson sky devoid of sunlight. Uncertain of his whereabouts, he attempted to contact Moose using his star communicator, only to discover the absence of a signal. Wandering through this sulphurous land, Loki eventually encountered a small demon, realizing with dismay that he had indeed fallen into hell. The dimensional fabric of Hell differed from that of the mortal realm, and Loki was unaware of the coordinates of the real world within the multiverse. Thus, he refrained from recklessly attempting to traverse dimensions, fearing he might become lost in the chaotic currents of time and space. Hell, unlike other realms, was intertwined with the multiverse. A single misstep could render Loki irretrievably lost. Truth be told, Loki was acquainted with several demons of Hell, including a few demon lords. However, he had no intention of seeking them out, for their encounters had occurred amidst the chaos of battle. Over centuries of warfare, Asgard had clashed with Hell itself. The demons sought to breach the mortal realm through spatial fissures, yet these rifts lay within Odin's dominion. Consequently, Loki had fought alongside the Guardians in this war and emerged victorious, making him a target of the demons' ire. They would have relished the opportunity to exact revenge on him, and Loki would not willingly present himself. Now aware of his surroundings, Loki transformed into a small demon, wandering the depths of Hell in search of a passage back to reality. During his journey, he faced the relentless pursuit of other demons, yet he effortlessly dispatched all who sought to harm him. However, his identity was ultimately compromised, drawing the attention of a demon lord, who then pursued Loki with his forces. Despite being outmatched, Loki wielded his magic and the powers of the fire god, allowing him to evade capture with relative ease. Thus, the fugitive Loki continued his aimless wanderings, desperately seeking a route back to the mortal realm. For 200 long years, he found no path leading home. Loki understood that the demon lords possessed means to access the real world, yet he had not sought them out. In the past, aside from the occasional appearance of dimensional rifts, demons typically manifested through projections to manipulate others. Never before had it been heard that demons could invade the corporeal realm. The dimensions are separated by barriers. Moreover, while demons possess the ability to manipulate mortals across dimensions, Loki lacks such powers, thus he must relinquish that notion. Loki can only proceed step by step, persistently seeking a path to the earthly realm. This endeavor continued until just over 5 months ago when Loki discovered a wounded fire demon within the demon forest. After some negotiation, the demon consented to serve Loki as his master, forging a pact, but only on the condition that Loki would heal its injuries and simultaneously enhance his own strength. Originally, Loki did not intend to discover a means to the earthly realm through this demon. He simply sought to contract a demon to learn dark magic, ensuring he would not be consumed by dark energy. Engaging in dark magic would result in a backlash of dark energy, which posed a significant danger for Loki, as it could easily affect his will. In contrast, for demons, dark energy acts as a tonic, augmenting their strength and fostering their growth. Loki utilized a drop of ancient demon blood obtained from previous ruins to heal this demon and subsequently entered into a pact with it. Only after the pact did Loki learn that this demon was named Sargeras, a fire demon who had sustained severe injuries in a struggle for dominance among demons and had retreated to this forest. Upon hearing that Sargeras had failed in his quest for lordship, Loki felt a surge of excitement. He had stumbled upon a treasure. It is important to note that only powerful demons qualify to vie for lordship, and had Sargeras not been injured, Loki would have been no match for him. Sargeras exhibited great interest in the blood Loki provided, and upon learning it was sourced from ruins, he refrained from further inquiries, for relics are unique and irreplaceable. In casual conversation, Sargeras discovered Loki's desire to traverse to the earthly realm and expressed that he possessed a means to assist him. Loki, upon hearing this, eagerly inquired about the method. Sargeras revealed that a war was presently erupting in the earthly realm, resulting in a considerable influx of souls breaching the barrier to Hell. The barrier was thus significantly weakened. Sargeras proposed to ensnare a mortal, sacrificing their soul and using flesh as a conduit. While Loki could employ magic from his side to facilitate Sargeras' passage into the earthly realm. Once in the earthly realm, Sargeras would create a magical circle, summoning Loki to his side, thereby allowing Loki to reach the earthly realm. After careful consideration, Loki deemed this plan feasible and consented. However, finding a human willing to sacrifice their soul and burn their flesh would prove challenging. Sargeras promptly remarked that given the ongoing conflict, many individuals driven to the brink of madness by war could be targeted. Having been tempered by the crucible of war, Loki saw no moral quandary in this. The world is, after all, governed by the survival of the fittest. Thus, in the ensuing time, Sargeras employed his methods to manipulate desperate humans within their dreams, striving to compel them to summon him. In order to enhance the efficacy of his schemes, Loki directly urged Sargeras to cast a wide net, simultaneously ensnaring numerous targets. It became evident that even in the face of despair and death, few were willing to broker a deal with demons. Thus, for the past 5 months, Sylvanas stood as the sole individual to have succeeded. With Sargeras' assistance, Loki ultimately emerged from the depths of hell, arriving at this concentration camp.